Hello. Hello, minions. Welcome back. It is Friday. A wonderful Friday to everybody. I know, even princesses like me look forward to the weekend. I don't know about you guys. Yes, it is indeed time for Kohaku Gaming, the ultimate Kohaku Gaming. We're gonna learn all about her. I mean, we learned a lot about her in Hisui's route, but this time, it's gonna be, actually, I should, hang on. I'm just gonna throw content warning in the title right away, just based on what we already know from Hisui's route. I just think that's a smart thing to do, just for safety's sake. But yes, I do find Kohaku a very intriguing character based off of what we've learned so far. So I am, despite the terribleness, it's not terrible in the same way certain other scenes in this game have been terrible. I think it's a much better handling of those sort of topics than other stuff in this game has been. Hopefully it keeps that up. But there's no doubt it's going to get dire at some point. And I'm looking at the route guide that I have, and I've noticed that this route has even fewer choices to make than Hisui's, which is not necessarily an indicator that it's shorter. Like, I mean, there could still be a lot of text in between those choices. But between that and probably all the scenes this shares with Hisui's routes, I suspect this might be a shorter one. We'll see. I'm not like promising a one and done. We'll see how it goes, and if I'm feeling confident that we're getting close to the end, well, I might just power through even if it takes a longer amount of stream time. I do know there is like an epilogue once you've finished all the routes, though I doubt that is very long. Yes, I do have to say, after reading the majority of Tsukihime, I am very interested in the remake and what it might do differently, whether it'll fix some of the problems I have or not. Of course, I'm also intrigued by the new characters like Noel, and how CL's route, from my understanding, is very, very different, which I welcome because it's so similar to Arkwood's route in this game. I would welcome less shared scenes between them, and hopefully better chemistry with CL and Shiki, who I feel like did not have super good chemistry that I cared a lot about in comparison to Shiki and Arkwood. We'll have to wait for some sort of English release, fan translated or not. I know there's people working on it, and I think they've got like one route almost done. But I think I'd rather just wait for the whole thing to be done and dusted, which I know will take a long time, but there's certainly plenty of visual novels to read between now and then. Even Type Moon visual novels. Anyways, yeah, let's just start digging into Kohaku's route. Skip. Yep, that's right. We're not talking to CL. Eat lunch in class. So we're going to skip as usual, we're going to skip all the scenes we have already seen. Hold of myself and head back to the mansion. Alright. I walk along a different path than the one I usually take. Passing through unfamiliar streets, I slowly approach the Tono mansion. The surroundings are not completely unfamiliar. After all, I had lived here until I was 9 years old, 8 years ago. This is not the first time I have taken this path back to the mansion. My feelings are a little complex. The path home is nostalgic yet fresh. Up until just now, I had not looked forward to returning to the Tono household. Now, it doesn't seem so bad. I've noticed, when you're comparing like the near side and far side routes, in the far side route, Shiki seems much less hesitant about living in the Tono house right away than in the near side routes. The house I lived in until I was 9 years old. Right now, my sister Akiya is in that utterly un-Japanese Western-style mansion. Tonomaki Hisa, my old man who hated me and the master of the Tono household, died a few days ago. My mother died from illness after Akio was born, so the Tonos had dwindled down to me and my sister. Being the eldest son, you would think I would stand to become the Tono heir, but I have no such privilege. To become the Tono heir means being bound by a strict upbringing. I have lost count of the number of times my father had scolded me over my dislike of not being able to live freely. That was when I got involved in that accident and my body became weakened. My father saw it as a good opportunity to get rid of me. His reasoning was something along the lines of, someone who could die at any moment can't become the heir, even if he is the eldest son. Sadly for my father, I betrayed his expectations by making a recovery, but my sister Akio was already deemed to be the heir to the Tono household. And so I've heard that Akia, who was already being raised harshly in order to become a proper daughter of the Tono household, received an even harsher upbringing since then. That was a long time ago. I played together with Akia in the mansion back before the accident. After that, I never saw her again. The life in the mansion I abandoned 8 years ago. Those 8 years were long, and my memories of that time have already largely faded. But in spite of that, there is one thing that even now continues to burn strongly within my heart, and that is about the girl by the window, which is a choice that only unlocks once you've finished Hisui's route. Akia isn't the only person I haven't seen since then. I can't remember all the details because it's been 8 years, but there were other children at the mansion around the same age as me. I don't remember their names, but there were 2 girls who were twins. The old man once said that they didn't have any relatives, so he took them to work as servants. That's weird. We played together so often when we were small, but I can't remember their names. I closed my eyes and cast my mind back. I should be able to remember. She was a girl who was always cheerful, so cheerful that you would become cheerful just by looking at her. So, obviously we know from the last route that, like, this is a trick I predicted from the very first time I saw this flashback in Seal's route, where it's like, oh, it's, he's talking about the maids, and it's sepia tone, so you can't see which is the color of their eyes, because the only difference between Kawaku and Hisui is their eye color. And so I was like, alright, I've already keyed on to the twist here that at some point they reversed personalities. Like Hisui used to be the upbeat one and Kohaku was the quiet one. And now we know why. And the reasons are terrible. Yeah, I was like, I think it's very funny that I clued into that right away. Like, I guessed that twist like immediately, that it because of how this CG is like sepia toned. A girl with a carefree personality who is loved by everyone at the mansion. Because she was close to my age, I got along very well with her, and it seemed like every day we would run around the garden together. "Let's play together, Shiki-chan," she would say, and I could remember her taking me out of my room after I secluded myself inside. She would often laugh and take shy Akia's hand, trying to make her play with us. I don't even think it's like a VN trope thing. Like, it kind of is, right? I mean, of course, when you're dealing with a visual medium, a trick where it's like, a flashback is colored differently, you've got twins, so it would hide the only noticeable difference between them. I don't think that's, like, necessarily a VN trope. I think that's just a visual medium thing. Like, it's a visual medium, and so, of course, it would use stuff like that. Maybe she was older than the both of us. She would guide me and Akia to play together, but once we started playing, she would just watch over us. Even Akia's tutor, the harsh butler, would say, "I don't mind as long as..." I don't know, I interpret that as static, as with you guys. Or it's just nothing, like when the nobodies stole the word in KH2. "I don't mind as long as is with you guys, and let Akia out to play." But I'm much more concerned about the other girl. I don't know what kind of girl she was, or why she was always like that. From the second floor, there was always a girl looking down at us every time I turned to look at the mansion while we were playing in the garden. She was the twin of that cheerful girl, but she would always gaze at us expressionlessly. I think grammatical, sorry, I'm getting my writerly stuff in here. I think expressionlessly is, I think that's a real word, but I think it's a little clunky. I would have gone with just, she would always gaze at us without expression. I think that's a little more eloquent, but pardon my art critic moment. that girl would never try to leave the house. All she would do is match us with those cold. All she would do was watch us with those cold eyes. Was it because it bothered me so much that I thought she seemed so lonely? Most of the memories I have about the Tona Mansion are only about her. Well, in the end, I only ended up talking a little with her. I wonder if those girls are still at the mansion. While I think about that, I take a white ribbon out of my bag. An old white ribbon that the girls gave to me at the very end. 8 years ago, after I was involved in the accident, the day I was entrusted to the Arima family, right before I was to leave the mansion, the girl gave me this for some reason. I'm just lending it to you, so be sure to return it. Saying something along those lines, she ran off. A promise made under a large tree. The weather was beautiful that day. Looking up, there was a high, high blue sky I could just lose myself in. It was my last memory of when I left the Tona Mansion 8 years ago. I put the ribbon back in my bag. But it's been 8 years after all. Not only do I not know if they are still at the mansion, I can't even remember their names. Even so, this ribbon is precious to me. The time when my father had disinherited me, rather than being saddened over having been discarded by him, I felt a warmness inside when I thought she was waiting for me to return the ribbon. That's why I want to keep the promise, as long as I still remember it. So, now that we unlock this option after Hisui's route, Shiki is much more... He remembers the promise much better. Like, he didn't remember it all at first. He remembered he had the ribbon, but I don't think he remembered the promise very well. Now he remembers the promise, just not which one it was. I agreed to return to the mansion because Aki is now there all by herself. I left her there for 8 years, pushing all responsibility onto her while I selfishly lived freely. But there is something else. I really think I decided to return because of that promise. The white ribbon. Because of that promise made to the only one who said she would be waiting for me. Oop. Okay, skip. Skip. Go watch TV in Kohaku-san's room. I have seen this. I actually chose this on my first route, the Arkwood route, so we have already seen this one. It's just like, oh, Kohaku has a TV and like video games in her room. It's the only TV in the mansion. That is why Shiki went down there, because he wanted to watch TV. Go to sleep. We are not going to go check out Nero's dog. The howling continues. There's no way I can sleep like this. I can't sleep, but that's just normal. I'm sleepy, so I'll pass. Pulling the sheets over me, I stretch out on the bed. I can just think of the howling as the sound of something mundane, like cars driving by on the street. Today's been a very long day. I'm mentally tired from eating dinner in this unfamiliar mansion and my conversations with Akia and everyone else. Yeah, she plays Zelda on her Famicom. After all that, the howling is just background noise. I close my eyes and gently fall asleep. I think I just heard something. Half awake, I look at the clock. It's just past 2. It's been about 2 hours since I heard the dogs howling. The dogs howling has already stopped. The mansion is so quiet I can hear the clock ticking in the silence. I hear it again. Inside the mansion. From the lobby? Could it be a burglar? It's not impossible. The mansion's contents are outrageously valuable. Like a TV. Look out. He's gonna command grab your TV, Shiki. On top of that, with no one here now except Kohaku-san, Hisui, Aki, and myself, it's very insecure. I get out of bed and slip out of the room quietly. If it's a burglar, Akia and everyone will be in danger, so I can't let this one go. I'll just look down from the 2nd floor into the lobby. That should be safe enough. There's nothing wrong there. No, someone's there. The figure that enters from the entrance and crosses the lobby. Oh, hi. With wobbling, uncertain steps is Akiha? She's not going to her own room on the 2nd floor, but to the 1st floor of the west wing. The only things there are Kohaku-san's room and my old man's room. What's she doing at this time of night? Yeah, Akiya jump scare, oh no. I could murmur all I want, but there won't be any answers forthcoming. After gazing at the lobby for a while, I decide to return to my room. Well, she probably had something to do, or went to see Kohaku-san. I feel bad about sneaking around and watching her, and I don't want to just ask her about everything she does. Yeah, she was going to suck that titty, as she is wont to do for some reason. It has to be the titty. I don't, you know, it's just how it is. That's how the Tono powers work. You gotta suck the titty to not go crazy. I feel bad about sneaking around and watching her, and I don't want to just ask her about everything she does. Sleep, sleep. There's school tomorrow. I bury myself in bed and close my eyes. As I fall asleep, my thoughts keep returning over and over to Akia's hollow-eyed figure in the lobby and how something seemed wrong. Well, who cares? It's time to sleep. Greet Kohaku-san. Morning, Kohaku-san. Today is a lovely day. Yeah. Good morning, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san delivers her ordinary morning greeting with a smile on her face. Did you sleep well last night? I was worried that you might be inconvenienced staying in an unfamiliar mansion and all. No, there were no problems. I used to live here after all, and now I've got you to watch over me, Kohaku-san. Oh, you're quite good at this, Shiki-san. Huh? No, I'm just saying what I think. What is it I'm good at? Kohaku-san just looks at me, smiling. Somehow, I feel embarrassed when she looks directly at me, so I shift my gaze to the side. And then... Wah! Another Akiya jump scare. Get out of here. I realize another stare, one which has been on me silently for a while now. Hey there. I gave a light wave to greet her. Akiya continues to stare at me, or perhaps glare would be a better word. Well, good morning, Akiya. Oh, you don't have to force yourself to greet me. Please, go right ahead and ignore me. After all, it seems you'd prefer to enjoy the morning with Kohaku. She's so mad. She's always seething whenever Shiki looks at another girl, and she should. This is where she belongs, in the cuck shed. Akiya's words sting. It's not like I had intended to ignore her. I just said hello to Kohaku-san. Please don't tease Shiki-san too much, Akiya-sama. We don't have much time, and Shiki-san hasn't finished his breakfast yet. Well, that's Nissan's fault for waking up late, isn't it? He's just getting what he deserves for leaving everything to do in a rush in the morning. Huh, Akiya sniffs. It seems like my failure to greet her was another point she was unimpressed with, in addition to her objection to my late arrival. Kohaku-san, is my breakfast ready? Yes, I've laid it out in the dining hall. Please, eat up at your leisure. That won't do, Kohaku. Nissan has no time to eat breakfast at this time. Hey, listen, Akiya, it's only 7, so I've got at least that much. It's an easy 30-minute walk from here to school, so I can take it easy for at least 10 minutes, can't I? Are you saying you're going to finish breakfast in just 10 minutes? You're not some starving dog, so if you're going to eat breakfast, I'd like you to take your time. Akiya's words really do have thorns in them. She can't make up her mind. Do you want me to eat fast or not? Hey, Swan. You have already viewed this scene. Ah, good. Ask about Yumizuka. Oh, we have to hang out with Yumizuka again, huh? We're in Kohaku's route, Swan, so I'm you know, a lot of scenes I've already gone through. We're at you know, the final route of Tsukihime. Who am I going to see? Go help Kohaku-san. That's right. That makes sense. We have to interact with Kohaku for her route. That just makes sense. I did enjoy Hisui's route a lot, so I'm very interested in learning more about Kohaku and maybe giving her a better ending. That would be nice. That's right. She's been taking care of me since yesterday. So if I have time to fool around, then I should go help Kohaku-san. I guess she's sweeping in the garden. If it's just sweeping the garden, even I could help with that. I psych myself up and head towards the garden. Hisui's route was really good. I agree. I think my favorite is still Arcwood, just because I like her the most. I think she's the most likable girl. But I think Hisui's is a close second. Oh, welcome back, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san faces me with a tender smile. Thanks. You're sweeping the garden by yourself? Yeah. The gardener will not be here for another 3 days, so I thought I should just straighten up these fallen leaves. Kawaku-san holds the bamboo broom with both hands. She looks like she's really enjoying herself. Careful, there's a knife in there. If she uses the metered version of it, she gets oki. Cleaning up this large area by herself should be quite a huge task. You're really something, Kawaku-san. I'd complain if I had to sweep this whole garden. Oh no, it isn't like that at all. This is my duty, so I have to do it to put food on the table. This is why I must push back my tears and sweep this garden. Ha ha ha! Kawaku-san laughs and gives a carefree smile. She certainly is cheerful. Besides, there are some things I do in the back courtyard, so when I am not busy, I always check up on the garden. Huh? Things you do? Like what? Well, let's see. Ever since I was a child, I've liked growing flowers. I gathered so many kinds of flowers on whim that it is more like a jungle than a flower bed. Ha ha ha! Kawaku-san laughs brightly once again. But I didn't know that. I rarely go back there, so I didn't realize it, but I guess I have seen something like a flower garden from the second floor. I see. You like gardening, Kawaku-san? What kind of flowers? Well, lots of kinds, but most of them are morning glories. Oh, morning glories. That seems like a fitting choice. Really? I always thought that they didn't quite match the mood of the mansion, though. No, not the mansion. I mean, they suit you well, Kawaku-san. Morning glories are so pretty in their simplicity. Shiki-san, I think you have the wrong idea. The ones in the garden are Korean morning glories. Is that like the difference between Guilty Gear XX's soundtrack and the Korean soundtrack? They are a bit dangerous. Kawaku-san laughs as if something was really funny. I wonder what is so funny to her about these dangerous flowers. Is that so? But Korean morning glories are still morning glories, right? Yeah, it's also known as crazy eggplant or datura. The flowers can be made into an anesthetic, the world's first general anesthetic. Susensan was made in Japan with the Korean morning glories as its main active ingredient. If you drink it by accident, it will cause dangerous hallucinations, so please be careful, Shiki-san. Wow, she sure knows a lot about these hallucinogenic anesthetic flowers. She sure knows a lot. She's such a smart girl, that Kawaku-san. I don't really think I'd ever accidentally drink the flowers, Kawaku-san. Yeah, I don't know, you know, who could that have ever happened to who died recently in this plot? I also wanted to grow some cactus and other cute things like that, but Akiya-sama was vehemently against it, so I had to stop. It really is too bad that I tell you all these things, but cannot show them to you. Saying that, she takes up the broom again. I see. So you sweep the garden because you like flowers and stuff like that? No, that isn't really the reason. Actually, I'm terrible at cleaning inside the mansion. I don't know why, but I always seem to break something. Huh? I seem to break or rip the most valuable... Yeah, this is seriously just like, you read the history route, you know what's going on. Let's just pile it all on there. Let's just throw it all on. You already know why. So it's just like comical now, how unsubtle it is. Well, but I don't do it on purpose, right? But Hisui-chan told me, "Nei-san, maybe you should just stick to the family finances and cooking." How mean of her. Kawaku-san is still smiling while acting angry. But this is quite different from my first impression of her. You don't mean, Kawaku-san, are you clumsy? My statement is more of a blurted outburst than a direct question. Kawaku-san groans in disappointment. You're saying it too, Shiki-san? Hisui-chan is too cruel and says, "Nei-san, you are too slow," while Akiya-sama teases me and said, "You are not being careful enough. I don't mess up because I want to." You're so mean. That's right. There really aren't too many people that mess up because they want to. Yeah, can't imagine what sort of traumas would push somebody to destroy objects on purpose. I don't know what to say, so I tried to be somewhat neutral. That's right. It's the thought that counts, so I think they should overlook it if I mess up 10 or 20 times. Kawaku-san starts quickly sweeping the leaves again. Well, I didn't come here to get in her way. Kawaku-san, is there another broom? Yes, there are many in the shed. What are you going to use it for? No, I just thought I'd sweep up some leaves too. Kawaku-san's broom freezes. That will not do, Shiki-sama. If you were to do that, I would be in trouble. Get in trouble? Who would get you in? Well, I guess there really is only one person who would. Yeah. Kawaku-san nods quickly. Don't worry about it. I'm doing it because I want to. So it's wrong for Akiya to complain. If Akiya has any complaint, she'll have to blame me, not you. Oh, that is true. Isn't it? So relax. Besides, it's more fun if we both do it. Shiki-san, you do not seem to understand Lady Akiya. If you did that, she would get angry for another reason, I think. I don't get it, but you're saying she'll get angry whatever happens? That's it. So please do not worry about sweeping. Still smiling, Kawaku-san says this directly. Oh, no matter what happens, Aki will get mad at you. Then I don't want to make any trouble for you. Sorry, forgive me for just being careless. No, you were not being careless. I'm very happy you wanted to help me. Even though she says that with her bright smile, I feel bad because I really did want to help her. I sigh. Kawaku-san looks up at me, my face cheerfully. Shiki-san, did you really want to help me? Yeah, if I won't get you in trouble. Then, shall we go somewhere else? Akiya-sama will find us here, so I think it is better if we sweep behind the mansion. Behind? In the backyard? Yes. Akiya-sama will never find us there, so we can sweep all we want. Here you go. Kawaku-san hands me the broom she had in her hands. I will go to the shed and get another I will go to the shed to get another broom, so please go ahead, Shiki-sama. Please don't let Hisui-chan or Akiya-sama spot you as you go, okay? Trot, trot, trot. Kawaku-san dashes with quick, light steps. She really looks like a mischievous little kid. Before I realize it, a grin creases my lips. Aki and Hisui don't seem to be the joking type, so Kawaku-san's brightness is quite charming. Alright, let's do this. Gripping the broom that Kawaku-san was using earlier, I covertly walk to the garden behind the mansion. I have already viewed this scene. I've already viewed this scene. Let us go and look. I've already viewed this scene. Lots of scenes we've already viewed. I figured this would happen. A lot of repeating scenes. What do I have to say here? I can't answer. Yeah, that's the same as Hisui's route then. Okay. The door opens with a creak. With a heavy body and dulled mind, I make it back to the mansion. Right, yes, that was the whole Yumizuka death scene. That's why I was like, do I care her? That was all the Yumizuka stuff. So now we know that's not any different. There are no new voices in Shiki's head this time. We've only just got the two now. Just the two. It's just Nanaya and all cap Shiki. I was wondering if they were going to add a third one for this route. My footsteps drag behind me. The moonlight illuminates my figure, making it look like an exhausted ghost. My left arm hurts where Yumizuka wounded me. The bleeding has stopped, and the gradual lessening of the pain tells me it couldn't have been too deep. I reach the stairs. I don't even care about treating my wounds. Right now, I just want to stumble back to my room and sleep like a rock. Huh? Nissan? And then, from the middle of the stairs, I hear Akiya's voice. Akiya? I raise my head. In front of me, I see Akiya, who has just now made it to the bottom of the stairway. Ah, Akiya is silent. Something about her appearance is a little strange, but I don't even care right now and continue stumbling up the steps. Right now, I should just go to my room. So I have to keep going up the stairs. I dazedly make my way past Akiya's still figure. I have to get up the stairs. Hey, please wait, Nissan. Just where did you go this late in the evening? Blah, 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 blah. Who knows? Besides, what is Akiya doing standing here at this hour anyway? Trying to glide down the stairs as quietly as possible, it seems like she was going to go outside just now. Doesn't have anything to do with you, Akiya. I'm going to go to my room, so please don't bother me. Brother, I think that's meant to be brother. It says bother, but I think that was meant to be brother. 'Cause context. Akiya gasps and cuts off mid-sentence. Nissan, you look... Her previously shocked eyes become calm. Your left arm is injured, right? Your clothes are pretty dirty, too. Don't worry about it. It doesn't even hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt. That can't be true. You look like you could collapse at any moment, and there's blood clotted all over your left arm. Goodness, just what in the world were you doing, Nissan? I can't answer and only avert my gaze. I couldn't possibly explain everything that happened tonight, and more than that, I don't ever want to talk about Yumizuka to anyone. Nothing much. I was just walking around and got sucked into a little drunken brawling. Yeah, that's a great excuse. You could have just said, like, someone mugged you or something, dude. Like, come on, there's a way to come up with an excuse that doesn't make you look bad. Answering simply, I climb past her. But with a pull, Akiya places her hands on my shoulders. Nissan, I'll get mad. With a weak voice, Akiya looks directly at me. With her face like that, I become even more unable to tell her what really happened. Just like that, time passes without either of us speaking. After some minutes pass, Akiya lets out a breath and drops her shoulders in resignation. Fine. I will let it go. Akiya grabs my uninjured right arm and heads towards the sitting room. Hey, Akiya. I want to go back to my room and sleep. No, I won't ask you any more about it, so you have to let me treat your injuries, okay? So come this way. I can't help but be worried if you go to sleep looking like that. Still holding on to my arm, she drags me with her to the lobby. Oh well, this is just how it is. I resign myself to doing as Akiya says. The treatment was quite simple. I guess it was really not that bad to begin with. After applying some disinfectant and wrapping the wound in gauze, my treatment is over. After finishing that simple care by herself, Akiya takes a towel soaked in warm water and wipes my face. All finished. This uniform is done for, so we'll have to get a new one prepared tomorrow. My mind is still numb. Akiya really hasn't asked me any questions about what happened and simply took care of my injury. I'm a little surprised. I thought she would let Kohaku-san or Hisui take care of it, but Akiya did it all with a smile. Her gentleness is completely different from the way she was these past 3 days, and I think back about Akiya from long ago. Nissan, hey, it's all finished, so please go back to your room. Didn't you say you would rather go to sleep than keep me company? She may still be resenting my words from earlier because she sounds very dissatisfied. There's still something wrong with my brain, but I do understand now how much Akiya worried over me. Yeah, thanks, Akiya. Is it because I'm still woozy? I let my true feelings show. Ooh, hey, my brother complimented me. Akiya's face turns red and she shrinks away from me. Oh, I don't think it was anything to thank me for. You would help me if I was hurt, right, Nissan? That may be true, but it makes me happy. Stuttering, I finally realize it. I'm quite emotionally detached right now, but I honestly am happy that, rather than Kohaku-san or Hisui, Akiya was the one that treated my wounds. Akui. Don't say such stupid things. Please hurry back to your room. Or are you hurt somewhere else? Akiya says so and shifts her gaze. Question mark? Nissan, your shoulder. There's blood. Akiya places her hand on my shoulder. She peels back my shirt. My exposed shoulder and neck. Yumizuka's bite marks and dried blood are still there. Nissan, this! In that instant, the air freezes. The fang-shaped wounds on my neck. I don't know how to even begin to explain that and descend into silence. Akiya slowly leans her body towards mine. Nissan, there's still blood flowing here. Her voice is terribly taut with strain. The grip of her hand on my shoulder becomes stronger. Oh no! She needs that warm ooey gooey goodness. Her body stops in a position somewhere between touching mine and not. What should I do? We should stop the bleeding, right? Her voice sounds delirious. Akiya? I call her name while assailed by an unspeakable disquiet. There's no reply, but instead I feel a warm sensation along my neck. What? My voice fades away. Akiya's face is right next to mine. Akiya? My numbed sense of reason can't grasp what's going on. A hesitatingly touching tongue. The red tongue that fearfully touches my neck. Akiya is licking the blood dribbling down my neck. But it really isn't anything to be alarmed over. I mean, I feel like that's a little bit alarming. It's just like what you would do as a kid to she has demonstrated she knows how to really heal wounds, so it's a little alarming, I feel. I don't know. If someone just like started licking my bloody wound, I would be a little concerned. Like, I feel like I would need to have a much more intimate connection with that person first, and also for them to not be my sister. But it feels so sweet, I can't say anything. Akiya must think the same way, as she just, for no reason, brushes her teeth against my wound. All of a sudden, a sound comes from the lobby. Ah! Akiya pulls back. I'm so sorry, Nisan. Her face appears red. Akiya runs away. What? Left by myself in the sitting room, I reach my hand up to my neck. Her warmth is still lingering there faintly. She didn't have to run away. I murmur to myself and shake my head. Licking the wound like that, I did a lot of that as a child. I did that to Akiya and Kohaku-san when they got hurt. But I don't think that's normal behavior, my guy. But that's just an act from childlike purity, only done as a child. Both of us grown up like this now and being the opposite gender. We can't really use that method anymore. Yes. Yeah, also, again... Never mind, whatever. We're over it, we're past it. We did Akiya's route and complained about it enough. What was she doing? She was acting pretty strange. Well, I guess I'm also strange right now. As if in a dream, I don't recall exactly what happened. Even what Akiya and I just did, I feel like it'll all be a dream tomorrow morning. And I reach my room. I lurch to my bed and collapse. Tiredness closes in around my brain. My exhaustion is more in my body than my mind. My body must be trying to hold everything in order to quickly heal its exertions. Before that, I take a deep breath and trace my fingers along my neck once more. I'm a little surprised. The 2 fang marks. The blood really was stopped by Akiya's lips. So if this is going to diverge from Hisui's route, this would be the place to do it. Because, like, almost immediately after the Yumizuka part in Hisui's route, Shiki's bones just melted, and he literally spent the rest of the route bedridden, almost the entire rest of the route. We'll see how that goes. Day 4. Cradle Garden. I wake from a long sleep. The sunshine from the window looks closer to midday than morning. It must be because of how late I got back last night. It seems I've overslept. Dragging myself up from bed, I look down at my hand. The sensation of how I stabbed Yumizuka remains. 2 nights ago, when I met Yumizuka and saw that hideous dream. If only yesterday was just a dream. But wishing it won't make it so. I have no clear why or how Yumizuka became a vampire, and I couldn't do anything to help her. No, once Yumizuka had become like that, there was probably no way for anyone to help her. She was already dead. Omae wa mou shindieru. All I did was return that corpse somehow moving about as if it were a living thing back to being a dead body. Oh wait. That's the only way I can think of it. But still, please excuse me, Shiki-sama. With that voice I had become accustomed to, Hisui enters the room. Good morning, Shiki-sama. How are you feeling today? I slept well, so I don't feel bad at all. Is that so? Hearing that makes me feel very relieved. Even though she says that, I don't see her even relax her shoulders or give any other indication of it. But I feel relieved as well. Because of what happened last night, the long night is over. Because I don't have to enter that unnatural world any longer, my heart can relax. Thanks, Hisui. You've always come to check up on me from early in the morning, right? Your concern means a lot to me. Not at all. It is my duty to be concerned with your welfare. There is a hint of happiness in Hisui's expression. Moreover, I feel like I've been somewhat rescued. While I've been sleeping in bed like this, Hisui came as always to wake me up. With just that trivial thing, I honestly feel like I have returned to my normal life. Shiki-sama, this is somewhat difficult for me to say, but can I? Question mark? Difficult to say. If it's about me sleeping in till noon, I really can't do anything but apologize. No, that is not what I meant, but it is perhaps related to when you went to sleep. Hisui fidgets with her fingers as she struggles to come up with the right words. I did not say anything, but Akiya-sama found out about last night. About last night what? I mean, when you left late last night, Shiki-sama. I unconsciously turned my eyes away from her. I thought I'd managed to slip away undetected, but I should have known Hisui would still find out. Shiki-sama, your return late at night has gained the attention of Akiya-sama, so I believe you will be asked to explain yourself sooner or later. Well, I mean, in this route, Aki already knows. She is in the sitting room and may be angry, so please be prepared. I see. I got it. I'll be prepared. But if it's about last night, then Akiya definitely knows about it already. And after that, it was Akiya who took care of me when I was in a complete stupor. About that, will it be occurring again? I cannot stop you, but if you continue doing such things, I must tell Akiya-sama. No, nothing like last night will happen again. Everything has ended last night. There won't be any phone calls anymore. Yes, it really has ended. Sure, I believe you. With these words, it truly is over. Yumizuka Satsuki is no more. The vampire skulking the streets has vanished. I, with my own hands, sent away a classmate who said she liked me for all eternity. Hisui looks at me with a painful expression on her face. Geez, if Hisui's making that sort of face, then I must look terrible right now. Well, I should get up sooner or later. Hisui, is Akiya still here? She's an awfully busy person, so does she have a routine on her day off? Yes, she does have plans during her day off, but today she is still in the mansion. Question mark? She has plans, but she's still here? I don't quite get it, but, well, I'll go ahead and get changed, so please head to the sitting room before me. Yes, well then, please excuse me. As usual, Hisui walks away without a sound. But, I forgot something really important. Hisui! Yes? What is it, Shiki-sama? Yeah, I forgot to say something. Thanks for coming to wake me up. It's a little late, but good morning, Hisui. Yes, please have a nice day, Shiki-sama. Well then, I should hurry up and change and head to the sitting room. I have already viewed this scene. I have already viewed this scene. Let's, go and help, Kohaku-san. Alright. To be honest, Kohaku-san has the hardest job because she has to prepare the feast for the four of us. I don't think I can be that much help in cooking, but I'll go see Kohaku-san. Lots of helping Kohaku in this route. We helped her once in Hisui's route, and that was a funny scene. She's alright. She's like, it's alright. I don't feel pain if I pretend I don't feel pain. That makes sense. I don't think I can be that much help in cooking, but I'll go see Kohaku-san. The kitchen has already become a battlefield. On each counter there is a mountain of ingredients, and I get the urge to turn around and go back as soon as I enter. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Shiki-san, is there anything I can do for you? Kohaku-san peeks her head through. No, I was thinking maybe I could help her or something, but it seems like I've entered a world where I shouldn't be. Ah, that really helps. To tell the truth, I was thinking of going to ask you for some help. Really? But I don't really have any cooking skills, so I'm unsure if I can even help, Kohaku-san. Not at all. It is something anyone can do. Come on, please lend me a hand. Kohaku-san takes my hand and pulls me with her. Not really understanding what's going on, I end up helping Kohaku-san. After calming down a bit, I realize that the kitchen is actually pretty small for a mansion so large. That's because this is the only photograph Nasu had on hand. They probably had a much bigger galley when there were many people living in the mansion, but with just Akiya, Hisui, Kohaku-san, and I, they had the smaller kitchen prepared. Here, please wash your hands and use this apron. I don't know whose taste this is a reflection of, but she hands me an apron that says, quiet, unsociable person on it. That is still one of my favorite jokes in this visual novel. I don't know why, it just gets me. The image of Shiki wearing that apron. I think it's really funny. I'll start you off with a simple task, Shiki-san. When it's all done, I have another task just for you. Kawaku-san is in a good mood. First, I have to take the shells off all these shrimp. Wick, wick, wick. The sound of a knife lightly hitting the cutting board. Kawaku-san's humming fills... Oh, sorry, that was her humming. Kawaku-san's humming fills the kitchen. She must be immersed in cooking because she doesn't say much. As for me, I actually enjoy peeling the shrimp and keep on peeling the skin. You know, this really brings back memories. Before the incident and before I left the mansion, I played like this several times with Kohaku-san and Akiya. We were young then, and we didn't even think about how we were of the opposite gender. We were just in the spacious mansion, and all we knew was the continuous fun of every day. That's right, he thinks that girl is Kohaku, but as we know now, it was actually Hisui. We played around so much, we forgot about all the things that bothered us before. Or maybe, in order to forget the bothersome past, we tried to pass our days with as much fun as possible. Hello, Christian Panics. We are deep into Kohaku's route. Lots of scenes we've already seen, so we're kind of skipping around, but hopefully we'll get to the meat of it soon. Shiki-san, you really have taken a liking to peeling those shrimp, haven't you? Huh? No, not really. Why do you ask? Because you look like you're having so much fun. You know, Hisui-chan, her eyebrows would always be so scrunched up by the time she gets done. Really? I'm surprised. She looks like the type that would do it without complaint. Yeah, for some reason, Hisui-chan is poor at cooking, but she is really great at cleaning and arranging things. Is that so? I always felt that both you and Hisui could do anything. If that was true, I'd be very happy, but both Hisui-chan and I are merely normal, so we have our faults too. Hisui-chan's sense of taste is a little strange, or even when she makes things that she thinks are delicious for Akiya Samurai, it tastes really strange. I see, so that's why Hisui doesn't cook. Hisui's sense of taste is a little odd, Kawaku-san. What's her fault, I wonder? Well, come to think of it, you and Hisui are different in your own ways. Kawaku-san, you were always cheerful while Hisui stayed in the mansion back then. Oh, did I look that cheerful? I thought I was always watching you all, though. Yeah, I remember. You would always run around with us, but you would tell us to stop doing dangerous things and look out for us. Ah, I really do remember. Playing tag in the courtyard of the mansion? Trying as hard as we could to catch my old man's carp in the pond. Hey, remember that time? The time where we left the mansion from the gate, right? We didn't know the way to get back, and you ended up calling the mansion and one of the mansion's servants had to come pick us up. Yes, and after that, Maki Haisa-sama really did yell at you. Everyone was playing with you, but somehow you ended up being the only one. We did so many things, but in the end, you always saved Akiya-sama and me from getting in trouble, and she plays along with it too, right? Because that's the more convenient truth. She giggles as she speaks aloud nostalgically. What's this? Talking about old times, I really feel like I have returned now. That's right. I really don't have too many memories of this mansion, but talking about old times honestly makes me feel nostalgic. But my memories aren't just happy ones. But I did treat Hisui poorly. That girl who was always in the corner of my heart. In the end, I was never able to have a true conversation with that girl by the window. That girl, she was always watching us from the window. Always, it struck me. That lonely face looking down, I always thought it would be great if she could come and play. But still, before I left the mansion, she gave me that one parting gift. That's right. She was always shy even then, so I never knew what she was thinking. I always thought if Hisui-chan was happy, it wouldn't matter what happened to me. Oh? Oh, that was Kohaku speaking. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, Kohaku-san, you really are a good older sister. I'm feeling happy, so I give an answer like that. Ah. All of a sudden, with a short sound, Kohaku-san lifts her hand. I can see she cut her finger with the kitchen knife. Kohaku-san, your finger. Huh? After I say that, she seems to realize she cut her finger. Oh, yes. Now it's time. Now this is the part where things get weird. Weird, right? Oh, this is where you realize something's up. I mean, if it wasn't obvious already. Oh, that's true. That's true. Hey, Kohaku-san. I don't believe this. Even I could see that cut is really deep, but Kohaku-san is still slow-paced. How embarrassing. I am supposed to be such a good chef. Kohaku-san gives her normal laugh. This is no laughing matter. We have to take care of it right away. It's fine. It isn't life-threatening or anything. But doesn't it hurt? It's cut pretty bad. No, not at all. If I think it doesn't hurt, then it won't hurt. If I think if this isn't my finger, and that it's just the finger of some doll, then I won't feel pain, right? What? Definitely things normal people say. Sylvia Plath type mood, you're right. With a smile, Kohaku-san says something pretty outlandish. Well, I'm sure if you think of it that way, it won't hurt as much, but you can't get rid of it all. Look, let's just get it taken care of. I'm a little weak when it comes to blood, so I have an anemic fit right here. It'll be your fault, Kohaku-san. I see, then I should take care of it right away. Well then, Chiki-san, excuse me for a moment. The whole time, her smile never cracks, and giving me a bow with her head, she leaves the kitchen. A scene I've already seen. The drinking continues. Ah yes, we're all getting drunk for Shiki's homecoming party. So I guess this time, first time we hung out with Akia, second time we carried a sleepy Hisui to her room, and I guess this time we get to hang out with Kohaku. I don't know how this happened, but it looks like the Tonoshiki welcome party has turned into just a drinking party. Akia might be used to drinking, as she gulps down her glass as if she's drinking water. Kohaku-san slowly drinks with Akia while refilling Akia's cup. Seeing that their faces still look normal, I'm guessing they don't show drunkenness on their faces. Incidentally, Hisui sits on the couch dizzily after drinking just one sip. Akia really has quite a lot of tolerance. Looking at the smiling Akia and Kohaku-san, I gulp down my glass. It is just water, as I only drink a mouthful of alcohol during the toast. I take a bite of the smoked salmon at the table. It is exquisite. In the Tono house, even the snacks are first class. Even though there might be a lot of problems, it is pretty enjoyable right now. To be blunt, Akia and Kohaku-san's conversation is outright boring. It's as if they were just discussing how the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Despite that, it all seems rather charming seeing them laughing at those kinds of conversations. On the other hand, Hisui is holding the glass she used during the toast and gazing vacantly. Whenever I look away from Hisui, the glass becomes a little more empty. She seems to be enjoying herself, too. I sneak another bite of food. I'm pretty weak against alcohol, so I prefer to eat the finger food instead. And, question mark? What happened? Akia stands up and walks over to me. Nissan, you've only been eating. You aren't going to drink any? Akia looks at me a little dissatisfied. Now look, I don't care if you get drunk, but you shouldn't try to make others drink at your pace. I'm not used to drinking a lot, so if you want to drink with someone, Kohaku-san can... I try to point over to Kohaku-san, but she isn't there. You just see like a cloud of dust shaped like Kohaku. Seems like she went to get some more alcohol from the kitchen. Well, excuse me, princess. I'm not the slightest bit drunk. Raising her glass with one hand, Akia leans forward. I see. Since Kohaku-san isn't here, I guess she's messing with me since she has no one to talk to. Kohaku doesn't have anything to do with this. We are talking about why you are not drinking. Well, I have been drinking. That's a lie. I haven't had a chance to pour you anything. I was drinking so that you could relax, but all you have been doing is munching away at the food Kohaku made. You haven't even had one glass, right? Akia pouts. Is it just me or is her step a little unsteady? Akia, I just have to ask, are you drunk? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not drunk at all. You will be dead drunk long before I will. You are dead drunk. Hurry up and finish your glass. I will listen to whatever you have to say when you are done. She points commandingly at my glass. Except her finger is wobbling all over. Akia, I've said this before, but you really are drunk. Sheesh! You really are persistent. I told you I am not drunk. Akia yells and wobbles back. Her own voice causes her to get dizzy, so what part of that isn't being drunk? Oh well. Have a seat, we can chat a bit, I suppose. I pat the sofa next to me. Yes, I'll sit. Akia sits down on the sofa. I don't know where all her bossiness disappeared to, but she just meekly sits down. For some reason, I suddenly don't feel comfortable. Resigned, I pick up my glass. I take a light gulp. The unfamiliar alcohol burns my throat. It doesn't taste good at all. I feel the ground dip beneath me as if I was feeling dizzy from my anemia. But I can't say that this feels bad either. I might as well just finish it off, so I down the rest of it. I'm surprised. I may have said differently before, but you sure seem to like drinking, Nissan. What do you mean? I'm not a big drinker or anything. Doesn't look like it. You were drinking that rather happily. Akia leans over and takes a bottle from the table. I'll water it down, but do you have any other preferences? Akia pours me some whiskey without asking. That doesn't seem watered down. Common sense demands that I stop her, but she seems so happy I throw aside any thoughts of common sense. Please water it down a lot, otherwise I won't be able to drink it. As you say. Well then, let's start, shall we? Akia happily fills my glass. Man, I don't even drink this much when I'm with Arihiko. I lean back on the sofa. I down the glass with my neck tilted so far back that I can see the ceiling. I drink what Akia poured me slowly without letting my mouth go from the glass. Phew! Well, are you satisfied, princess? I place the empty glass on the table. That's the way to do it. I have to take points off for not drinking it fast, but it's still a passing grade. You're pretty strict. That was my new record, you know? You told me to drink it, so I pushed myself. Really? This is pretty rare, you keeping me company like this, Nissan. She chuckles. Something that Knuckles would never do. Pouring herself another glass, she downs it. My heart beats loudly at the sight of her face. She looks so mature when she's drinking. She closes her eyes and tilts her head back. Seeing her white throat voluptuously gulp down. You know, I've never heard a throat described as voluptuous. That's a good one, Nasu. That's great. I forget about being drunk. Akia lets out a deep breath. The glass is empty. She says under her breath something to the effect that it is delicious. Question mark? What is it, Nissan? Is there something on my face? Nothing. It's nothing. Without thinking, I pick up my glass. Another one. This time we'll have something a little bit stronger. Akia fills up the glasses again. I didn't really want another glass, but I suppose it won't hurt. Trying to imitate Akia, I drink it all in one gulp. It wasn't that much alcohol, but I shouldn't have drank it that fast. My head starts to spin and I fall back on the sofa. Nissan, are you alright? I'm fine. I just got a little dizzy, but I'm not drunk. I think I'll rest for a little bit. You go ahead and have fun. Laying back on the sofa, I stare aimlessly at the ceiling, a very not drunk behavior. Even though I feel completely drained, I feel incredibly good. I'm sorry, I forced you to drink too much. Aki's voice sounds very sad. No, maybe it was a little much, but it feels good. I drank it because you drank it so deliciously. I guess the result is alright though. So go ahead and keep drinking. Once I settle down, I'll join you again. Okay, if you say so, I will wait until you're done. I hear the sound of something pouring. As expected, she pours another glass and drinks it. That's odd. This isn't anything much, but I feel incredibly relaxed here. Alright! Taking a breath, I get up from the sofa. Nissan, are you feeling better? I'm fine. I'll keep you company a little bit more. I give her my glass. That was a fast recovery time, Shiki. Smiling, she pours me another drink. This time, I decide to drink at my own pace. This time, time passes by. Hisui has fallen asleep on the sofa. Kohaku-san never did come back from the kitchen. The only ones still moving about are me and Akia, but I'm pretty drunk, so I wouldn't necessarily call myself moving about. But still, I want to keep Akia company until Kohaku returns. Nissan? Whoa. Uh-oh. I think I accidentally hit a key that made me skip stuff. Hang on. Here we go. There we go. Sorry. Nissan, you are very kind today. Akia says this suddenly in a small voice. Huh? Kind? Me? You remember something about Akia's drinking was because of Oni's being drunk? You know what? That makes sense because of the Toto demon blood. And her whole thing is she needs warmth, so maybe warmth from alcohol counts? I don't know. Yes, normally you are a very cold person. Acting kind like this is very rare, isn't it? Really? I don't really know, but maybe I am cold. Oh, Nissan, you don't understand yourself very well. You are a very kind person, but at the same time, you are very cold. Because you made no distinction between people. You don't have anyone that you like the most, no matter if you hate them or like them. Nissan, you like and forgive everyone. Yes, it's the shitface scene. It's much more in-depth than previous shitface scenes. Well, that is very cruel to keep the people who want to be closest to you. For you, everyone is the same. Me, Kohaku, Hisui, we're all the same for you. I accidentally hit a key that made me skip a bunch, so I'm just reading the log. This isn't kindness. Like an old dog that knows its time of death is near, you simply don't want to leave anything behind. You were like that back then, but now, how do you say it? You seem very dangerous, and that makes me uneasy. Downcast, Akiya continues to speak, almost as if she was thinking aloud. Her glass is empty, she doesn't fill it, and her quiet voice echoes in the air. Hey, I just thought that you were maybe inconsiderate and very lonely. I was just thinking something stupid like that. There isn't anyone you hold dearest in your heart. Maybe you lost that person a long time ago. Back then, I thought that if you just liked me, that would be fine. At least, there wasn't anyone you liked the most, so that was good enough. But now it is... Thank you for waiting! More food and more drink! The smile Kohaku-san returns, interrupting Kohaku. Ah. Akiya suddenly swallows her words and with a sigh pours herself more to drink. Hey, Nissan, please drink some more as well. It's just me drinking now. Taking the bottle that Kohaku-san brought, she pours some more drink into my glass. No, I've had enough. I've had twice as much as normal, so please let me pass on this one. If I do drink more, I really will end up in bad shape. What are you saying? You haven't even had a bottle yet. Ah, yes. Drinking a full bottle, that's completely normal. It's way too early to say you've had enough. You said you'd drink with me, right? Come on, she says and holds out my glass. But I really am at my limit. Now, Akiya-sama. You do have to realize that Shiki-san does not have the same tolerance as you do, Akiya-sama. Shiki-san, you should say no or you'll be in trouble. Akiya-sama doesn't get drunk no matter how much she drinks, so if you keep drinking with her until she's happy, you'll end up drinking until dawn. Wait a minute, Kohaku. You could make me sound like some sort of an alcoholic. Well... Angrily, Akiya takes another drink. Very not alcoholic behavior. Even though she drank a lot, it seems like that's her first glass. No matter what Akiya says, Kohaku-san seems to be right. Sorry, Akiya. I really have to stop now. You know my doctor says I shouldn't drink too much, right? Akiya descends into an apologetic silence. That is true. Don't look so sad. I can still keep you company until you're done drinking. How's that? She nods, but doesn't quite look satisfied. Well then, I will pour your drinks, Akiya-sama. See, Shiki-san is still here, so isn't everything okay, Akiya-sama? I guess, certainly having Nissan keep me company is rare enough. I will let it go this time. Akiya holds out her glass to Kohaku-san. Smiling, Kohaku-san serves Akiya another drink, who starts to sip it slowly. It has gotten pretty late. Hisui woke up eventually, and we talked about unimportant things. It's probably the fault of the alcohol, but I don't remember what we talked about at all. Just meaningless, warm conversation. Because I wasn't used to that kind of stuff, I settled into an insecure comfort, like hanging from a silken thread. It's probably because of that. On one hand, I thought it would be nice for this to continue, but on the other hand, I wanted a little time to myself. And all of a sudden... Nissan? Akiya, with eyes full of anxiety, looks up at me. What is it? Are you feeling okay, Akiya? No, that's not it. I just got uneasy all of a sudden. Hey, Nissan, you won't go away again, will you? Ah, no, that would never happen. No. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I've decided to stay here for now. At least until I finish school, and until it seems that Akiya can manage by herself. But that would imply that I would leave sometime. Stop, I don't want to hear those words. This is your house, so no matter what happens, it is best for you to live here, right? After saying this, she downs her glass. An amazing sight. As if drinking down her uneasiness, she empties her glass. Gulp, gulp. Her cheeks are faintly flushed, showing that she has a buzz. Akiya sighs. Why do you always make me feel so uneasy, Nissan? She must be drunk, as she stares at me blankly. Seeing that, my heart starts to beat faster for no reason. Are you listening? As long as you are here, I'm fine, but now you always... Her eyes look straight ahead. Her cheeks are red and her eyes are glazed. This all seems very erotic. Okay, very cool, Nasu. Very erotic, yes. If you say so. I don't really believe you. I'm not buying the eroticism of this scene, but maybe it's because I'm drunk as well. She is my sister, so Akiha. Nissan, I feel strange. She speaks aimlessly as if she was someone else. If this keeps up, Thank you, Kohaku. Please interrupt. Thank you. Akiya-sama, your glass is empty. I'll pour you some more, okay? Yeah, thanks, Kohaku. Kohaku-san, no, don't encourage her, Kohaku. That's the opposite of what you're doing. You should do. Kohaku-san pours her another drink, which she downs promptly. And then, all of a sudden, Akiya looks very serious. Akiya? That's odd. I seem to be drunk. She massages her temple with her fingers. Seem to be drunk? You've been drunk for quite a while. What are you saying? I'm drunk, so of course I won't make sense. She places her glass on the table quickly. That's strange. I just got started. Saying that, she collapses toward me. She drank like 2 bottles. Hey, Akiya, what are you... That is pretty obvious, though. Hey. There is no response. Her breathing tells me that she is happily asleep. Huh? This is rare indeed. I have not seen Akiya drunk in years. Kohaku-san smiles amused. How? I mean, I know drinking age laws in Japan are younger, but they're not that much younger. They're like 16, aren't they? How much drinking has Akiya done? Kohaku-san, what do you mean? Well, Akiya-sama does not usually get drunk. When she drinks over a certain limit, I guess all the alcohol hits her and she falls asleep. So for Akiya-sama, being drunk is the same as going to sleep. I don't know if that is good or bad, but if Akiya-sama got drunk like most people, wouldn't that be scary? Shiki-san, could you imagine a rampaging Akiya-sama? Just imagine. Kohaku-san paints a very frightening mental image. Deciding not to answer, I look at Akiya's sleeping face. Akiya is sleeping contentedly. She is leaning with her whole body up against mine. I can feel her breathing and body warmth. I remember that strange feeling I felt before. She must have been completely drunk because she seemed like a totally different person. I can't deny that I was utterly flustered. Having her sleep so contentedly against me puts me in a daze. Without a doubt, she is very beautiful. I couldn't believe she was my sister when I met her after 8 years. But that doesn't mean anything. It means a lot. It means a lot. All I can think is that looking at her resting up against me is a good thing. Without a doubt, she is my sister. One of the reasons I came back to the mansion was to protect Akiya. Shiki-sama, if Akiya-sama sleeps like that, I believe she might catch a cold. That's right. No, this time Hisui woke up, I guess. It is October, so we shouldn't let our guard down. I will take Akiya-sama up to her room. Hisui hoists Akiya over her shoulders and exits the room. That's a strong maid. The only ones left are me and Kohaku-san. Well, if Akiya-sama's asleep, then we should end this party. I will take care of tidying things up, so please return to your room, Shiki-san. I nod. I really do want to help, but I'm a little too drunk for that. If I helped in this condition, it'd probably just get in the way. Sorry, Kohaku-san. Please take care of things. Just leave it to me, please. Good night, Shiki-san. Alright, is Shiki's bones gonna break this time? I go out to the courtyard to clear my head of some of the alcohol. The breeze is a little cool, so it feels good against my hot skin. This is bad. I really did drink too much. All that drinking gave me a headache, and I start to feel a little dizzy. I'll probably have some nightmares tonight. Well, that is just something I have to face after drinking. Akia seemed really happy tonight. 1 or 2 nightmares is a small price to pay for that. Sitting down on a chair, I take a deep breath. The night breeze blows against my skin. There is nothing but silence. All the other houses are far from the Toda mansion. Doing this, I feel like I'm in a mansion in the middle of the woods, and I almost forget that I am a normal student. An empty, weak atmosphere. A soundless scenery of stagnation. The small fragment of memory about a garden. There is no one there. No father to yell at us, no one to tie us down and lock us away, or even that person who curses Tonoshiki. A long time ago it all wore away, declining into something worthless. Thinking about these rambling ideas, my eyelids start to droop more and more. Shiki-san, if you sleep there, you'll catch a cold. And that voice jars me from my sleepiness. I am sorry, Shiki-san. I guess it would have been better if you didn't drink anything tonight. Kawaku-san says this with her usual smile, looking at me. Oh, that's a unique, expression she's got. I haven't seen that one yet. It seems that Kawaku-san must have guessed I came here to cool off. I guess I got a little carried away. Not thinking about your health, I forced you to do too much. It was very tough, wasn't it? Kawaku-san apologetically keeps her distance. What is this? This doesn't seem like normal, cheery Kawaku-san. It was my decision to drink, so she shouldn't feel bad about it. Jeez, this isn't like you at all, Kawaku-san. I look at Kawaku-san, but she's still looking apologetic, so I sleepily gaze into the forest. It wasn't tough at all. Aki was so happy, and it was fun. Kawaku-san, you're just thinking about it too much. Staring blankly into the forest, I try to make my voice sound as gentle as possible. A brief silence ensues. Suddenly, like a rabbit poking its head out of a bush, Kawaku-san comes into view. This is a cute CG. How's the Tsukihime? It's alright so far. Like I said, we're digging into Kohaku's route. Kohaku-san? So you are awake, Shiki-san. You got so quiet all of a sudden, I thought you fell asleep. She says this, scolding me. It sounds like she wants to tell me that I shouldn't sleep here. I'm fine, Kawaku-san. I'm awake, so don't worry. I'll go back to my room once I'm done cooling off, so you can go back inside. I refuse. I wanted to cool off as well, so I will keep you company until you are done. With her usual smile, Kohaku-san looks longingly at the fallen leaves in the forest. Well, if you feel like it, then that's fine, Kohaku-san. Kohaku-san doesn't answer, and she walks over to the leaves, which crinkle as she takes each step. Silence ensues again. Thanks, Kawaku-san. It was really fun today. I really do mean it. What do you mean? Today wasn't something you should thank us for. Maybe, but it really was fun. Come to think of it, it was the first time we did something like that, and I finally felt like part of the family. It isn't like we didn't do things like that when I stayed at the Arimas. It's just that when I lived there, I didn't ever want to be a bother, and I couldn't concentrate on having fun like today. Family? Tilting her head to the side, she asks in a soft voice. For a very brief instant, it looked like Kohaku-san removed her usual mask, but she returns to her usual self. But Shiki-san, as long as you stay at the mansion, you won't ever have the family you are dreaming about. All your relatives shun you, and your only ally is Akiya-sama. That means that your life here will be very painful. What she says is correct. 8 years ago, I was treated badly enough to get me out of this house, so it's natural that they still think badly of me. Well, I'm prepared for that, but it doesn't really matter. Akiya put up with it for 8 years. I'm her big brother, so I should be able to put up with it easily. Those 8 years? Since she was little, Akiya had to endure a very strict upbringing. Compared to that, my relatives disliking me really isn't that much. I see. Akiya-sama is really lucky, having a brother that thinks so much of her. I don't know. I don't think I'm a good brother to Akiya. Still smiling, she continues to giggle. Seeing her laugh so much makes me feel a little embarrassed. But that is strange. Thinking only of Akiya-sama and not thinking of yourself like that. Huh? You too have led a bad life. Being disinherited and sent away, there had to have been some hard times for you too. And when you finally start to really get along with the Arima family, you come back here. You were made to leave a normal family that suited you the most due to a mere whim of the Tono house. That's very depressing of you to suddenly say that stuff like that, Kawaku. I don't even know how to respond. That morning 3 days ago, I remember the face of Keiko-san standing in the doorway as we parted. I didn't want to see that always steadfast person smile so sadly. Like Kohaku-san said, I left a big part of me behind that was so attached to them when I left. See, Shiki-san? Don't tell me that you never thought of that. No, that's something I shouldn't think about. Kohaku-san, why are you... I want to ask her why she was bringing all this up now. I wanted Kohaku-san, Akiya, and Hisui to think that I came back here because I wanted to. Shiki-san, I hear her voice. I can't ignore her voice, so I look up. You know it too. You would have been happier staying with the Arima family. That. But why is she... That's a very sad face she's got. Why? Why did you come back to the mansion now, when there is only unhappiness waiting for you here? Why is she saying that, with that almost crying face? I can't answer. I just stare back at Kawaku-san as if I was in some sort of a trance. You're mean, asking me to talk about such difficult things. I am sorry. I guess I must be drunk as well. Saying such things, there must be something wrong with me. She is smiling. Smiling like that, it makes it seem like she didn't even ask something so serious. Kohaku-san, about that subject earlier, isn't it natural for me to come back here to my own home? I couldn't leave Akiya all alone, and I couldn't burden the Arimas forever. So that is your reason for coming back. Kawaku-san seems like she understands. But that is a lie. There is another reason, something more important than Akiya. Shiki-san, what is it? Oh, it's different, Kawaku-san. Really, there is another important reason. Really? Does that mean it is a secret? I don't know. Isn't that it's a secret, but it's an important memory I have that I don't want to talk about. I borrowed something when I left here, so I came back to return it. That's a face. That's a good face right there. But it seems like Hisui doesn't remember it, though. I get up from the chair. I've cooled down, so I'm going back to my room. Raising a hand, I exit the courtyard. Oh no. She's so disappointed. Kohaku-san just looks at me, dumbstruck. She's so upset. I collapse on the bed. It's probably the fault of the alcohol, as I start to feel very sleepy. It's probably because I said those words to Kohaku-san. I start to think about the promise I made 8 years ago. You could never come back to this mansion ever again. I still remember the time when my father said those words to me, and my feelings as I left the room. That time when I realized that I would be all alone, just like I was before I met Sensei. Not being able to keep my promise with Sensei, I guess I became empty inside. That time, the girl I spoke with only once. That was my only saving grace. I don't know what kind of magic was in those words. Give it back, okay? Just those words. But to me, those words meant so much back then. I always thought those words were important. Well, it seems that Hisui forgot she ever said them, though. Oh well, it can't be helped. It was just a promise we made as children. It is a shame, but it really can't be helped. 8 years is a long time. Actually, remembering a promise from your childhood is stranger than forgetting it, I suppose. Well, I should sleep. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes. I sink into a deep sleep. Bump bump. I feel the heat and my body awakes. Roasting. My throat is burning. My blood is evaporating. The roasting must be leaving scars all over. Roasting. I can't think clearly. I feel the dirty presence of someone else in my room. Burning. I decide to leave my room. Uh-oh, spooky. Time for a little murder spree, probably. Good old murder. Good old murder spree. The clock says it is past midnight. The burning won't stop. Confusion. Thump, thump. My heart pounds. Sexual excitement. The whole world pulsates in unison. Delusion. Burning. Crimson. Fuel tube. I don't understand the... Okay. Exploding. Multiplying. The black wings of insects. It's as if my eyes, blood of mad desire, have a pulse. Type, different death. It's time to go a little Roa, I think. I enter the darkness. My exploding heart scourges me forward. More and more. Thump, 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 thump. The beating that makes my existence pale in comparison. My heart doubles, burning my single body with their fierce pulsation. Now, time to fulfill her wish. And then, there were the corpses of strangers in front of me. 1, 2, 3 people, I count aloud. I point out each one with my finger, my red finger. No, both of my hands seem painted red. Of course, there isn't any paint anywhere around me. The only thing there is the flayed spaghetti with meat sauce, of course, of 3 dead bodies. That's pretty good. On the ground is my knife engraved with Nanatsu Yoru. This means... it doesn't even require thought. I did this. I pick up my knife. I can't believe it, but what's done is done. Now that I realize it, my once burning body has cooled down. Now that I'm done, I should go back to the mansion. Yeah, sicko mode. This seems to be... it specifically mentioned the knife, so this seems to be more Nanaya than Roa. Or all caps Shiki, I guess would be more accurate. Because in Hisui's route, he was just dreaming dreams from all caps Shiki's perspective. Someone's coming. Someone comes down the pathway. Great. This place is already overflowing with spaghetti, and now I have to make some more meat sauce on top of that. The footsteps approach. The dark shadow becomes a little clearer. I grip my knife. That shadow enters the alley. Keen! The sound of metal clashing. I can't believe it. Without any indication at all, that shadow totally intercepted my attack. Is this CL? That enemy is also using a knife. Also uses a knife. Our attacks canceled each other's fatal strikes to the throat. That's surprising. Our voices overlap in the darkness. We both put away our knives at the same time. Huh. I didn't expect to see my kind here after coming back. It's my first time seeing a killer. He laughs as he says this. A pure laugh without... oh, it must be all caps Shiki then. A pure laugh without any bad intentions. It's like the laugh of a boxer that finally cut weight and steps in the ring to face the greatest lifetime rival. Probably, I have the same smile on my face. Huh. He snorts as he turns around. We walk out to the main street. This looks like a good spot. It's a bit odd for 2 grown men to be standing about, isn't it? I sit on the sidewalk. As if he just thought of something, he keeps walking to the vending machine. Hey, give me some money. I don't have any. I'm not exactly rich right now, but I give him the biggest coin I have. I always wanted to try this. He says this happily and buys 2 cans of coffee. Catch. Alright. I get the change in a can of coffee. He sits by my side and takes a drink out of the can. For some reason, I think this is all I've been doing all day. Yuck. I don't think cigarettes and coffee are that great. I wonder why adults even drink these things. They're training their endurance. Being an adult is pretty hard work. Ah, I see. You're pretty smart. He chuckles, delighted. I take a drink as well. I can't help but agree with him. They must be awfully suicidal wanting to drink something that tastes like poison. I agree, I'm not a coffee guy. I don't like coffee myself. I like coffee like flavor, like coffee cake. I'm more of a tea person. Well, anyway, you're a pretty awful guy. How could you just suddenly strike at someone's throat like that? You're one to talk. You were trying to kill me, too. Is that so? Well, what's done is done. We're both alive, so we'll call it even. Well, he's right. We both tried to kill each other, so even if one of us died, we'd still be even. As a competition, that sounds right. Even though he keeps saying it is disgusting. He keeps drinking the coffee. Well, this isn't bad once you get used to it. This feels like a get-together of bad boys kicked out of society. He says so, killing his smile. Really? Well, you want to smoke? We'd look more like the bad boys that way. I'll pass. They numb the brain. If you want to remain pure, you shouldn't take any poison. Yeah, just guys being dudes. So says the guy drinking coffee. What's with you? You're pretty nitpicky for a killer. Humans eat poison every day, so isn't this alright? You have some tolerance against it too, right? He laughs loudly. I feel the exact same way, so I take another sip. I speak with him for another hour. We ramble about nothing as we watch cars go by. The most pointless thing was probably our special powers. My eyes that can see death, his body that dies with great difficulty. Yeah, this must be all Capshiki. They're like hanging out. We began by discussing their principles. I see. Well, does that mean you can kill the 5 senses? He says such nonsense. I can't do that. I can't kill something so vague that needs an expression to be understood. Not at all. Look, if you wanted to kill sight, kill the eyes. Hearing, kill the ears. I can do at least that much, but you're different. You can kill things without crushing them. The moment you see those lines, you can kill. Not the object, but its very meaning. Yeah, we have talked about this in the last route. That's why, something beyond the 5 senses, like the 6th sense, spirit, and emotion, you should be able to kill those things, too. Well, he has a point. My eyes themselves are an aberration. Using logic to understand them is a mistake from the start. Then can I kill that too? I was misreading it. That apparition that I saw once in my childhood. That haunting thing called crimson red vermilion. But that seems hard. If I do that, I don't know how much longer I could stay sane. Yeah, it's like trying to calculate as a god using the mind of a human. You'd cripple yourself for sure. He says this as he walks toward the vending machine again. Hey, still looking at the vending machine, he holds his hand behind him towards me. I toss him a coin, which he catches skillfully and uses to buy another can of coffee. After drinking this, he turns to me again. It really has been a long time since I talked to another person. That's really weird. That's strange. Were you stranded on an island somewhere? Huh? I'm still stranded on this island. That is true, I guess. Japan is an island. It seems I'm out of alignment with society. Oh, he meant metaphorically. They say someone who kills people for no reason is just crazy. There's really no way someone like me, who's out of tune, could have a conversation with someone in tune. So we're out of tune? Huh, out of tune. Yeah, it's not a matter of who's off tune. Those out of tune with society are the ones out of tune. Really? Maybe society's the one out of tune instead. He really is the Joker. We live in a society, Shiki. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Didn't you say that just now? It's like a majority rule. The views of the minority that aren't the same as the views of the majority are said to be unusable and rejected. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. If you don't fit in, you're left out, regardless of if you are right or wrong. The term out of tune doesn't follow universal rules. So are you trying to say that killers like us aren't evil? Who knows? I don't know anything about good or evil. But if you think about it logically, we aren't the ones out of tune. Let's see, how about using boxers as an example? It doesn't have to be boxers, but it is an easy example to understand. Boxers, their job is to punch people. Not just to punch people. They painfully cut weight and train every day to skillfully punch people, to effectively punch others, to efficiently defeat others. They diligently work on it every day, like sharpening a blade. What do you think of that? Huh, there are people like that. And, no, that's all. They just punch each other, but they don't kill their opponents. Sure, some could die from accidents, but it isn't considered murder. Isn't that incredible? You mean it's okay to kill? No, no, you aren't supposed to kill, but you could. Isn't that a huge contradiction? Not really, because it's like, I mean, the boxer metaphor is kind of silly because, like, there are two people who both trained and both, like, agreed to it. They're not, like, it's not really the same as walking up to somebody and stabbing them. Like, yeah, accidents happen, but that's why it's called an accident. Nobody's trying to actually kill. That's not all. Because a boxer's fist is considered a weapon, they aren't allowed to fight outside the ring. That's also, again, true of everybody. This is incredible. They know a boxer's fist is a weapon, so why is there such a profession in the first place? If it's a weapon that can kill, they should abolish it. Killing is wrong, but this world is full of tools to kill. Even the law allows it. But they say it's not alright to kill. This can only be considered chaos. If common sense is what is thought of as good by a majority of people, then we aren't out of tune. If there's anything out of tune, it's this world. We really do live in a society. All that said, I don't necessarily hate boxing. There are a lot of professions out there, but there aren't any others where you can be so stoic about your objectives. You strengthen yourself by cutting yourself off from all temptations. Humans are interested in strength they can easily comprehend. That's why competitions will never go away. Of all of those competitions, the ones people like the most are where the contestants hurt each other. Admiration of the strong. A mindset that can only be drawn towards strength. That is probably a very healthy mind. As guys like him and I can think only of results, our colors might be similar, but our shapes should be completely different. Something you can concentrate on and forget yourself. That doesn't become an individual's free will. Those that worship education, those who immolate themselves in art, those who advance themselves in business, if an individual could decide that, then this world would be a pretty puzzle that could be understood. But this puzzle is full of holes. Pieces are missing and a lot of pieces don't fit. I see. You like to talk a lot, don't you? Yeah, that's all cap, Shiki. I had a friend like that once. How do I say this? Well, he didn't have anything, which is why he looked like he didn't want anything. To me, he seemed very isolated. Isolation is just another name for loneliness, right? That is why it bugged me. Didn't want anything? What about you? Is there something you want? I don't know. I think I used to, but I can't remember now. What about you? Everyone wants something, but I haven't found anything worth dreaming for. A fire within me that caused me to lose my mind. Tonight was maybe my first time feeling that. That means you're a killer too. I don't know. I can't be sure yet. What about you? Is killing fun? Are you stupid? If it was fun, I'd be doing it non-stop. There isn't any reason. Once you start, you just get hooked. This is an interesting philosophical conversation between two fucking idiots, I think. I see. I think I understand a little bit. In other words, it's not a matter of liking or disliking the murder. It's a matter of when he does kill someone, whether he can devote himself to that action. That's probably the difference between being in or out of tune. Hey, didn't you ever take part of a radio when you were a kid? Take a part of radio, not take part in. Radio? Yeah, that's my favorite band, Dio. I never killed anyone like that. Right, thanks for being a moron. To be honest, that was a joke. Animate objects and inanimate objects are completely different. Maybe people like us should be doctors instead. A doctor? I hate medicine. When you get a shot, don't you feel yourself getting diluted? It's like you're becoming a puppet, right? Is that so? I have my own doctor, so I take medicine like it was nothing. Nah, it really was a lot of fun. He stands up, and with empty eyes, he looks down at me. Well, we don't need two of us in this town, right? Two lions? Yeah, I don't know. He's like anti-vax or something. Doesn't like shots. He's scared of them injecting the 5G in him. Well, we don't need two of us in this town, right? Two lions in a cage this small won't even be able to mark their own territory. It looks like he's going for his knife. The ignoranic reek of murder. Oh, I'm sorry, inorganic. He really does want to fight to the death. You shouldn't, I say quite naturally. Why? Well, as a living creature, you're stronger than me, but if it's a fight to the death, I'm superior to you. He grinds his teeth. After a twitching smile, he laughs extremely loudly. What? Was it that funny, killer? The man continues to laugh. Just when I thought I'd just have to leave him, he stops laughing and looks at me. You're right, you know. Saying that, he starts to walk away. Oh, alright, problem solved. I guess this is a good opportunity. Now that someone like you is here, I should probably leave town. I don't really intend to take your place. No, it's useless. You got hooked tonight, right? Then it'll be the same tomorrow. You won't be able to endure even for a day. Well, I hope we won't meet again. Raising a hand, he disappears. Huh. Hearing that we wouldn't meet him again, I get a little sad. At my feet, there are about 10 cans of coffee that we drank. That was a lot of coffee. In other words, he'll never pay me back for these. I make it back to my room. It is almost dawn. I should just forget everything and go to sleep. That was interesting. 5. Kane 1. Oh god, he's seeing in like multicolor vision. A wrenching pain suddenly wakes me. Ah, ouch. I lift myself up from my bed. I sleepily check my back. There aren't any wounds. The pain is exactly my back, but more from my spine. And not so much pain as it is the feeling of something hot welling up around the back of my neck. I must have slept wrong. It's a good thing this bed is soft, but when it's too gorgeous like this. All of a sudden, I look down at my hands and my mind halts completely. What is this? Uh-oh. I stare at both hands. Red. From my elbows to my hands, my skin is painted red. My fists are a dark vermilion. No, red doesn't quite describe it. The dried red on my hands is closer to black. I don't understand. Last night, I spoke with Kohaku-san in the courtyard and went straight to bed. I didn't do anything to make my hands like this, and I don't remember seeing a nightmare. My head is throbbing with pain. I put aside wondering why my hands are painted red. It's almost 7 o'clock. I have to go wash my hands before Hisui comes to wake me up. So I guess this time it wasn't actually a dream. How intriguing. After washing my hands, I go to the lobby. Shiki-sama? Hisui calls my name. Morning, Hisui. I woke up a little early, so I went to wash my face. Somehow I managed to blurt out an excuse. Good morning. Well then, what should we do about your change of clothes? I have prepared your uniform in your room. It seems like Hisui was already in my room and we just missed each other by the stairs. Yeah, I'll go ahead and change after breakfast, so leave it there. Sorry for not being there when you came to wake me up. As you wish. I will go tell Nei-san, so please wait in the sitting room. Hisui walks toward the west end of the mansion to call for Kohaku-san. Now then, it is still 6:30. I'm sure no one is in the sitting room at this time, so I should go enjoy the morning. Nope, she's there. Nei-san, you are up surprisingly early. And then, as soon as I open the door to the sitting room, Akio greets me while elegantly drinking some tea. Nobody expects the Akio Inquisition. No, I'm the one who's surprised. Managing to respond calmly, I'll walk into the sitting room. What's going on? Do you usually get up this early? Is it that early? Today I slept in an hour more than usual, so I don't think it is early at all. She seems to be in a very good mood. Usually, Nei-san, it is common sense for students to get up this early. Do not assume I am lazy like you. Is what she would say. Okay, did something good happen? I ask full of fear, to which she answers with a big smile and a nod. Nei-san, please have a seat. Breakfast is not for a while, so please keep me company. Sure. I sit on the sofa across from her. She prepares a separate teacup. Some tea is poured into the opulent teacup. Steam comes out. Even the steam looks bourgeois. Do you want any milk? If so, I can go get some. No, this is fine. But Akia, it just strikes me as odd that you already had another teacup ready. I ask this being a fairly natural question. Yes, I always prepare an extra set so we can have tea if you ever come. You mean you were waiting for me yesterday and the day before? I'm a little afraid of her answer, but she doesn't seem angry at all. That is true, but you do not need to worry. I do it because I want to, so you may do the same. Her words are correct. Besides, I think this is fine. It's good enough if you wake up early once in a while. Smiling, she brings the teacup to her lips. A chill runs down my spine. Something is wrong. Akia being calm and kind is very fortunate, but this might be too much. I have to find out what's wrong. Akia, you... Yes? What is it, Nissan? I had to ask, but are you still drunk? Huh? Akia tilts her head to the side like a small bird. I think her eyebrow twitched, but she still holds her smile. I do not necessarily want to ask either, but what exactly were you thinking? Well, you drank a whole lot yesterday. That amount of alcohol just doesn't go away in a day, so I thought you were still drunk. There's no other explanation for Akia's good mood this morning. Oh wow, that was just yesterday. Nissan, you... She looks down, shoulders quivering. It looks like she's not happy, I found out. Here, you don't have to try to act kind, so go back to your room. You can skip school and rest today. I won't laugh. You are so wrong! She slams her hand down on the table. The teacups rattle. Oh, really? Akia, you really shouldn't force yourself like this. I am not forcing anything. You think that I would do such a thing as to drink so much that I would be drunk the next morning? She pounds the table again. Again, the teacups rattle. First of all, don't make plans yourself. I don't need your permission to skip school. She stares at me, breathing heavily. I take in her gaze and cross my arms. You're back to normal now. Well, since you have that much energy, I guess all of the alcohol is out of your system. God, drag her ass. Akia stares at me aghast. Nissan, did you plan this? Not really. I actually did think that, though. Your method is a bit sneaky. Why can't you just keep peaceful mornings peaceful, Nissan? Same to you. A peaceful morning isn't something you control. Well, I'm happy that you were always waiting for me, though. But I think it's better if we spend the morning more like this. So go ahead and say the things you want to say. Well, I'd probably be squashed completely if she really did say something every time she had a complaint, so I hope she can hold back at least a little. What's that? More like it is now? Is that some kind of relationship between us? Can't we? I just wanted to be honest with each other. I don't want to lie or hide things. Yeah, me too. Akia gives a subdued response. Jeez. Nissan, you seem to have become a better talker since I saw you last. Back then, you could never calm me down like that. Is that so? That was just me talking honestly. As your Oni-chan, I just wanted to get along with my beloved... No, I can't say that. My dear little sister. Cool. Very awesome. We're just getting in there. This is the Kohaku route. What are you doing? Stop it. Oni-chan? Even if you are just joking, please don't say that. Feels sick. It's a little sick. Akia averts her eyes. She just stares at her teacup. I do not want to hide things from you either, Nissan. She manages that response. What? Are you actually hiding something from me, Akia? No. Well, if it's something I want to say, then I want you to get up early every day. Really, I was happy when you woke up this early today. So, if you had tea with me every morning, I would be able to go to school happily every day. Akia fidgets and glances around. Then... Thank you for waiting. Shiki-san, breakfast is ready. Kawaku-san arrives. Huh? Akia, you're not eating? Of course not. Akia-sama already finished breakfast. Shiki-san, if you want to eat with Akia-sama, you have to get up before 6. There's no way that's going to happen. Mood, I would never wake up before 6. Oh my god. You couldn't make me. I need my beauty rest. Oh well, I'm going to eat. Later, Akia. Getting up, I head towards the dining room. Akia wordlessly watches me leave. She wants to say something, but that look seems to be directed not at me, but at Kohaku-san. Oh, she's so mad. I return to the sitting room after breakfast to find that Akia is not there. Instead, I run into Hisui, who's gathering up all the teacups. Huh? Hisui, where's Akia? Akia-sama already left for school. Oh yeah, her school is far away. Well, I shouldn't be hanging around either. Yes, your uniform is prepared in your room. When you are done changing, please call for me. Hisui quietly disappears towards the lobby. After changing my clothes, I leave the mansion earlier than usual. I'll come right back today, so it'll probably be around 4 o'clock. Oh, and you don't have to wait for me here. As you wish. In that case, please be careful on your way, Shiki-sama. Thanks. I'm heading out. Waving to Hisui as she bows, I go out into the street. I uneventfully arrive at my classroom and start another normal day of classes. Then I realize something. Yumizuka's desk is now missing. Even though one classmate is gone, the school schedule resumes as always. Her desk is forgotten, and life goes on. Why? As soon as I realize it, I become uneasy. There wasn't a scene like this in Hisui's route. What happened with Yumizuka was something that I could not forget. So why is it that until now I didn't even remember her? Shiki-kun, you and I are the same. Those words still burn in the back of my mind. But that's strange. But still, I can't think about it deeply. That night, it seems that night when Aki attended my wounds that night, I lost something. About Yumizuka being a vampire, and even now, it all seems too empty. Or was that really a bad dream after all? That can't be true, but I can't deny it that strongly. Even though I'm in a classroom without her right now, I can't recall her that well. From that night until now, something about reality didn't seem quite right to me. Before I know it, the day is over. I don't feel like seeing Arihiko or Senpai. It seems like I could calm down more than when I'm at home. I enter the lobby and see Hisui. Welcome back, Shiki-sama. Yeah, thanks, Hisui. Are Kohaku-san and Akia gone? Akia-sama has yet to return. Nei-san is in the rare courtyard cleaning up. Like always, I'll be in my room, so please continue whatever you were doing. Yes, please excuse me. I head up the stairs. Shiki-sama? I will be arranging Makihisa-sama's room. If you need anything, please call me. Hisui walks toward the eastern end of the mansion quickly. I take off my shirt and take things out of my bag. And then, a white ribbon sticks out between the textbooks. Oh, I should probably give this back. That ribbon I've been carrying for 8 years since that day. I returned here to give it back the ribbon, so it's about time I gave it back to whom it belongs. I grip it tightly. I imagine myself giving the ribbon to Hisui and shake my head. 8 years ago, we only spoke a few words underneath that tree. But it is a precious memory to me. So, even though it might sound selfish, I don't want to give it back to Hisui when she doesn't remember the promise. So that's the change here. He doesn't actually give it to Hisui. Besides, there's something... I can't quite place it, but there's something not right. Until this feeling goes away, I want to hold on to this ribbon. Here's our route divergence. I wonder if Shiki's bones will start disintegrating again. Sitting in my chair, I look at the leaves fluttering down. I put the ribbon in my pocket. I might meet Hisui if I stay inside, so I decide to cool off outside. That's a lot of ellipses. I think about yesterday. I spoke with Kohaku-san when I was cooling off in the courtyard. Why did you return? Her face, for an instant, was not her usual cheery expression. Just what was that all about? Huh? Shiki-san, you've grown to like this place? Is she done cleaning? Kawaku-san walks over to me with her broom. No, that's not it. Having her appear in front of me while I was thinking about her, I'm unable to respond quickly. Anyway, I'll just be in Kawaku-san's way, so I should go back to my room. Oh, are you leaving already, Shiki-san? It's still pretty early, so can't you stay here a bit longer? Kawaku-san places the broom on the ground. I didn't want to get in your way. I'm already done sweeping. I've already checked down the flowers, so I'm finished. I have a little spare time before I have to prepare dinner, so I thought that I would come here and relax. She takes off her apron as if emphasizing the fact that she isn't working right now. We get kimono Kawaku. So, Shiki-san, would you mind talking with me? No. If you're fine with it, then sure. Then it's decided, Kawaku says with a smile and sits down on a chair a little distance away. Actually, let me make a correction. Trying to sit down, she stares at me. Ooh, serious face. Shiki-san, you look like you aren't very happy. Huh? Do I look like that way? Yes. If you keep that face up, your glasses will cloud over, you know. You don't want to look like Gendo. He's a creep. Kawaku warns me half-jokingly. Anyway, Shiki-san, about our conversation last night. Question mark? Yesterday's conversation. Which one? About you borrowing something a long time ago. Did you already give that back? Her eyes shine brightly as she asks. Just like the time I received the knife, she seems incredibly curious. No, the person doesn't seem to remember it. That's not the whole reason, but I've decided to hold on to it for now. Oh, so you'll just steal it like that? It's not like it's a useful thing, right? Yeah, it's not anything useful. It was nice to get it, but I haven't even used it once. Well, a guy using a ribbon is just weird, and thankfully I'm not into that sort of thing. It's not that weird, come on. Ribbons are cute. I see. Hey, Shiki-san, can I guess who you got it from? Sure, you seem to like that sort of thing. Yes, that person definitely has to be Hisui-chan, right? Bingo. Well done, Kawaku-san. It was 8 years ago, right? Hisui-chan was the one really close to you back then. Kawaku-san sounds very happy. Question mark? Really close to me? Ah, she let it slip. Is that so? Putting that aside, the promise was a really important thing for me. That day 8 years ago, that girl, who only watched me, came to tell me to give it back. That really saved me. Huh? Oh no. Oh no. The face. With a pause, Kawaku-san looks directly at me. I don't know how it was for her, but without that promise, I think I would have become a miserable person. Those days where I was treated like an unwanted child. I was given her most prized possession and was told to come return it. Thinking that girl was waiting for me, Tonoshiki, at the place I was supposed to return to. That was enough for me, and I didn't want anything else. Yeah, that's right. That's why I can't simply give it back. If I gave it back to Hisui, she'd just take it away like an empty plate after dinner. I don't want that. I know it's just my selfish notion, but I can't give it back to Hisui yet. I want her to remember it. Since it made me so happy, I want to thank her and fulfill the promise. If I don't do that, I don't think I will be able to face myself or Hisui. Still sitting in the chair, I completely bare my heart. I don't know why I'm telling all of this to Kawaku-san. Maybe there's something about this garden that helps me to talk about the past. No, she's so disappointed. Kawaku-san? Is there something real matter? You look troubled. I feel like I always do. With her troubled face, she smiles like normal. Well, she tries to. Shiki-san, am I really making that strange of a face? She looks at the window glass. In the window is the troubled-looking face, and Kawaku-san just looks at herself in a surprise. Kohaku-san? If you aren't feeling well, you can go back to your room and rest. Don't mind me. Maybe you're right. I'll rest and then get dinner ready. Kohaku-san slowly walks away. Oh, yeah. The vacant face. And Shiki-san, Hisui-chan is forgetful, so please be patient with her. Oh, maybe if you take her to that same tree in the garden as 8 years ago, she might somehow remember. Oh no, she's so disappointed. Kawaku-san picks up the broom and heads towards the rear entrance to the mansion. I see. If I take her to that tree, she just might remember. but that seems wrong. If I force her to remember, that won't make me happy either. But maybe it is a good idea to go see that tree. I haven't been there since I got back, so maybe I'll swing by there when I have another chance. Huh? Come to think of it, I wonder why Kohaku-san knows about where I met Hisui. Yeah, she's literally letting it slip. Even though they're sisters, I can't imagine that Hisui would just tell her. That promise seemed secret somehow. I just can't imagine Hisui with her personality telling Kohaku-san like that. He doesn't get it yet. He doesn't know, chat. Dinner, as usual, is a quiet affair with just me and Akia. Kohaku-san stands behind Akia, and Hisui stands behind me during our wordless dinner. The only thing different is the way Akia is acting. Until now, whenever my tableware would make noise, Akia would look up with a scowl. Today, however, Akia makes quite a lot of clattering herself. In the end, I am going back to my room. Please clean up my dinner. Saying so, she leaves the dining room behind. What's with her? She seems so cheerful this morning. Hisui is silent. I think it's because you, laid a whole diss track on her, Shiki. Kohaku-san is cleaning things up in the kitchen like normal. And then, from the lobby, I hear the sound of someone falling. Akia? Fearing the worst, I race towards the lobby. There, I see Akia leaning on the stairs. Her breathing is irregular, and I can hear her wheezing from here. Her face is pale, and there are beads of sweat on her skin. I can see with a single glance that she is not okay. Hey, Akia, don't come near me. Exclamation point. I stop. Leaning on the stairs, Akia refuses me violently. What, don't come near you? What are you talking about? I don't know what happened, but I can't just leave you like that. I'm fine, just don't come any closer, Nissan. What? My heart skips a beat. Akia just breathes painfully. There's something wrong with me. For a moment, I feel it resembles the figure of Yumizuka Satsuki. Akia, I'm fine, so please don't come near me. If you come near me, I'll... She wavers and then collapses. Akia! I dash towards her. Stop! She still tries to stop me. Ignoring her, I hold her with both my arms. Her face contorts in pain. As if she is trying to resist something, she bites her lip. Shiki-san! Kohaku-san enters the lobby. Oh, I've never seen this surprised face before. Kohaku-san, Akia's acting strange. I'm going to get her to bed. Is it alright? Yes, I'll be there right away, so please take care of her. Kohaku-san disappears towards the west end of the mansion at a run. Aki suppresses her cry. Her back arches as pain seems to flow through her. Nisa, let go. Calm down, stupid. I'll get you to your room. I carry the writhing Aki in my arms as I get up the stairs. No, Nisa, let go. With empty eyes, Akia still tries to break free. Just be quiet. Just relax and let me handle this. I run through the hallway as I tell her this. Her wild breathing, her flailing nails, her fluttering hair, they all rob me of my calm. I must be going crazy. For a brief instant, I think I saw a flash of red. Her breathing seems hot. She grabs me so hard that it feels like my clothes will be torn off. Oh no, don't do that. Hey Akia, rest in your bed. She lies down on the bed, still breathing hard. The bed shakes. Her hair shaking wildly, she claws at her breast. The redness again. It has to be my imagination. As if to dispel the illusion, I raise my voice. Hang in there, Akia. Damn it, what's with this all of a sudden? I stand before Akia, who is writhing in pain, unable to do anything. I bite my lip. Even though she's in so much pain, there isn't anything I can do to help her. I bite down so hard, blood starts to trickle. A red drop falls onto the bed. It is quickly absorbed by her red hair. No, I must be seeing things. Her hair is black. The redness I saw was just because I imagined it. Maybe laying in bed is helping as her breathing gradually calms. I relax a bit. I suppose if she's like that, she should be feeling alright without me. Kawaku-san will be here soon, and I shouldn't stay in her room too long. Rest easy. Kawaku-san should be here soon. I start to stand up. In that instant, no! Aki embraces me. Ooh. No, embraces isn't the right word. With all her heart, she clings to me as if trying to rend my back to pieces. Oh, there's Shiki's iconic, terrible basketball shirt. Akia, what are you? I can't imagine this much strength coming from those delicate arms. She grips me hard enough to cause bruises. No, don't leave, Nissan. Ew. Her nails drive into my back. As if frightened of something, she continues to cling to me. How can I break free from that? Her nails rip into me. Despite this, I embrace her shoulders. Akia, it's okay, I'm here. Her shaking hands, resting her face against my shoulder, she muffles a sob. Akia, if it hurts that much, don't push yourself. You don't have to hold back. No, that's not it, Nissan. I don't deserve anything from you. Saying that, her strength drains from her body. Father, I must, to Nissan. She sobs, as if trying to hide it. Must I kill him with my own hands? With that, I hear her sobbing. Akia? I don't want to. What should I do? Speaking with a wavering voice, Akia cries. No matter how hard she tries, she can't hold it in. I just hold her, not saying anything. How long did it last? Akia sleeps like a child who cried herself to sleep, and I lay her slender body onto the bed. Alright, that was the scene. Shiki-san, has Akia-sama calmed down? Kawaku-san must have been waiting in the hallway as she was standing outside the door. Yeah, she's sleeping. But Kawaku-san, why is Akia... No, it is nothing you need to worry about. At times, Akia-sama lapses into sudden dyspnea? I don't know that one. It is the same as your anemia. Akia-sama is a member of the Tono family, after all. What do you mean? She's always healthy. Yes, but those of the Tono family all have that sort of illness. Maybe it's inherited, but both you and Akia-sama carry a variation of Makihisa-sama's condition. Akia-sama's condition is not very serious. It isn't something to be taken lightly, but is not something life-threatening as your condition is, so please don't make such a worried face. I can't help it. She seems to be in such pain. I couldn't even do anything. Until now, I didn't even think she had that condition. Yes, Akia-sama tried her best to keep it a secret from you. We are also told to keep it a secret from you. But why? Akia-sama didn't want to worry you. So please, do not concern yourself, and do so as Akia-sama wishes. I don't know what to say. What she says is true, I can't dispute it. In other words, I was the only one who didn't know. Typical, Tono family gaslighting. So it's classic stuff. I just thought I was the only one with problems. Sorry. Please take care of Akia, Kawaku-san. Bowing to Kawaku-san, I walk away. I go back to my room, but I can't sleep. The frightened figure of Akia burns in my mind, and I can't calm down. Ow. My back hurts. Blood oozes where her nails dug into my back. Her nails left numerous knife-like marks on my skin. Yeah, her jump B be like that, but they don't hurt that much. I think it's her jump C, actually. The one where she strikes down. I look out my window to the distant moon. My worrying heart still cannot calm down. She was in such pain. The illness of the Tono family. My pulse increases. Just thinking about it, I get mad at myself for not knowing anything. Red. Blood drips from my lip. It was only for an instant, but her hair was blood red. Damn it. I can't seem to calm down because I'm angry at myself? That's a lie. That hair. Just remembering that color makes my heart beat like a drum. What's wrong with me? Just remembering her red hair causes my blood to boil and my breathing to become difficult. Ah, it's trying to activate sicko mode. I try not to think about it, but I can't even manage that. Back then, Aki was just too beautiful. Even now, this was the first time I was so into something. No, or I think I felt this burning sensation in my head a few days ago. Jeez. Yeah, he's trying to stay normal. He's trying his best, but he can't help it. Jeez, I'm acting like I'm in love with Akia. That is also a lie. This excitement isn't anything as gentle as love. Remembering and breathing out of control, that is what you call lust. Slapping my face, I collapse onto my bed. I can't settle down. Do I have to stay like this that whole night? Shiki-san? Are you awake? I'm up. Kawaku-san? Yes, please excuse me, Shiki-san. Kawaku-san enters my room carrying a silver tray. Here's a glass of water and something that looks like medicine. You look like you're not feeling well after all. Before, you looked very worried. I thought that maybe you wouldn't be able to sleep and was a little concerned. Kawaku-san steps over to my bed. Kawaku-san? Is that something like a sleeping pill? No, it isn't anything that strong. It's something that only helps to relax. If you don't mind, then please take it. Kawaku-san sounds a bit hesitant. In other words, she doesn't want to offer the medicine, but if I can't sleep, I should take it. That kindness really helps. Thanks. I couldn't sleep, so I'll take it. Is it okay? Shiki-san, I heard from your doctor that you do not usually like medicine. It's not that I hate it, just that the doctor gives me medicine without telling me what it's for. I feel like I'm a guinea pig. But you're different. If it's from you, then I can safely take it. I take the glass and down the pill. That is definitely someone who's safe to take medicine from, for sure. The water carries the pill down to my stomach. I don't think it's because it works that fast, but the cool water seems to already calm my agitated mind. Thanks. With this, I should be able to sleep soon. Yes. Well then, I will be going. Sweet dreams, Shiki-san. With a bow, Kohaku-san exits the room. Stretching out my arms, I let out a deep breath. I should just stop thinking about Akia. I should go to sleep and wait until tomorrow. Meanwhile, at tomorrow. 6. Future vision, future death. Oh, we're not even getting a date for this one. Oh, it's blue. I open my eyes. Thanks to Kohaku-san's medicine, my head is cleared perfectly. I look out the window of the sky, which is clear too. I feel like something good might happen today. That would be nice. After breakfast, I head to school. I thought that I would see how Aki is doing, but I stopped myself. Worrying things just makes things worse. I decide to just go to school. School is just the same as always. Nothing especially different. Nothing threatens me. In the afternoon, everyone leaves and the school building becomes quiet. For no reason, I just kill time until sunset. Night falls. I don't feel like going back to the mansion. I should play around a bit and then decide what to do. That's ominous. Yeah, that's what I figured. Murder time. Finishing up, I resume breathing. In front of me is a new girl's dead body. Both my hands are painted with blood. It looks like I did it again. Oops, I did it again. I didn't really feel like it, but once I started, I just got into it. It's a bad habit. Well, what should I do with the dead body? My voice is the only thing that echoes in the air, but I hear a weird sound at the end. Who is it? I turn around. I hear footsteps along the path leading to the main street. Sweat trickles from my forehead. It's not that I'm nervous. My body is just so hot. There's something wrong. It's so hot I'm thirsty. The dead body is horribly hot. Biting its neck, I drink the blood. But that isn't enough. My world starts to waver. It isn't my imagination. There is something unnaturally hot in the air, and the ground is much hotter than the air. This burning heat is screaming a warning at me. St. I run, still gnawing at the body. My head tells me that staying here is incredibly dangerous. I escaped to school. No one will see me here. I don't know what that was, but it is smiling. Behind me, I feel an indescribable heat. I turn around and see what is there. The something that is like red heat. I feel something moving towards me. Damn it. I chases after me. It's a real bother, so I'll just kill it. I grip my knife. The red heat expands. The hip footsteps of someone approach me. A careless gait. I don't know what it is, but I lick my lips in anticipation. Oh, it's Akia. Uh-oh. That explains it, because she's hot. Literally, like, temperature-wise. Thump. My heart screams at me, telling me that I'm no match for whatever that is. Ha 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 ha. I sweat. Not because of the heat. After instinct, my mind understands as well. If that catches me, I'm finished. Scared, I escaped into the school building. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on in this route anymore, honestly. I didn't expect it to be so different from Hisoe's. I run up to the 4th floor. If I come up here, it won't follow me this far. Ugh! Why are you smiling? Kawaku jump scare. Taking a deep breath, I realize I'm still biting that dead body. I open my mouth. The dead body falls to the ground with a thud. The arms and legs are still attached. I am hungry right now, so I guess I'll take care of this right here. Creak. I spin around. There is that unknown person. I knew it was you, Nissan. That person speaks. These hands are bloody, and my feet is the dead body. I've been seen where I killed someone. There's no more reason to be afraid. No matter who this is, I have to finish it here and now. Ha! Gripping my knife, I run towards the enemy. In that instant, my arm disintegrates. What? Stopping, I leap backwards. I barely avoid that red heat. What the? There is nothing past my elbow. Oh, Shiki gets arm damage a lot, I've noticed. It doesn't hurt. There is no blood. I can see the cross-section of the flesh and bone, and from there, a chill nausea enters my body. Ha ha ha. I don't understand. The enemy didn't do anything. It seemed like it only started at my It seems like it only stared at my now missing arm. In other words, just a look can kill. No, that's not right. Dry footsteps echo through the air. The enemy is coming. That's foolish. If I fall in the enemy's line of vision, I will die. In the dark, I run down the hallway. Loves running down hallways while giggling. I make it to the stairs. The footsteps sound closer. I open the window. This is the 4th floor, but I don't care. The difference between my skills and the enemy's are just too great. I have to get close to kill, but the enemy merely has to look. The only way to kill such a thing would be through a surprise attack. For now, I have to get away and kill the enemy later. Outside the window is a web of countless red threads. I stick my body out the window. Instantly my body burns. Before I burst into flames, I roll back in the hallway. Oh, she set up like a trap outside. What was... The red threads are wrapped around the school building. I don't understand. There's nothing outside the building, but if it go outside, I'll go up in flames. I hear the footsteps. Damn it, the window is no good. I need to escape. If I don't, I'll die. I roll down the stairs. I make it past the 3rd floor to the 2nd. I can make it. I'm faster than the enemy. No, there's already the red hair behind me. Huh. I roll. All of a sudden, my leg is vaporized. I roll again. Backwards, away from the stairs. From above, I hear the footsteps of the enemy walking down the stairs. With my remaining arm and leg, I escape down the hall. What, is he like hopping on a single foot? What's this? Shit! I scream. Even though the enemy is still by the stairs, my body feels so cold. Yeah, I guess he's like rolling down the hall, that red heat. The hallway is hot enough to sweat, but my body is cool. And then the part of that still felt cool evaporates. But I won't die with such a wound. Like that, I enter a nearby classroom. Clomp, 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 clomp. The footsteps come closer. I don't know how the enemy does it. No, that's not it. The enemy's ability to kill, no matter how I think of it, is so many times superior to mine. It's probably that red heat, but the one controlling the power is awful. It can't hide its presence, but it can't even sense its enemy. Footsteps. The enemy's about to walk past the classroom without noticing me. I calm down. It's only an amateur with a ranged weapon, it's nothing. The enemy passes the classroom. Then it's simple. I just have to kill from behind. I only have one leg, but that's fine. I'll certainly slice open the brain faster than the enemy can turn around. I go out in the hallway. I see the enemy's back. How careless. The enemy doesn't even notice my presence yet. Yes, the backstab will get you more damage. Full of confidence, I jump. Huh? The enemy turns, surprised. I had at least 5 seconds. It was enough time to kill the enemy 7 times. Was. Supposed to. The enemy turns to face me with merciless eyes. Oh, she's angry. I'm surprised. You can still move with that body. The enemy speaks. Clang, my knife falls at the ground. Hot. What is this? The enemy did not need to feel anyone's presence to protect itself. The enemy's surrounding is filled with heat. Just getting close, my skin roasts and it stops my movement. It's because that red hair is wrapping around my limbs. Ha! I look up. The clouds part. The freed moonlight illuminates the enemy. Is the enemy confident it's over? The fluttering hair falls down. It is Akia. I can't speak, but with that, I realize that this is a dream. Goodbye, Nissan. You led me on quite the chase, but it is now over. She looks directly at me. The red hair shoots forth. I can't escape from her gaze. No, that is wrong. The piercing chill from the center of my spine, and then the feeling of everything being taken. So this is wrong. I can still make it. Cut it. Cut that hair. Or maybe, not being able to do anything, my consciousness fades. This is a dream, so I can't see it right now. Why did it end this way? Akia mutters this like a curse. Then, good work fulfilling your duty as the head of the household. With a smile, Kohaku-san says this. Very cool, Kohaku. A nightmare. This is a nightmare. This is just a glimpse of the future. This is an undecided future. So I have to hurry back to my own time. What, are we seeing premonitions now? I don't remember that being in the power repertoire. Anyways, Kane 2, October 26, day 6. And then I jump up from my bed. Oh, what? I suck in air. That was just a dream? Oof, huh. Hugging myself, I try to control my breathing. My body is still all here. There are no burn marks on my skin. I feel my back with my fingers. It's wet. All this sweat? I speak as if it is happening to someone else. I'm not sure if it was all caps Shiki POV again, because like when he had a dream like that before, it was very Nanaya-esque, where he's like talking about using his knife and stuff. It's hard to say. I'm not quite sure right now. I speak as if it is happening to someone else. My entire body is drenched in sweat, as if someone covered me in water. That dream, even after I woke up from it, sweat pours from my forehead. I feel terrible. I get up from bed and suppress the urge to vomit. Walking towards the window, the wind calms me down a little bit. What a dream. Recalling the dream, I check both of my hands. There isn't any blood on my hands. Well, of course. That was just a dream, so I wasn't covered in blood, nor did I suck any blood. But yesterday morning, what did I do? Didn't I take my hands drenched in red paint while trying not to let anyone see them and wash them clean? You and I are the same, Shiki-kun. That's what she said. I can't remember that well. Tonoshiki was bit by her. I can't remember that well. If there is a habit of drinking blood, I can't think well. It spreads by being bitten. No! I sweep away the dark passions in my brain. But that dream doesn't disappear. There was a me that killed someone. There's the problem. Even though it's in my dreams, I killed someone and didn't feel any guilt. All I did was kill naturally and watch. That's abnormal. Inside my dreams, I wasn't sane. This is different from this me right now. But that's a dream that Tonoshiki saw. So even that insane Tonoshiki has to be me. No. And the Akiya that came to punish me. It might be a dream, but for some reason, I feel like it's a glimpse of the future and start to get nauseous. I hear a knock at the door. Excuse me, Shiki-sama? Are you already awake? Yeah, I just had a bad dream, so I just woke up. Thank goodness. I sweated a lot, so I wanted to change quickly. As usual, Hisui has prepared my uniform. I draw nearer to her to get them, and I get really dizzy. Shiki-sama! I can hear her voice. I sense her coming closer and raise my hand to stop her. I'm fine. I just was a little dizzy. I'll be fine in a bit. Is this where Shiki's bones start disintegrating again like they did in Hisui's root? Taking a deep breath, I focus on my heart's rhythm. I wait for the blood to stop pounding in my head. See? All better. I say this with my best attempt at a bright smile to calm Hisui's worries. But I guess I failed. Shiki-sama, please do not overexert yourself. Smiling with a face like that troubles me. Hisui says this with a pained expression. I think this is the first time I've seen her show emotion like this. No, that's not true. If I recall in detail, Hisui just looks expressionless, but you can see her emotions if you study her face. I think she shows her feelings too much, so that when I compare her to that girl standing by the window, I feel a big contradiction. Shiki-sama, are you feeling bad after all? No, that's not it, Hisui. I just found it surprising. You've changed a lot since back then. I think you're more cheerful than the time when you were just watching us. Is that so? I think your memory is mistaken. Oh, will she just tell him? Will she just tell him that they were different? Hisui averts her gaze. Yeah, she's different from the quiet, doll-like Hisui from my memory. More importantly, Shiki-sama, are you really feeling well? Yeah, I'm fine. Speaking with you made me feel better. I understand, but Shiki-sama, I think you need to see a doctor. It seems like you're not feeling well since you came back to the mansion. Well, that's true. What is this? You're saying the same thing as Kawaku-san. You sound like it would have been better if I never came back. I meant that as a joke. Yes, Nei-san and I share the same view. What? For an instant, my vision flickers. They've been talking. They've been having secret conversations. I can't even speak. I came back to fulfill the promise. But the one who gave the ribbon disagrees. Hisui, you say that? What do you think I came to the mansion for? No, Shiki-sama, you came back here for your own sake. Therefore, there is no need to be bound by any promise from the past. There is still time. You decided yourself to come here, so you can decide on your own to become free at any time. Hisui places my uniform on the desk and walks away. That was cryptic. Excuse me, please forgive my rudeness. Hisui leaves. Left alone, my chest hurts for some reason. I'm not angry at her. No, I can only feel apologetic. There is no need to be bound by a promise from the past. The promise Hisui doesn't seem to care about. The promise that was very important to me. Even when she tells me directly this difference, I feel no anger. The reason is obvious. Hisui, why did you look like you were going to cry? Because of that, I could not blame her. There isn't anyone in the sitting room. Neither Akiya, who usually has already finished eating by now, nor Hisui, who usually stands like a statue by the wall, are there. Ah, good morning, Shiki-san. You're up early today again. Yeah, morning, Kawaku-san. Greeting her, I glance around the sitting room. It bothers me that they're not there. Kawaku-san, has Aki recovered since then? Yes, She's healthy now, so there's nothing to worry about. But she is still feeling a bit tired, so she will be resting today. I see. Thank goodness it was nothing too bad. Yes, maybe you should go see her? She probably wouldn't want you to see her when she just woke up, so she'll probably throw a pillow at you. Kawaku-san tells me indirectly to go have a fight with Akiya. That'll make her feel better, right? Certainly, seeing Akiya panic at so much that she would throw a pillow at me sounds fun. But I remember that time she murdered me in a dream, and it's kind of fucking me up. But after seeing that dream, I just don't think I can face her. No, I don't think I will. I don't feel good today, so I don't have the strength to fight her. I see. Akiya-sama also said that you don't have to worry too much about her, so you go to school as usual. Oh, Shiki-san, did you do something to Hisui-chan? She stares. With a smile, Kohaku-san asks such a thing. Hisui-chan said she could not possibly see you today, so she locked herself up in her room. Something must have really happened in order to make her skip work like that, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san laughs with a frightening smile. Yeah, it's kinda a little scary. Without a doubt, she must think I did something horrible to Hisui. What? I didn't do anything. If anything, she's the one that scolded me. Hisui-chan scolded you? No, well that's not it. It's just, she told me I shouldn't be too persistent over small things. Hisui-chan is doing some weird things. But I'm relieved. I was worried that you were going to be like Makihisa-sama. Huh? Like my old man? How? Kawaku-san looks away like she didn't mean to say that. Yeah, I bet. Ooh. Oh, the implications. Oh no. I just thought about it a little more, like, uh-oh. No, it isn't anything. It's a trivial matter, so please do not worry about it. Hey, Kohaku-san. It makes me more curious if you say it like that. As revenge for before I stare at her. Awkward. I understand, but keep this a secret from Akiya-sama and Hisui-chan. It isn't too good to speak about Makihisa-sama. Question mark? There isn't anything to hide about my old man, is there? Well, no, but it isn't a good story to talk about. Don't you remember, Shiki-san? About Makihisa-sama's manic depression? Manic depression? Manic depression means that someone changes mood all of a sudden, from extreme happiness to utter despair, and vice versa. Yeah, we will. Well, I guess he was like that. He was very kind when he was kind, but he would get extremely angry over little things, like when he was in a bad mood. Yes, but it was still alright when you were here. But after you were adopted by the Arima family, his condition grew a lot worse. He would yell at Akiya-sama for no reason and often abuse Hisui-chan. Wait a minute. I know my old man was strict, but he would never do such a... Like I said, this is after you left, Shiki-san. Day by day, Makihisa-sama's manic depression worsened. It was so bad it was more like having two different personalities rather than having manic depression. He would be set off by the littlest things, but after he calmed down, he wouldn't even remember what he did. During that time, I was taking care of him, and Makihisa-sama told me, I have a violent me within myself. I cannot suppress it with my normal self, and when it appears, I go to sleep. Without reason, I want to destroy everything I see. Back then, it felt like I was watching a bad dream. Makihisa-sama passed away from his illness, but the illness was worsened by the illness in his mind. Mental illnesses are a very difficult thing. So I worried, thinking that you might have inherited some of that characteristic. It seems that everyone in the Tono family has some sort of illness. But I guess I was worrying for no reason in your case. Because your illness is anemia, right? Yeah, everybody gets one. Just one illness. It's not like you can't control yourself like Makihisa-sama. Thank goodness, Kohaku-san smiles at me. Yeah, it's a good thing Shiki's never imagined killing people and not being in control and like he was watching a bad dream. Good thing that's never happened. No, I can't do it like that. I can't feel relieved and smile. Last night's dream, my lust over Akiya, watching a dream of killing people as if it were natural, the insane Tono Shiki. It's already this late. I'll go prepare breakfast now. Kohaku-san disappears towards the dining room. I can only stare at her in shock. I ate breakfast, but I didn't taste anything. What Kohaku-san said about my old man kept circling in my head, and before I knew it, I was at the gate in front of the mansion. Shiki-san, you didn't forget anything? Hisui-chan is still in her room. Kohaku-san says as she sends me off. Geez, Shiki-san, the weather is so nice today, so you have to cheer up. I can't send you off when you look like that. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. Giving my head a little shake, I banished the shadows in my mind. Ah, now that's more like the normal Shiki-san. Yes, I can relax now. That's odd. Seeing that smile, I really do feel better. Goodbye, Shiki-san. I'll be waiting for your return. Kohaku-san bows. With that, all of my worries seem to disappear. Thanks, Kohaku-san. I feel better already. Yes, a bright face suits you better, Shiki-san. Thanks. Well then, I'm off, Kohaku-san. She's so nice. Thanking her from the bottom of my heart, I run down this road to school. I arrive in the classroom with more spare time than usual. Arihiko is late as usual, so I can wait quietly for homeroom. I decide to sit in my seat in the noisy classroom and wait for the teacher. The day passes without any trouble. Maybe he went on a trip? Arihiko didn't show up. Trip isn't a metaphor or anything. He does have this strange habit of spontaneously taking trips. It isn't anything cool like roaming the country on a motorcycle. He goes on sightseeing tours on weekdays with the old people. That's actually really funny. Jeez. I've known since elementary school, but I've never completely understood his hobbies. What a funny thing to drop about Arihiko in a route where he hasn't even appeared. I arrive at the mansion. What I didn't think about it at school comes back to my mind. What Kohaku-san said about my old man's split personalities. The hereditary illnesses of the Tono family. Like Hisui said, ever since I came back, there's been something wrong with me. Feels like my memories are vague about something. Like Kohaku-san said, I don't think I'm like my old man. But ever since I came back to this mansion, I can no longer have full confidence in myself as Tono Shiki. Was my old man really that crazy? I do have a vague memory like that, but I can't say for sure. I understand that it's stupid of me to even be troubled by it. But still, I should probably know about the Tono family. I'm back, I call out, but there's no response. Aki is probably still resting in her room. Kohaku-san and Hisui are probably doing their jobs right now. Well then, come to think of it, this might be a good opportunity. I should go see Kohaku-san. Because investigating Makahisa's room is what we do in the last route. I'll go ask Kohaku-san. She seemed pretty knowledgeable about all those things this morning. She sure is. I don't think Aki would want to talk about it, and searching my old man's room would take time. I'll probably have the best luck with Kohaku-san. She's probably sweeping in the back. I entered the courtyard. Huh? I don't see her anywhere. I glance around, and then, for just an instant, I see the color of her kimono in the forest. Question mark? Is there anything to clean over there? There isn't anything over there. I played in that forest as a child, so I would remember. I used to play a lot in that direction, so over there... Huh? What was that? There should be nothing there. There's something odd about that. If there's nothing there, then why? Did this garden-like area hold some special significance to me? Ouch. I get a light headache. After a little debate with myself, I follow after Kohaku-san. Deep in the forest, there is another mansion. Detached, I suppose. Deep within the trees, it seems to be hidden from sight from the main building of the mansion. No way. My heart convulses. This is the first time I've seen it, but it seems horribly familiar, and I start to get dizzy. The Japanese room. Kohaku-san went inside. I don't remember what this detached building is. I just have a bad feeling about all of this, and I don't want to go inside. But it would be pretty stupid if I came all the way here only to go back, so I force myself to continue. I walk around inside. It's a little run down here and there, probably because it hasn't been used in years. But it seems like someone may have been doing some maintenance because it isn't dirty. Kohaku-san is probably in the Japanese-style room in the back. I absent-mindedly think that aloud and automatically walk towards the room. Like a chocobo. This is all so familiar. The smell of tatami fills the small room. Tatami gaish! Huh? Shiki-san, why did you come here? Kohaku-san tilts her head in surprise. I wanted to ask about something, so I followed you here. Strangely enough, I responded calmly. A talk? With me? Yeah. I wanted to talk more about this morning. If this isn't a good place, should we go to the courtyard? I look up to the ceiling. It is almost sunset, so it'll get dark soon. The light in this room probably doesn't work, so we should head somewhere else. Shiki-san, if you want to talk about that, then here is probably better. If we go back to the mansion, we might run into Akiya-sama, and she will not be able to talk about Makihisa-sama. Ah, that's right. She'll probably see us. But Kohaku-san, I don't like keeping things secret from Akiya. That is a little difficult. Akiya-sama does not like talking about Makihisa-sama. So if you wish to continue our talk from this morning, then we have to do it where Akiya-sama will not overhear us. Does that mean we have to keep it a secret from Akiya? Yes, a secret between me and you, Shiki-san. We can't let Akiya-sama or Hisui-chan know about it. Kohaku-san smiles like she's having a lot of fun. Well, having a secret just between the two of us does seem a little exciting, but Kohaku-san, the sun is almost setting. We can't talk here, right? Not at all. This building is still maintained at a level for people to live in, so it has futons already prepared and electricity. Really? But this place hasn't been used for a while, right? Why is it maintained like that? Let's see. Maybe Akiya-sama is just fond of this place. A long time ago, this is where Makihisa-sama's adopted child used to live. Huh? Makihisa, my old man, adopted a child a long time ago? Wait a sec, Kohaku-san. My old man adopted a child? Oh, you don't remember? About 10 years ago, he brought a child here. His parents both died in an accident, so he adopted the child. That happened? Yes, but 2 years later, the child passed away. It was a trivial accident, but a lot of the servants began to say that the Tono family was cursed. Yeah, I wonder why. Wait a minute. Something about her words seems scary. Just hearing them, my vision starts to warp. It was as if the room was made completely of dissolving sugar. Kohaku-san, a child adopted 10 years ago. 2 years later, the child died. In other words, 8 years ago, that's when I had my accident and was sent to the hospital. Accident? What kind of accident was it? An accident that seriously wounded me? An accident that the adopted child was killed in? A hot summer day. I can't remember. We haven't had many a hot summer day scenes so far in this route. They definitely happened before in both Hisui and Akiya's. All I know is at the time, my arms seemed to be soaked in blood. Kohaku-san, you said cursed? No, it isn't anything important. It is just that a lot of the members of the Tono family have died young. Such as an accident or suicide or illness, a curse that does not allow them a natural death. Well, that was the rumor anyway. Suicide? What? Some members of the Tono family, like Makihisa-sama, carried mental illness and committed suicide when they became adults. These are just rumors, but it's said some of them were murderers before the war. Mental illness? Murderers? Such as seeing dreams of killing people? Such as my memory being extremely vague? Kohaku-san, that... Oh, I'm very sorry. Those are just dark rumors about the Tono family. No, that's fine. That is what I wanted to ask about. If you don't mind, can you continue? About Makihisa-sama? Her tone lowers. Yeah, I nod. Kohaku-san lowers her eyes and then looks directly at me. Shiki-san, we spoke about it this morning, but I took care of Makihisa-sama's condition 2 years before he passed away. While you were living with the Arima family, Makihisa-sama would become very depressed at times, and I would have to prepare his medicine. Wait, You said it this morning too, but was he that bad that he had to take medicine? Yes. It would not be uncommon for him to walk into the garden at night and kill the pet dogs and cats, or to hurt his own body. Oh, that's great. And when the night was over, he wouldn't remember a thing, only thinking that it was strange that his hands were painted in blood. This is setting up a lot of coincidences. You're really doing a great job making Shiki feel very insecure. What is this? That's pretty much crazy. As crazy as I am in my dreams. No, that is backwards. Am I crazy just like my old man? Thump. Shiki-san? I hear Kawaku-san's voice. I don't know what had happened, but I'm on my knees on the tatami floor. Shiki-san, you look terrible. If you're feeling poorly, you should rest in your room. Kawaku-san says this as she grabs my shoulder. With her help, I can stand. Yeah, I'm fine, so I'm somehow able to focus again. But I'm still dizzy. Swirling red and black, my vision strobes between blood and night. The darkness brought about by my anemia now turns into just one sheet of red. A red reminiscent of blood. The ease with which I bit the neck of the dead body in last night's dream. It slides down my throat. The taste of warm blood. Ah, thud. Somehow I understood that was the sound of my body hitting the floor. Shiki-san. Kawaku-san dashes towards me. Shiki-san, are you in pain? Shiki-san? No, it doesn't hurt. I want to tell her, but my consciousness is fading. I can't speak. I can't even move a finger. It seems that if I exert myself even the slightest bit, I'll completely lose consciousness. Collapsed on the floor, I try as hard as I can to resist the coming darkness. Don't strain yourself, please. Lie down. Kawaku-san speaks to me. She slides me over. With one hand holding my head, Kawaku-san slides a pillow underneath me. Please relax. This will help the blood to flow, right? Her voice sounds so close. I piece together my situation. It seems I am resting on her lap. Are we going to get a CG for this or just fade out? Okay. The time passes quietly. Neither of us say anything. Right now, that silence relaxes my heart. It's so quiet. For some reason, this seems so familiar. Lying down on my side, I stare at the tatami mat floor. After nodding, Kawaku-san checks my pulse. Well, this isn't good. Shiki-san, your body temperature has fallen. Sorry, only the sex scenes are allowed to have CGs. That does seem to be the case. There have been some non-Arrow CGs. But yes, it does seem like that's where the majority lies. I should go back and bring you some medicine. No, I'm fine. I'm used to this, so I'll be fine soon. Today was a little harder than before, but I'll be alright. So, can we stay like this a little longer? I can relax better like this. I tell her that, wanting to stay like this a little longer. In that case, Kawaku says as she stays in place. Maybe in the remake there's finally a CG of Shiki using the mystic eyes? Maybe. And then, Shiki-san, you are not scared? Kawaku-san asked me this. Huh? Of what? About your health. About 2 days before you returned here, I received all of your information from the doctor. I was not surprised, but felt more like he was deceiving me. Question mark? Deceiving you? Why? Because you are so close to wavering between life and death, but you can live a normal life. Normally, with a condition like yours, you would be confined to bed. That voice seems not so much full of worry, but more full of anger, almost. Shiki-san, you're different from most people who can rest assured at night that they'll wake up the next morning. But you still live normally and do not have fear. I can't understand it. Please answer me. Why are you not scared? I can't come up with a good answer. My weak body, the death that's always close. My eyes that can see death. Maybe that's why I'm just numb to it. Who knows? Maybe I just don't feel it as being real. I don't get it. Do you not feel how close death is? Or is it because your body could die at any moment, so living things do not concern you? It's hard to say. Maybe I'm desensitized to death. Being sensitive and seeing it that close every day, it just becomes normal. Shiki's like, I'm an empath, that's why. Hate seeing Roa in pain because I'm an empath. Makes me throw up. But I can still say this, Kohaku-san. Since I'm so close to death all the time, I can feel life more strongly. I know that living itself is happiness. Like you said, my body isn't that free. But with such a puppet-like body, I want to believe that even talking right now is such a wonderful thing. That's right. More than thinking about my body, I want to treasure the present. If I have time to worry about dying, I should be enjoying the present more. I see. Your heart is free, isn't it? Quietly, as if she's singing, Kohaku-san says this to herself. Her fingers run through my hair gently. Kohaku-san? I look up. I see... Comfy. Her smiling very peacefully. Her smile that I should be so used to seeing. But it seems like it's the first time I've ever seen her smile. See, this is a nice CG. This is pleasant. Time just passes by, except for Shiki's awful shirt. She lightly runs her fingers through my hair. I feel the warmth of her body from her legs. The nostalgic smell of the tatami mats. Yeah, this is cute. We call that a hurt comfort fic, chat. You ever heard of one of those? You're getting those vibes right now. She does need a better outfit. This is pretty bad. I much prefer him just wearing the school outfit all the time like he does in Melty, no matter how inexplicable it is. It's also comforting my eyelids slowly start to close. She has such a gentle look on her face. If I can sleep like this, it would be... That's funny. Really, like this. I feel like this is the first time I've seen you smile, Kohaku-san. I feel like I'm falling asleep. Is that right? Shiki-san, you must be really sleepy. That's fine. If you're happy, then... If this makes her smile, I want to do this forever. In the middle of this dark room, I want to feel her closer to me, and I reach out my hand. Shiki-san? My fingers touch her. My fingers trace the lines of her face. They brush her smooth skin and reach her hair, then... Kohaku, you came here ahead of me. Vigorously opening the screen door, Akiya enters the room. Ah, here to kill the moment like always. What? Kohaku-san's fingers suddenly stop moving. What are you two doing? Akiya's emotionless voice. Akiya? It's not what you think. I stand up in a hurry. I'll just tell her to calm down. There's nothing wrong or anything suspicious. We haven't done anything, and all Kohaku-san did was watch over me after I collapsed. Wait, Akiya, I just collapsed, so Kohaku-san was... It's over before I can finish. Akiya stares at Kohaku-san and enters. It's only a moment after. Slap! The dry sound echoes through the room. Boo. Hate her. I believe there was someone who told me before that Akiya was the best girl. I don't know if I can trust that opinion anymore. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be a jerk about it, but... I'm going to be a jerk about it now. Aki is the worst and I hate her. There wasn't even time to stop it. Aki just walked in and slapped her. Kohaku-san takes a few steps back. It must have been pretty hard. Akiya, you... Nissan, this place is off limits. If you are feeling well, please go back to the mansion. I don't care about that. Why'd you hit her? Why not? This is an old, decrepit building. What was she thinking having you rest here? Just for that? She was taking care of me. Just that. What do you mean, Nissan? It would not be surprising if this place collapses. An earthquake could cause the ceiling to collapse. To take care of the eldest son of the Tono household in such a place means she doesn't have the discretion proper for a servant. Akiya, there's something you shouldn't say. Kohaku-san didn't do anything wrong. I was the one that called her out here anyway. Oh, you're going this far to protect Kohaku, Nissan. Her gaze sharpens. She looks just like she did in that dream. A gaze that looks close to malice and hatred. In front of me, in reality, there's a nightmarish Akia. My pulse tightens. Was I hallucinating? For an instant, around Akia, I thought I saw something terrible. I understand. If you say that, then I will not say anything else. But, Nissan, from now on, please do not come here. If you cannot even do that, then I have some ideas too. It must have been an illusion. There isn't anything strange around her. But why? The danger I feel from her makes me uneasy. We're going back, Kohaku. Nissan, go back to your room. Akia walks away. Kohaku-san. I call out to Kohaku, Kohaku-san, who's still looking down. Kohaku-san? Are you alright? Yes? Alright about what? She says this casually. With her usual smile, she looks up. That isn't a forced, empty smile. She really is smiling. As if Akia never even hit her. Well then, Shiki-san, let's go back. Akia-sama found out, so you shouldn't come back here again. Agia-sama really would punish you for sure. What a bitch. Laughing at her own joke, she leaves the room. It's probably because both of them are acting strange. I can't go back right away. Yeah, do some investigating. Or never mind, guess not. I eat dinner and go back to my room. I guess Akia was still feeling poorly because she wasn't there. Kohaku-san made me dinner with her usual cheery mood and then went to take care of Akia. I wonder if Kohaku-san is feeling uneasy. It would seem that Kohaku-san doesn't resent Akia at all. It seems like Hisui is over what happened this morning and is taking care of me. Hisui took half a day to get over it, so maybe Kohaku-san is a lot stronger. Lying down on my bed, I let out a big sigh. I must be tired. Recently, as soon as night falls, I've been falling into bed. Even though there are a lot of things I should think about, I feel like nothing concerns me and try to go to sleep. That's odd. I can't concentrate. I stare at the ceiling. My eyes start to close. Again, I don't think about anything and fall into a deep sleep. Well, is it time to get spooky? Time to go sicko mode? Yeah, it is. Burning. Burning! Barnacle! Burning. My skin is burning. I can't sleep like this. I have to get up and drink some water. Which is why I'm outside. The city at night. Repeating my hot breathing, I look at the people passing by. There are only 2 or 3 of them at night. If possible, I want to find a lone girl who is about my age. Hot. I see my reflection in the mirror. Breathing wildly, it looks like I'm running a high fever. Hot. I can't stand this burning. Super hot. Super hot. There. I don't need to get any closer. I grab her from behind and make her pass out. I pick her up and take her with me. I start to smile. I endured it for so long and now everything is over. I decide to do it here in the end. The reason is simple, because this was the killer's lair. Burning. Burning! My breathing fills the air. Soon I can taste her. Then I start my meal. Biting into her neck, I suck the blood. It is unbelievably sweet. The sensation is really terrifying. If it is this sweet and feels this good, I may just become a captive to this sensation in place of that killer. The night is deep. Above my head is the silver eye bearing witness to my sin. With blood-smeared lips, I look up at the night sky with eyes full of amusement. Fluttering hair. Above is the spiraling sky. What a beautiful silver moon. Like a snake, watching the blood-sucking demon. Well, that's the end of that scene, I guess. 7th day. Evil at every corner 1. Ah, I leap out of bed, unable to take it any longer. Oof. Holding back the urge to vomit, I breathe like some sort of animal. What? What was that just now? A dream? It was a dream. But what was that? It's different than what I saw 2 days ago. The feeling of walking the streets at night, the smell of blood lingering in my nose, the sound of dragging that girl who was close to my age, all of it is fresh in my memory. Huh, was that something you could call pleasure? It was pure excitement condensed like a bullet fired straight into my head. My breathing stops just thinking about it. Then perhaps that impact could be something called pleasure. Why did that kind of dream? I look down at my hands. Of course, they are pure white, without a trace of red blood on them. But for an instant, I saw both of my hands covered in red. What, you too? Huh? This is the first time I've seen another killer besides myself. That's right. I did have that conversation. The same city doesn't need two killers. I'll give you this place. But when was that? Why can't I remember? Certainly, I feel like I had that conversation with someone, but I just can't remember. Was it real, or was it just an empty dream? I just remember that the killer said I was the same as him. That's strange. Why is it all mixed up in my head? I earnestly try hard to remember about last night's dream. Gah! My head pounds. I can't remember. When I try to remember about yesterday, I feel the urge to vomit. I'm scared. I'm scared of the fact that I can't remember. It feels like a Tonoshiki I don't know is killing people, and in order to hide it, it's deceiving the Tonoshiki that is me. And I sense someone in the hallway. Who's there? I call out. Please excuse me, Hisui says as she enters the room. It's just a normal morning scene. Is it because she is acting so naturally? My pounding heart instantly calms down. Good morning, Shiki-sama. Hisui. Yes, it is time, so I prepared your change of clothes already. Shiki-sama, are you not feeling well? No, that's not it. I feel fine. There's nothing wrong. He insists insistently. I get up from my bed as if to prove my words. Morning, Hisui. I'll go to the sitting room after I change, so please go ahead of me. Yes. Well then, please excuse me. Hisui quietly closes the door and leaves. After watching her go, I take a deep breath. Why am I feeling down like this? Probably because I found out about my old man's illness yesterday. Just because my symptoms are similar to his, maybe I'm being too paranoid. Yeah, ever since I came back, I've been so tired. I shouldn't think about that dream. Well then, it's almost 7. Like yesterday, I should be able to enjoy the morning. And then, unthinkingly, I step into the sitting room and it hits me that I forgot something very important. Oh crap. I swallow my words. Akiya, Hisui, and Kohaku-san are in the sitting room. Everything seems just like normal, but after what happened yesterday, I'm sure it'll be really awkward. Akiya and Kohaku-san seem to have reached an understanding, but I haven't spoken with Akiya yet. Thinking how Akiya acted yesterday, I'm pretty sure Akiya is still mad at me. Good morning, Nissan. Did you sleep well? Huh? And Akiya greets me with a big smile. My mind freezes at such an unexpected event. Akiya still has a big smile as I just stand there. Akiya is way too cheerful, and it makes me think she is planning something. Shiki-sama, would you care to sit down? Yeah, if you want me to sit, I will. I fearfully look at Akiya as I sit down across from her. Morning, Akiya. You seem to be in a good mood today. Is that so? Certainly, I feel much better, so I probably look less pale than before. No, it is far beyond not looking pale. Anyway, first I have to thank you. I really wanted to thank you yesterday, but I was feeling rather ill and did not have an opportunity. Akiya looks directly at me. There isn't even a trace of yesterday's coldness. Very strange. It almost seems that the air of danger has disappeared. Thank me? I didn't really do anything to deserve that. That's not true. You took care of me when I was sick, right? Because you embraced me, I was determined. I was extremely happy that night. She says something that catches me totally off guard. And then, I feel incredibly heavy pressure against my back. I glance behind me. There, Hisui and Kohaku-san stare at me in a manner far different than usual. Kono pressure. Akiya, don't say things that might give people the wrong impression. You were in so much pain, I just supported you, that's all. Oh, I suppose wrapping your arms around me is just supporting me? Akiya giggles softly. Hate her. They're staring at me. The stares of the two behind me get even heavier. Now look, you are acting odd. Are you enjoying making fun of me? Yes, a lot. Alright, that was pretty funny at least. Looking at your troubled face is fun. This is just too weird. Is this really Aki's personality? You have some strange hobbies, bothering me in the morning and lecturing me last night. Well, I thought so at first, but you really must have something against me. I end with a sigh. All of a sudden, Aki averts her gaze. I'm very sorry. What I did yesterday was stupid. There was something wrong with me and I've already apologized to Kohaku. You apologized to Kohaku-san? I blurt this out in surprise. Not only did she apologize, but she apologized to Kohaku-san. Never expect her to apologize for anything. The surprise is fair. Hey, Nissan, just what kind of person do you think I am? I was at fault, so it was only natural that I apologized to Kohaku, right? When she says that, I get a vague mental image of her acting as a strict mistress. Ooh. Nissan, you're thinking of something bad, aren't you? She's sharp. As happy as she is, it doesn't do anything to dull her sense of perception. Shiki-san, I hate to ruin your fun, but would you like some breakfast? It is almost time, so I thought I should make some. Oh, I forgot. I'm not so much hungry as I am thirsty, though. Oh, that won't do, Shiki-san. You collapsed yesterday, so you need to eat to regain your strength. Even if you don't feel like eating, you should have some food. What she says is true, but I just don't feel like it right now. After seeing that dream, I can't bring myself to eat. Nei-san, if Shiki-sama does not feel well, I do not think you should force him. Hisui-chan, you are too indulgent when it comes to Shiki-san, huh? Shiki-san, you're not feeling well again this morning? Kohaku-san stares at me. As if on cue, Hisui and Akiya add their serious stares on me as well. Oh no, all three of them. Triple attack, the Black Tri-Stars. I guess I really can't go on fooling myself. To tell the truth, I do feel a little under the weather. I can eat, but could you make it something I don't need to chew? I feel pretty bad and I can't really taste anything. After telling the truth, Kohaku-san says, "Oh, I see," and looks a little downcast. As the one in charge of cooking, she probably feels something about what I said. Shiki-sama, I think you're not feeling well because there was a change in your environment. So if the mansion is not suitable for you, maybe you should go back and live with the Arima family for a while? Hisui's opinion is driven by a sincere concern for my health. Ever since I came back, my life has been strange. Since that promise from 8 years ago has apparently been forgotten, maybe it's better for my health if I go back and live with the Arimas. Yeah, that may be good too. Although I've only been here for a week, if I don't seem to get used to it soon, I'll leave for a while and go regain my health. Well, that may be jumping the gun a little bit, I add. And then, suddenly, Akiya stands up from her sofa. I knew she would interject here. Oh, that will not do, Nissan. You finally came back, so please do not leave again. If you say you are going to leave one more time, I will kill you, Nissan. Alright, she's being pretty funny in this scene, I have to give her that. Akiya smiles as she says that joke and disappears towards the lobby. I'll give Akiya this. She had a couple zingers in this scene that were pretty good. A little bit funny. A little bit. Hisui-chan, it's time for Akiya-sama to go to school. Please accompany her to the door. I'll be taking care of Shiki-san's breakfast. With a simple yes, Hisui walks after Akiya. Well then, I'll make you something easy for you to eat. Please wait for just a moment. Kohaku-san walks quickly towards the kitchen. I sit on the sofa, dumbstruck. I will kill you, Nissan. Those words won't leave my head. It's probably because even though it was a joke, it didn't sound like a joke to me. Also, that dream where she literally killed you, that's a problem. There's that too. That's probably weighing heavy. Noon arrives. As usual, Arihiko is skipping school. Wow, no sign of Arihiko at all in this route. Poor guy. I guess I'll go to the cafeteria. I don't feel like eating by myself here. Maybe if I go to the lively cafeteria, my appetite may pick up. As expected, the cafeteria is full of people. Yeah, Arihiko needs the route he deserves. If there's not one in the remake, I just don't care about it. I'm not going to read the remake if there's no Arihiko route. After waiting in a long line, I buy the tried and true meal set A and walk to a table. Listening to the voices of everyone else, I begin to eat. And then, for a moment, I see a terrible image. Question mark? Is it the television screen? I gape at the large television mounted on the wall at the end of the cafeteria. At my school, they record the morning news and replay it at lunch. I just stare dumbfounded at the news broadcast that is several hours late. No way. I watch the news in amazed horror. Shown on the television is the alley that I saw last night in my dream. The newscaster is talking. On the screen, the words vampire serial killer's new victim appears in bloody lettering. It appears that girl was saved. The girl is in the hospital recovering from having her blood drained. She is still unconscious. Chances of recovery are unknown. The identity of who attacked her and stole her blood is also unknown. Interesting, we have a survivor for once. The picture of the girl on the television is unmistakably that girl from last night. That means there's one thing that isn't unknown. The criminal who attacked her is without a doubt. I start to feel faint. How come? That was a dream. It had to be a dream. But in reality, the same person in my dream had her blood sucked out the same way in my dream. That vampire should be gone already. I killed Yumizuka with my own hands. Those killings, they shouldn't be happening anymore. I killed? Yes, I killed. Just like the time when I killed Yumizuka. While breathing hard last night, that woman I've never met. Didn't I tell you, Shiki-kun? It's useless to resist it. What are you talking about? You're more of a killer than I am. Resisting the urge to throw up, I get up from my seat. I can't go back to class. I find myself running into the city. I come to the place I saw in my dream. There are several policemen around the area, and tape reading "Police line do not cross" is stretched across the alley. Exactly the same. Without a doubt, this is the place I went to in my dream. No, it wasn't a dream. I can't delude myself into thinking it is a dream any longer. Even if I stay here longer, the cops will only stare at me. I can't go back to school now, so I guess I'll go back to the mansion. Since it's not even 2 o'clock yet, Hisui isn't waiting in the lobby. I can say I got lucky. I don't feel like seeing anyone right now. I glance at my reflection in the window. The pale face looks like a completely different Tonoshiki. Myself that seems like another person. That dream that seemed like it belonged to another person. That which cannot be noticed. The traces of the killing that only remains in my memory. Dizziness. Before me, my vision goes black. No, I'm not the same as my old man. Desperately fending off the dizziness, I try to stay upright. My old man. I can go to my old man's room and I can find out about his illness. If I do that, I can confirm that I'm not the same. If I am the same, there might be a way to help myself. Now we're going to his room. His room is on the first floor in the western part of the mansion, next to Kohaku-san's room. God, I don't think I noticed that first, or maybe it didn't mention it on the first reading, that his room is right next to Kohaku's. Ugh, it keeps getting worse. It was fortunate that I left school early. At this time, no one else is around. I pull out my knife and take off my glasses. I try to cut the lion of the door's lock and put my glasses back on. The room was not locked. Oh, so it was pointless. My old man's room is just like it always was. Nearly all of the rows of books are educational reports, and nothing catches my attention. What I want right now is my old man's journal or notes. The old man was extremely methodical. There certainly has to be something like that lying around here somewhere. Of course, they're not just lying around about where anyone can see them. Maybe they're locked away somewhere. I should probably look in those desk drawers first. This isn't time to be fooling around. Taking off my glasses, I look at the lines. Using my knife, I cut the lines on the drawer. Inside, there appears to be some old documents bundled together in what seems to be a journal. First, I look at the old documents. This is my family tree? Definitely. Right after Tono Makihisa is written Tono Shiki and Tono Akiya, and right after that, the word Nanaya is written there. My old man, he adopted a son 10 years ago. Ah, but he passed away shortly thereafter. 10 years ago, that would mean I was just in elementary school. That long ago, it's only natural that I wouldn't remember. Let's see, the heads of the household have had pretty short lifespans. My old man died before he was 50, and before 30 in an accident, before that, 18 years of age with suicide. No, wait a second. No matter how you look at it, this is strange. Looking through the family tree, all members of the Tono household have died strangely. Madness, accidents, murder, disappearances, stillbirth. Not one of them lived a long life or even died peacefully. What? This entire document is filled with horrible fates. Even worse, most of the causes of death are madness. Most of these ended up taking their own lives. That's strange. All of this is strange. But I can't exactly place my finger on it. I like these scenes. This sort of scene where Shiki's figuring out the Tono bullshit. Like, this scene especially kind of makes me think of like a mystery novel where the detective is rifling through notes and finding out secrets and stuff. It's kind of nice. I like this sort of ominous tone. But I can't exactly place my finger on it. Next is my old man's journal. I pick up the journal, which has a relatively new binding. Thump, thump. My heart starts to pound. My heart seems to understand that I shouldn't be opening this, but I can't turn back now. Swallowing hard, I open my old man's journal. There is a demon lurking inside the Tono bloodline. The opening statement is in those lines. And that isn't just a simple metaphor. The ancestors of the Tono were a mixed breed of something non-human and human. We, being their descendants, also have this element of something non-human in our blood. In regards to our blood, there are those with strong and those with weak non-human blood. Those with weak non-human blood can live their lives as ordinary people, but those with strong non-human blood can never live a normal life. Those with strong Tono blood are born with special powers. It could be a body that is resistant to death. It could be an ability to move things without touching them, or it could be fangs used to take bodily fluids from other people. This blood. When this blood becomes too strong, the members of the Tono family start to gradually lose their sanity. The majority of those become demons that feed on human flesh. So the head of the Tono household carries the responsibility of punishing those who have turned into such a monster. It's messed up. My old man, that was what he was trying to say? Writing so seriously about something that's more like a fairy tale. The journal turns more into my old man's rant. The date is roughly 9 years ago. The handwriting starts to get erratic. I am no longer able to suppress my raging blood. I was able to obtain an orphan from a family of synchronizers, so this should help me strengthen my mind. However, it really is only a matter of time before I go insane. It is terrifying. When I come to, I find that I can't even remember half of the day. During that time, I'm forcing my inversion impulse on that child. Okay, it begins. If this keeps up, it is only a matter of time before I completely lose my sanity and turn into a beast. I don't even know how much time I have left to remain as myself. No, if that child is here, then I can probably last for a few more years. But that child will not be able to bear that. After that child breaks, I will have to take my own life. It is incredibly ironic. I eliminated so many things in order to preserve myself, but in the end, I will probably have to commit suicide. Or maybe this is the curse of the Nanayas. I end up adopting his son, but I guess I could not lift their grudge with such a thing. But I can't make up for the events of the past. If death is waiting for me, then I must accept it when the time comes. But until then, I must protect my children. Akia's blood is weak. Unless she wishes it herself, she does not have to suffer the same fate. The problem is Shiki. That child is incredibly close to me. More than anything else, I do not want that child to suffer my fate. If the Tono blood is unnatural, I need to distance him as much as possible from the Tono name and see how he will fare. I let out a deep breath and expel the air from my lungs. I take a break from reading. It makes me sick. contents of my old man's journal are so far away from reality that it's plain weird. My old man didn't just have manic depression. Rather, he just became violent without his knowing. Just like Tono Shiki right now. That's strange. But that isn't what concerns me. He writes Shikia. I combined the two. Shiki and Akia, strangely. Looking back at the family tree, I see he writes Akia using the Chinese characters for autumn leaves, while Shiki is written using the characters for 4 seasons. Oh, this is new. This wasn't elaborated on in the last route where he read the journal. The characters for 4 seasons can certainly be pronounced as Shiki, but the characters in my name are intention and esteemed. So that's how, like, it's obviously hard to represent this in English, so they go with the caps, the all caps thing. So I guess, what is it? What's the word? There's like 3 alphabets in Japanese, right? And one of them is the Chinese characters. Am I right? I don't remember which one is which, but yeah, they're written in different characters. The 2 Shikis. That's how you know they're different. It's a little of a tough thing to translate to English. Kanakan and Hishashi. Thank you. But yeah, that's a pretty tough thing. Oh, you don't know how to spell it? Would it be katakana and what's the H one? Haragana? I don't remember. Like I said, I don't know very well how the alphabets work. Oops. I have a feeling that thinking too hard about that will be bad, but my train of thought does not stop. What are these synchronizers? Maybe the adopted child? But I feel that's wrong too. Yeah, I hope any sort of localization doesn't yeah, hiragana and katakana. Yeah, I'm not sure which is which one is the Chinese characters they're talking about here. If it's kanji, hiragana, or katakana. I don't know well enough which is which, but yeah, I can't really imagine them, like, if they do a, God forbid if they do a dub, but if they would try to pronounce them differently. I think it just makes more sense to both say Shiki and say, hey, they're written differently. I know that's kind of a hard thing to translate to English that only has 1 alphabet, but I feel like people can get the concept. Like, honestly, you might just say, hey, this one's written in hiragana and this one's in katakana, and like just either add a note or say, hey, just Google it. I don't know. Anyway, I've only read halfway through all of this, but if I read through it completely, I might come up with a solution, but do I really want to find out? I feel like vomiting. I can't stay standing. Hurry. I must hurry back to my room and sleep. It feels like there's something wrong with my head. But still, I decide to go back to reading the journal. The rest of it seems to be a record of some sort. The date starts in the summer of 8 years ago and about a month after that. I don't understand it yet, but I continue to look through it. Month, day. My son Shiki succumbed to his Tono blood. Shiki, he killed my adopted son, who happened to be there. The adopted son is the heir of the house in Anaya. I guess it is a blessing in all the unfortunate events that he isn't in the same family as the synchronizers like Kohaku and Hisui. Shiki's inversion impulse is terrible, so it was determined that he must be eliminated. I have my duty as the head of the Tono household, but killing my own son is so difficult. The Tono blood is stronger in Shiki than in Akiha. Talking about potential, I feel an older origin in Akiha's blood, but Shiki's Tono blood runs much stronger. I assume that is why Shiki inverted before he became an adult. Shiki's powers are immortality and fusion. Shiki could not manage the awakened powers and as a result killed the adopted Anaya child, taking his life. I have to say it was a superb job for using his powers for the first time. Both Shiki and the adopted son managed to escape death. The problem of maintaining appearances to normal society still remains. Shiki has killed the adopted Anaya child. I have covered up the incident, but Shiki cannot be shown to the public. The wound I gave him hasn't healed and his figure has transformed. He is not in a condition to be brought in front of the others as Tono Shiki. He cannot be called a human either. The Nanaya child still lives. As long as he lives, I've decided to use him. If there are any disagreements, I would like to hear them. Complementarity. The Nanayas are a family that produces killers. If that adopted son happens to stay alive, the link between him and Shiki may corrupt Shiki's mind. Yeah, we're talking about the adoption now, yeah. Even if Shiki regains his sanity, I believe the journal went into this in Hisui's route too. Even if Shiki regains his sanity, I cannot deny the possibility of the Nanaya child's influence turning him into a killer. They're both written in kanji, but with different characters. It's like Ralph with a PH versus Ralph with an F. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Like, it's a homonym. Homonym. Words that are spelled differently, but pronounced the same. That makes sense, too. I mean, you could just explain that in, like, English writing. You'd say they sound the same, but they're written differently. I don't know, it's pretty easy to me. Even if Shiki regains his sanity, I cannot deny the possibility of the Nanaya child's influence turning him into a killer. To prevent this from occurring, we must have him somewhere where we can keep an eye on him. But we cannot allow him near the Tono mansion either. I should have him raised by an appropriate branch of the family. The Tono blood that has awakened within Shiki. Maybe it is because he was so close to death, but he has regained his sanity like before. But I don't know if something will cause him to invert again. Even though it tears me apart, I cannot allow Shiki near the Tono mansion either. I place him in the care of a trusted servant, which we now know as Kohaku. I put my adopted son from the Nanaya family into the care of another branch of our family. Akiya hates me. Akiya has lost both of her brothers at the same time, so I suppose it is only natural. I start to raise Akiya as the next head of the household. Akiya has more than enough talent to carry... See, he's like... One is written in all caps and one isn't, so he's like going back and forth but from how he writes them. Weird. Akiya has more than enough talent to carry out her duties as the head of the household. Shiki may have the ability of immortality, but Akiya has the power to plunder. As siblings, both of them have the ability to share and take life energy. It is regretful. If only she had been born 10 years ago, I would have been able to eliminate the Nanayas without the help from the Kishimas. Huh. Koma? Yeah. That's the first mention of the Kashima name. It definitely wasn't mentioned in the last route. Some of the journal contents are more expanded this time. But I have to be careful. Her ability to plunder is a double-edged sword. She might plunder someone's entire concept while plundering their heat. Like me, I have to teach her how not to attract the curse of an enemy. Akiya tried to visit the Arima residence. I cannot let her and my adopted son see each other. I placed her in a boarding school so that her freedom is limited. Recently, my condition has been getting worse. It seems like the daughter of the synchronizers is not enough now. For the first time in a long time, I've come back to myself. How many months has it been since I last picked up this pen? There probably will not be a next time. I will have to finish writing here. I gave instructions for this to be given to my daughter Akiya after my death. I don't know if Akiya will ever read this, but if she does read it, it is to be destroyed. That is my only request for my daughter to fulfill. Well, obviously she did not read it. What is this? The child adopted 10 years ago. I completely forgot about that. I killed him? Oh, come on, Shiki. It, like, spelled it out for you, dude. It spelled it out super hard. Yes, the dead one is the one that went to relive with the Arimas. Come on. That summer day 8 years ago when I received that wound. He killed me? That summer day 8 years ago when I received this wound. Nausea wells within me. I feel sick. That memory that I had forgotten until now runs through my head. I understand. Everything has been written down, so I have to accept it. Besides, everything falls into place. The reason I was adopted by the Arimas. There you go. There you go, son. Now you're getting it. The reason I was disinherited as the eldest son, it's nothing. In other words, I, Shiki, was only a replacement for the one named Shiki. What is this? Cursing myself, I tossed the journal to the side. There's no need for me to investigate any further. Staying here any longer is just a waste of my time. So this time we don't get the other journal written by Kohaku. Interesting. Interesting. The day ends. Collapsed on my bed, I just keep on thinking about the same thing. Thinking calmly, there was only two things I found out from that journal. That I am not a part of the Tono family. That the Nanaya lineage turns out a large number of killers. So, like, his problem has stayed the same. I don't have any blood ties to the Tonomaki Hisa. In other words, those dreams of murder have to be my own. If that is the case, there's only one thing left to do. I hear voices coming from the lobby. I wonder if Aki is back. I get up from bed. I want to hear the truth from Akiya. Gathering up my courage, I knock on the door. Akiya, I want to talk. Nissan, please come in. Her voice is bright and cheerful. Taking a breath to compose myself, I open the door. It certainly is rare for you to come to my room like this, Nissan. Just like this morning, Akiya has a smile on her face. Seeing that, I just stand there wordlessly wanting to go back. I guess after all, I have felt that myself as Tonoshiki and my sister, Tono Akiya, are important to me. But still, there is something I have to ask her. Akiya, yes, what is it, Nissan? Aki appears to be looking forward to a fun conversation. Well, time to disappoint her. Gritting my teeth, I look her seriously in the eye. Please tell me about the Nanaya family. I think I have a right to know. In that instant, Akiya freezes like a puppet yes! Number 3, baby. Puppet whose strings were cut. We got it. Number 3. That's three puppets with their strings cut. Every VM has the puppets with its string cut. I can't believe seriously we did this 3 times. I've counted 3 puppets with strings cut in this visual novel so far. It's not even an exaggerated meme anymore. It's just how it is. Every VN really does got the. It's so funny. Classic. Akiya wordlessly stares at me. If you won't answer, then I'll rephrase my question. My old man, Tonomaki Hisa, had 2 personalities, right? And not just him. Almost all members of the Tono family have some sort of illness. I used to think that's what I had. But that's wrong. My anemia came from that incident 8 years ago. Because I know. You were adopted by the Tono family, right? Saying that, she smiles for some reason. Akiha? Akiya slowly and elegantly walks to the window as if she was in a play. The curtains billow in the breeze. Placing her hand on the window, she turns around. Oh, I was wondering where this CG came from. I thought it would be in her route, but it's from another one, so I guess my thumbnail for the YouTube VODs was a little deceptive. Oh well. Nissan, you were adopted by the Tono family. Your real name is Nanaya Shiki. As you say, your health condition is due to that accident 8 years ago. You appear to know already that the members of the Tono family are different than most humans. Akiya succinctly says the thing that I would have had the most difficulty asking. Akiya, it is okay. It was only a matter of time, and I did not like hiding it. Now that you know, there is no need. No, maybe there was never a need. Then there's no need to put up with any of this. Is that not right, Nissan? Akiya says this with her voice full of confidence. Akiya, so like I thought, Yes, you are the one father adopted 10 years ago, but you do not remember it. Do you remember the Shiki who used to play with us? No, I don't. That's right. It is because father hypnotized you. It's a silly, okay. You're never not gonna make me think hypnosis is not a silly plot point. Sorry. It's not gonna work on me. It just felt like you didn't know how to come up with another way to make him forget. Shiki was someone who could not resist his Tono blood. You may not remember it, but that day 8 years ago, you protected me from Shiki. Also, like, just how casually hypnosis is brought up, like it's not made a big deal about. And either time it's brought up, it's just like, yeah, he hypnotized you. That's how you forget. It really does feel like throwaway. Like, it was just like a last minute excuse. Like, that's just the reason they came up with it at the very last minute. And they're like, yeah, just throw it in. Yeah, my dad just hit you really hard with a big, like, brick on the back of your head and you forgot. Just bonked you with the Pico hammer. You sacrificed yourself to protect me from the bloodthirsty Shiki. That is how you were killed by Shiki, and Shiki was killed by father. It is the duty of the head of the Tono household to dispose of those who are no longer human. Question mark? Killed? But I'm still alive, right? Yes. By a miracle, you survived. You remember what happened afterwards, right? You were taken to a hospital, and the day you returned, you were adopted by the Arima family. That is when father hypnotized you. You were not fully healed, so your heart and mind was weak. So you easily believed what father told you. Yeah, sure, okay. We'll roll with it. We'll roll with it. I think it's dumb, but I'll roll with it. I see. Then that's enough. If you understand, then there is no more need to talk. I'm not a member of the Tono family, right? Then you don't have to force yourself to call me brother. Soon I, an outsider, should leave this place. Don't get me wrong, Nissan. I do not call you Nissan for the sake of society. Do you not remember? Even before you were killed by Shiki, I called you Nissan. It had nothing to do with you being adopted. I knew from the very beginning you were not my true brother. And you accepted that too. So, no matter what you think, you are Tono Shiki. So please stay here in this mansion. Akia's words make me happy, but I don't understand. Why did she accept me, an outsider? Why? I'm not even your real brother. Goodness, after I've said all this, you still do not understand? You're the only one I will call Nissan. Even if you do not wish it, I just want you by my side. Because I love you, Nissan. What? Aki says something totally unbelievable. I'm happy that she likes me as her brother, but as long as this situation remains, I can't be here. No, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. You see Shiki as a killer, but I'm just a killer like him. Yeah, stop the brother complex. Stop it. Stop it. Stop being a bro-con. Be normal. A killer? What do you mean? I can't keep it a secret any longer. Everything I did up until now, the dream I had last night, the bloodstains I cannot explain, and that dream where Akia killed me. I can't trust myself. I thought those were just dreams. But my old man wrote that the Nanaya family were a family that produced killers. If I become like Shiki, I don't know what I will do to you, Akia. I lay it all out to her from the bottom of my heart. But after blinking in surprise, she tries not to laugh. But what's so funny? This isn't a joke. You may not believe me, but I really have dreams of sucking people's blood. Akia is still giggling. What is this? She makes me look stupid worrying about all of this. Yeah, it is funny. You see, you can't be a vampire because you are from the Nanaya family. Your blood is only human. Besides, the Nanaya family are not killers. Certainly, from father's point of view, they are, but the only ones that the Nanaya feel a homicidal impulse towards are non-humans. So what you saw had to be just dreams. Okay, but seriously, what about the part where Yumizuka bit him and there was like a bunch of description where he's like, it's inside me, the vampire, And it's like never brought up again in any of these routes. I don't get it. I wonder if that was just another cut plot point from the Yumizuka route that didn't make it. Like, it just kind of dropped. So what you saw just had to be dreams, and even those dreams are probably Shiki transmitting to you, so it isn't that you want to see them. His Chad genes puts the vampire out. He kills the blood just like Roa and Seal wrote? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I guess that's what... I don't remember him, like, stabbing himself in... Well, I guess it's just because he killed Yumizuka. That counts as killing the blood, right? Because he didn't just kill her normal. He killed her point, which means all her blood inside him also got killed, I guess. Okay. I think it's just because it didn't make a big point out of it like it did in for Roa. I don't remember him stabbing himself in any of, like, the Yumizuka parts, though, like he did in Roa. So I think that might have been my point of confusion. Yeah, it happens really fast. I think maybe it's also just because Roa's got his immortality thing. Like, he has to, he kills the... How do I explain this? He killed Roa's body, but because Roa's blood was in him, he could, like, reincarnate again. So it works differently than Yumizuka, because she doesn't have that power, so he had to stab himself that one time. I think that might be the idea. Something like that. But yeah, Yumizuka's death happens really fast. Yes, Russell, I am reading Tsukihime. I've actually been reading it for some time. We're in Kohaku's route right now, so, like, the last one. And, like, God, we must be more than halfway through the route by now. I'm feeling confident that we're almost, like, getting to the end of it even. But yeah, I've been reading Tsukihime on and off for some months. I recommend if you're anyone who's interested in checking out the previous parts, they're all uploaded to my YouTube channel in the pod. So you can check out the link. But yeah, it's been an interesting ride, very interesting story. I like it. There's parts I have huge problems with, but I think I've enjoyed it overall. This is a good song, yes. Where was I? Shiki transmitted them. Come to think of it, my old man did write something about that. Shiki stole some of my life, so there is like a link between us. I see. Then who is killing on the streets right now? Even if what I saw was just a dream, there are victims showing up on the streets in reality. The killer is real. I feel like I've met him before. Or was that a dream too? No, putting that off to the side, if there's a killer on the streets, then Shiki is still alive? Eh? Akia, who was just giggling until now, becomes serious. Akia, in my old man's journal, he wrote that Shiki was still alive. In other words, Father's journal? Akia tilts her head, curious. My old man wrote that Shiki and I were connected. Then maybe what I saw were really his dreams. No, it's more likely what he's actually doing. That may be a possibility. Father's death was suspicious, and I did seem like someone was being raised in the underground cell. I fucking love that, like, the more you learn about the Tono Mansion, the more it just comes off as, like, a fucked up Resident Evil mansion, like the Spencer Mansion. Like, they've got underground cells. They've got that little side house that's Japanese style. Wait a minute, Akia. Do we have such a thing like an underground cell here? Oh, of course. There are a lot of members of the Tono family who lose their sanity. So it was only natural to lock them away before they can hurt the outside world, right? Well, that isn't all it's used for. When I got in trouble, Father... Dude, Father would lock me up down there. Don't say that so casually, that's fucked up. For some reason, Akia sounds like she's having fun. A chill runs down my spine. Man, Maki was a real fucker. This route is going to show the underground lab? Oh, neat. Wait, no, I'm sorry, you were joking. I'm like, I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if there was an underground Resident Evil lab. I get it. We'll stop talking about it. We have to do something about Shiki, though. If Shiki really is wandering the streets killing people, then we have to stop him. Is that so? We really do not have to concern ourselves about him, do we? Is it not the job of the police to take care of killers? What, Akia, what are you saying? He's killing people, but he is your brother. He has to pay for his crime, but still. Goodness, Nissan. You really are too nice of a person. Taking a breath, she brushes her hair back. You are my only relative. I do not care about Shiki, so you do not have to worry about him. No, we can't just do that. Do you think the police can catch him so easily? Aki is weirdly cold in this route. She went after Shiki herself in her own and Hisui's routes. Like, I don't know why she cares so little in this one. Melty with viewer stream when? I played a lot of Melty. Maybe I will again soon. But I played Melty, I played Type Lumina and Current Code again. Current Code a lot before KOF 15 came out. I've just been playing a lot of KOF 15 because I love KOF and it's the new KOF. But yeah, I played a lot of Melty. If you join the Discord, we do actually have a permanent Melty Concerto lobby. It's linked in the Discord, so you can just jump in with other people anytime you want. A viewer gifted that. It was very kind of them. No, we can't just do that. Do you think the police can catch him so easily? And before then, there will be more victims. I will not do anything. That is not our responsibility. He says this and looks at me directly in the eye. Hey, let's not speak of these matters any longer. Talking about murder and killers is boring, isn't it? What? I try to tell her that it has to do with our family, but I can't. Her eyes pierce into me deeply. Staring at me like that, her eyes seem to take away my resolution. It seems you understand. Well then, will you return to your room? Megane mode? Very well, if you insist. Let's go. Alright, there we go. Good reading glasses, huh? I just came back from school, so there are things I have to do. Like Akia says, there isn't anything else to talk about. Still not convinced, I turn away from her. I go to leave her room, and all of a sudden, from behind me, a voice tells me to stop. What is it? Aren't we done talking, Akia? Akia stares at me silently. Nissan, you're the most important thing to me. If I had lost my memories of you over those 8 years, I would not be who I am. Because you were here, I was able to be myself. You are more important to me than myself, so I wanted you to like me always. True sincerity. Akia looks at me like I'm the only thing she sees. But that is just a selfish request, right? This family and I are just a burden to you. That is why I always feared that you would distance yourself from me. But that's just me worrying, right? Because you came back here. Because you came back for my sake, she says happily. Who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her? Seeing her smile on my chest hurts. That's right. I came back because I could not leave you alone here. But now I'm beginning to think I was wrong. Oh, yeah, just like fatality her heart out and crush it, thank you. I did come back because I wanted to watch over her. But she's wrong. Her eyes are so sincere that I can't lie. But Akia, that isn't the only reason why I came back. I came back for the sake of the child I made a promise with. That is something that's even more precious than my feelings towards Akia, and something I can't lie about. Stop it. I do not want to hear it. You came back, so that is that. So anything else, such as your feelings, I do not need. God, I hate her. I hated her so much. She looks away. Akia looking down like that just for no real reason seems very dangerous. Go back to your room. Please do not look like that in front of me, Nissan. Not knowing what to say, I silently leave her room. She goes back to where she belongs, in her cock shed. The night wears on, and it's almost midnight. It's already way past the time I would usually go to sleep. I lie down and look up at the moon through the window. The night goes by without me sleeping. If it isn't that I'm scared of seeing another dream of murder. The killer Shiki wandering the streets. The somehow dangerous-looking Akia. Thinking of that, I cannot sleep and just look up at the moon. I'm so thirsty. The last time I drank anything was about 4 hours ago at dinner. I don't want to endure it, so I go to the kitchen to get something to drink. Who will we meet in the kitchen? I down a cup of water in one gulp. Why is it so delicious? That's odd. I was just thirsty. The sensation of fluid going down my throat is just like it was last night in my dream. Someone's coming. I can hear the footsteps coming closer. Soft, small footsteps that barely echo in the deep night. Hi, Hisui. Shiki-sama? What are you doing this late at night? Hisui, I was just thirsty, so I thought I'd get something to drink. Shiki-sama, if that is the case, please call for me. At night, you should be resting in your room. Walking around here at night is not good. Hisui speaks plainly. Question mark? There's something wrong with her words. Telling me it's not good to walk around at night means she's telling me not to get out of my room at night. No, more than that. Hisui and Kohaku-san have worked here since they were very young, so it would not be strange for them to know that I was adopted. Hisui, there's something that I want to ask. Is it okay? Yes, if that is the case, then let us go back to your room. This is not somewhere to be having a conversation. No, this is fine. It's just something small anyway. Hisui tilts her head. I take a deep breath. If she doesn't know, then asking her will be revealing a secret. But I don't intend to hide it anyway. I'll make it short. Did you know that I was adopted? Her shoulders shakes. That tells me that she did know. I see. If you know, then Kohaku-san must know too. What's this? This really isn't a secret after all. Yeah, everybody was just gaslighting you the whole time. Isn't that funny? Shiki-sama, that is... She says that as she lowers her eyes. I am so very sorry. Even if you are adopted, there is no doubt that you are the eldest son of the Tono family. Akiya-sama accepts you as her relative, and you are mine and Nasan's master. All right, let's not get too down bad in the chat, Kaskin. You do not need maids to gaslight you that badly, I promise. Thanks. If you say that, then I believe that I can stay here. Shiki-sama, please do not say things like that. This really is your true home. I know. That's why I think too. Even though it was for a short while, what happened here when I was a child is very important to me. I can't throw it away. Hisui looks visibly relieved. But I still want to know. Before I came here, it was Nanaya? If you know, could you tell me what kind of child I was? I am sorry. Other than that you were the eldest son of the Nanaya line, I do not know. Makihisa-sama completely destroyed all the records. I see. Well, if you made me act as Tono Shiki, then all the records of me as Nanaya Shiki probably were destroyed. But Shiki-sama, Nei-san may know something. Huh? Hisui, why would Kohaku-san know anything? Nei-san took care of Makihisa-sama ever since she was young. Ugh. She may know more about the Tono family than even Akiya-sama does. Come to think of it, Kohaku-san did say that she was Makihisa's servant, but I thought she was just taking care of his condition once in a while. I didn't realize she was his servant from that young of an age. That Kohaku-san? Since she played with us every day, I just can't picture her being near my old man all the time. To be honest, Hisui seems like she was more suited for that. Always looking down at me, Akiya, and Kohaku-san from the inside of the mansion. Please figure it out already, Shiki. It's so obvious. You're so stupid. Is that true? But that's odd. Why would my old man tell Kohaku-san all the things he would not even tell Akiya? No, I do not think he told her directly. Since Nei-san was always near Makihisa-sama's room in the mansion, I believe she had many chances to overhear Makihisa-sama thinking out loud. Always near my old man? But, oh, finally the penny is dropping. But that's what Hisui, who stayed in the mansion all the time, did. Wait, Kohaku-san was always with my old man as a child? Oh, she spilled the beans by accident. Good job, Hisui. Ah. Hisui looks down. Something just went wrong here. The feeling of inconsistency comes back and everything falls back into place. Yeah, that's when you yell objection when you find the inconsistency. Kohaku-san knew about the promise that only Hisui should know about. Hisui forgot about the promise made 8 years ago, but it might just be that I just reversed their roles in my memory. If that's true, then Hisui, I'll ask one more time, but do you remember about 8 years ago? Yes, about how I gave you that ribbon, right? That's right. After I left my room, you stopped me by the entrance and gave me a ribbon. Do you remember what color it was? It was white, but what about it? There's nothing wrong with her answer, but she is already wrong. Thud. The power drains from my legs and I collapse onto the chair. How could I have been so wrong up until now? I'm glad this penny is dropping earlier than Hisui's route. Maybe there's still time. Shiki-sama. That's wrong, Hisui. I was given the ribbon under that tree in the garden, not by the entrance. Oh, played a little trick on you, got her ass. There's just, one more thing. He Columboed her. Hisui gasps and falls into silence. Why? I don't get it. Why did Kohaku-san try to trick me? Why didn't she just tell me that she was the one I made the promise with? Shiki-sama, please do not tell Nei-san about this. If she finds out, she will have nowhere else to go. All of a sudden, Hisui says this. She finds out that I know you two changed places? Changed places? She silently nods. Then it was you who played with us, and Kohaku-san was the one in the mansion, right? She silently nods. Why? Why did you act like you traded places? There's no point. Or were you guys playing around with me? It was not our intent to deceive you, Shiki-sama. We cannot even fully describe it ourselves how it came to be. It started 8 years ago. After you were adopted by the Orima family, I think I just became calmer than before. Nei-san tried to cheer me up by acting very happy, and then we gradually traded our roles. But why did it happen? Hisui, you were always so energetic. That is not true. I am naturally not active, but when you were there, I tried to follow you as hard as I could. Yeah, I remember. That girl who was always cheerful, always smiling. The most free-spirited, who would always worry over us, who put up with the most, who acted like Kohaku-san would if she was younger. Really, I think you would be cheerful even if I wasn't there. That was your character. Trust me, since I, the one who followed after you, am saying this. Yes, those days were very fun. I think those were the best 2 years of my life. But something crumbled after you left, Shiki-sama. Akiya-sama started to hate Makihisa-sama, and Makihisa-sama became very strict with Nei-san. The happy days were then over. I gradually became very quiet and could not even work anymore. So Nei-san took over for me, smiling like I always used to, running around like I used to. In turn, I took over Nei-san's old role. That was the easiest for me. At the same time, it fulfilled Nei-san's only wish. Kohaku-san's wish? I don't understand what she said. Only that Hisui really thinks about Kohaku-san. That is the only thing I could feel. Hisui, what do you mean by her wish? Nei-san always wanted to be like me, but for my sake she held back. I think it is just an act for her to work in my place. She pretends to be like me and kills her own will. She's just a doll that only acts like Hisui from the past. I was scared of that Nei-san. Nei-san lost her identity, and I realized that she was just living by acting out someone's role. I think that if I go back to my old self, Nei-san will return to her old true self. Nei-san said this when we first traded places. It's okay, Hisui-chan. Until you become cheerful again, I will take your place. So no matter when, once you are cheerful again, I will give you back your role. I was scared of those words, and I thought that I should return to myself right away. But then, by accident, I saw her walking around happily in the garden. Nei-san really looked happy. I did not know how I looked that way back then, but she really was happy, and all she was doing was walking by herself. Nei-san was only pretending to be Hisui. Even still, she looked so happy. So, Nei-san just does not realize it, but I understood that Nei-san always wanted to be like that. I just could not destroy that. Biting her lip, Hisui holds back her tears in silence. Shiki-sama, please let Nei-san stay the way she is. If you do not, she will lose her place. I can only nod to her words, but that definitely is not the correct choice. Kohaku-san has to pretend to be that Hisui from the past, and Hisui has to pretend to be that Kohaku-san from the past to protect that. Hisui has been watching Kohaku-san, who only knows how to live a lie, but still said she will live with her. That has to be so difficult. Shiki-sama, please promise me that you will not say anything to Nei-san. Fine. But Hisui, are you okay with this? Hisui doesn't answer. Full of conflicting emotions, I get up from the chair. All I can do is leave the downcast Hisui behind in the kitchen. Question mark? Going back to my room, I notice that the door is open. Did someone go outside? Hisui must still be in the kitchen. That means that it's either Kohaku-san or Akiya. To be honest, I want to sleep. Same, dude. So same. My body and my heart are tired. I feel like I could collapse if I don't sleep. Just tonight. I feel like if I don't sleep, I'll break. I should, uh, go look outside. That is what the route guide tells me. I should check it out. I go outside. The previously present moon is now obscured by clouds. Hmm? Someone is opening the front gate. I start to say something. Akiha? Aki looks quickly over her shoulder and exits the gate. Uh-huh. Thump. Out of nowhere, my chest starts to pound. Oh, I think I know why Aki acted so uncaring about all cap Shiki before. I think she was just lying to make our Shiki not put himself in danger. Out of nowhere, my chest starts to pound. Thump, 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 thump. My heart seems to pulse with new life. I can feel the blood coursing through my body and the shaking of my fingers. Ah, a chill runs down my back. Despite that, my body feels like it's on fire. Teleport. Akia, what is she doing this late? I feel dizzy. I try to sort things out rationally, but I stop. Right now, I have to follow Akiha. Stifling my breath, I follow after her. Thump, thump, my beating heart. I follow her quietly to avoid being noticed. Thump, thump. I feel regret. I don't have my knife tonight. That's bad. There's no moonlight and it's now midnight. Yeah, danger song. There isn't a sign of anyone else on the streets. Thump, thump. Akiha walks unsteadily. I try to silence my breathing and await my chance. Thump, thump. It's taking her a while to be alone. Where she's going is trivial. Thump, thump. I'm terribly thirsty. I'm incredibly excited. Oh, this is bad. Thump, thump, thump. All of a sudden, I lose sight of her. Where'd she go? I return to the main street. I feel instinctively that I'll see her again if I wait here. I let out a deep breath. My heart is still burning. That's odd. This isn't a dream. This isn't a dream, then why is my blood burning as I'm following Akiha? It's like I want to kill Akiha. Thump. 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 Sensing something, I constantly conceal myself. Akiha is coming. She looks around from side to side as if searching for something. There isn't anyone here, I guess. I hear her thinking aloud. I must be that close if I can hear her. Peering from the shadows, I look out into the street. My head aches. The air around me tenses. I collapse to the ground. I've never felt such pain before. It's so bad it makes me seriously think my skull just split open and I'm going to die. Ouch! Shaking my head, I stand up. I don't know how long I was out, but the night is quiet. Wait a minute. Why am I here? I'm out on the main street. I saw Akiha by the gate, and after that, that's right, I followed her. What am I doing? I'm surprised at what I'm doing. Huh? An unpleasant smell pricks at my nose. A smell I've never known until now. The smell that stuck to my mouth during dreams these past few days. From that alley? Getting a bad feeling, I run towards the alley. Oh no, it's all gross. It's like a rehash of my dream last night. In the alley, there is a collapsed stranger. Despite the blood flowing from the neck, that person is still breathing. Everything before me turns crimson. But this isn't a dream. Maybe it's because I've had all those dreams of murder, but I can think calmly. I go out to the street. I go to the nearest public phone and call the nearest hospital. After giving a fake name, I tell the location and condition of the victim and I hang up the phone. Now, before the ambulance comes, I should head back to the mansion so no one sees me. After running without stopping, I can finally relax. I don't have anything to feel bad about, but I felt that getting involved would be dangerous and I did the best that I could. The person in the alley was still breathing and the bleeding wasn't that bad, so I don't think it was life-threatening. As expected, running here with all my strength, including up the big hill, was a little much. I'm completely out of breath. Crap. Dizziness assails me. I can feel my consciousness withdrawing. This isn't a normal dizziness. This is advanced dizziness. If it's this bad, if I collapse, I won't be able to get back up for a while. Damn, I have to get back to my room before... I lean up against the stairs. I manage to take one step up the stairs. Oh, there he goes. That's it, though. I collapse. There he goes. Evil at every corner. Okay, real quick. I'm going to take a short break to wet my tongue, as it were. I need some water. I've been reading out loud for quite some time with nothing to drink. And then I'll be back shortly after that. So please wait patiently until I return. Your princess will be back to you before you know it. Thanks for waiting.
Ho, 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 ho. Hello, I've returned. There's my beautiful image. Now, let's get back to business. Let's get back into the story. Oh, hang on, I have to remove the text first. Have to remove the text. Okay. There we go. 8. Evil at Every Corner 2. 8th day, October 28th. Thursday. Only a couple days left. Strong rays of sunshine caused me to open my eyes. I've noticed that in this route also, unlike History's route, Shiki has not spent the majority of it with his bones liquefied, so that's interesting. I'm in my room. I'm now wearing my pajamas and lying in bed. Excuse me. With a knock, the door opens. Kohaku-san enters, carrying a towel and a bucket. Ah, good morning, Shiki-san. How are you feeling? Kohaku-san draws near with her normal smile. I think back to last night's conversation with Hisui. Tucking that away into the back of my mind, I try to make my usual smile. Morning, Kohaku-san. Did you carry me up here? Huh? Don't you remember, Shiki-san? I found you alone on the stairs and you stood up once I called you. You said you had a nice nap and started to walk. I did lend you my shoulder, but you walked here by yourself. Huh. I don't remember. I must have been so tired that I forgot what I did. So you don't remember anything about last night? Maybe. I don't remember anything after I came back to the mansion. That's unfortunate. Shiki-san, you kept apologizing to me. I inquired why you kept apologizing, and you kept saying that you were an idiot and a blockhead. Shiki-san, are you a blockhead? No, I don't think so. Well, I really am starting to get the idea that they think my brain is made out of wood. I also think that, to be fair. Anyway, thanks a lot. If I slept on the stairs, I'd have caught a cold in school. Huh? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Clock tells me it is already past 10 in the morning. Ah, Kohaku-san, school! Yes, today is your school's founding holiday, so you don't have school. That's right. Come to think of it, it was. I completely forgot about it since I've been spacing out at school lately. Well, I should get up anyway. If I sleep any longer, Akiya will. I sit up in my bed. Huh? I can't really... Oh, never mind. His bones are liquefying. They're just not liquefying as much as they were in Hisui's route. My body won't move. I try to get up with my arms, but they have no strength. It seems your condition is still bad. You have a slight fever and you look a little pale. It may be boring, but please rest in bed today, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san wipes my forehead with the cold, wet towel. It feels good and cold. It seems your fever is down. You're not sweating as much and your face looks much better. You should be well by that evening. Kohaku-san crisply brings out a thermometer and an ice pillow. In the end, she makes me open my mouth and checks the condition of my tongue. Well, I'll bring you some rice porridge right away. Shiki-san, you better behave today. Kohaku-san. Yes? What is it, Shiki-san? As expected, she is like always. Her usual cheerful smile doesn't change. I can't bring myself to think that her smile is just an act. Nothing. I'm looking forward to the rice porridge. Yes, well then, excuse me. Kohaku-san disappears down the hall, her footsteps padding after her. I just stare at that figure silently. Noon arrives. After bringing the food, Kohaku-san went back to her duties. Being alone, I let out a sigh as I think of my strange circumstances. Myself being adopted, Akiya saying that she doesn't care about it, Hisui and Kohaku-san, and the killer that's still on the loose. I asked Kohaku-san, but it doesn't seem like there was a new victim in the news today. I guess last night's victim was saved, but while Shiki's on the loose, there will be more victims. If only this body did what I told it to, I could stop Shiki. I lay my head back down on the pillow as I start to say that. Maybe it's because I've been seeing those dreams, but I'm beginning to have violent thoughts like Shiki. Whatever I do, I should heal up first. I close my eyes. Was I this tired all along? My energy just drains from me and I feel sleepiness overcome me. He's sleepy. I can hear my pulse in my ears. Thump, 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 thump. It echoes inside my whole body noisily and jerks me away from my dozing off. Hot. I'm thirsty again. My throat is dry and my mind is foggy. I open my eyes. My body still feels sluggish and my fever has slightly increased. But still, I should be able to at least go to the dining room and get some water. The hallway is empty. A long time ago, so long ago I don't remember, or something I don't need to remember, this place is quiet like ruins you might see in a movie. Hot. The sunlight is hot. I just want some water, so something compels my legs to move. It seems like the detached building is bathed in sunlight. Completely like I'm in a hot desert, my vision dims white. Thud. I hear a noise. It's from this detached house. Someone. Is there someone in there? Opening the sliding door very slightly, I peer in from the porch. Inside, I see the figures of Akiya and Kohaku. Oh, is she drinking that titty again? They look a little strange. I hear the swishing of an obi being removed. Hang on, I have to prepare it just in case. Oh no, did I remove it? Thinking it wouldn't happen again? Is my hubris the end of me? Okay. I think we'll be okay. Maybe. What? Without a word, Kohaku-san pulls down her kimono and bares her chest. Hang on. Oh, yeah, she's sucking on that titty. Okay, there's no... I think it's okay. There's no, like... It's not, like, actual nudity. Just, you know, don't be a wise guy and report me to the Twitch authorities or something. Kohaku stands there with a flushed face but does not move. Akiya pressing her lips against the bared white breast. Tension. Kohaku looks down at her bare chest and Akiya crouches down before her. A thin red drop makes a line down her breast. There are no Arulo? What does that mean? Do you mean audio? Because there's definitely audio. Akiya's throat starts to move, swallowing something. What is she drinking? There's no need to ask, I already understand. Akiya, she's drinking Kohaku's blood. Time itself seems to freeze. My entire body pulses and I feel inside out. My heart doesn't even beat. Oh, you meant nipple. Yes, there is no nipple, so I think it's fine. It ticks like it was a machine. My very cells have been transformed. My bodily functions have quieted like a still lake. All I can do is move my head and process what I see. Akiya, bewilderment fills my world. Is Akiya a vampire too? Akiya-sama. Kohaku's lips tremble. Please stop. If you take any more, it will be bad for you. Just like overdosing on medicine, getting too used to blood would cause you. You want to say I will be like Shiki? That is strange, Kohaku. You don't want that? Her eyes are filled with enjoyment. Kohaku doesn't answer. That is fine. I didn't like father either. He was pure evil. Just thinking he was my real father made me even want to kill him. Right? Succumbing to his blood and forcing his passions on you when you were still a child. Every day he would do these disgraceful assaults without end. So, Kohaku, I already know that you have a grudge against me and Shiki. Why? You know all that and still drink my blood? Of course. I know it can't be helped that you have a grudge against me, but I still like you. So whatever you do, I will forgive you. Unless you mess with what's most important to me, that is. No, stop, Akiya-sama, if you drink more blood than usual, really. No need to worry. I won't become like Nissan. To me, sucking blood is just for pleasure. It won't destroy me like it did Shiki. What? This is a little silly, I'm not gonna lie. But then, it would make you happy if it did. Kohaku doesn't answer. She only narrows her eyes and not affirming or denying it. Akia clenches her nails against Kohaku's breast. Slice. They break the surface of the skin and ruby drops of blood appear. I don't know what sound effects that actually is. I don't know what onomatopoeia that's supposed to represent. My heart rumbles. My will has gone to a far-off place. Thump, thump, commanding me to kill. Kill. Kill! Akia-sama, why did Shiki want so much blood? My blood was enough for him to stay alive. Yes, your blood was enough for him. As a synchronizer, your blood is more efficient and tasty. But reproduction and sucking blood are different. It isn't just that there needs to be a lot of blood. Everyone's blood has a different taste. To something that has become accustomed to sucking blood, different flavors are desired. There is no limit? Yes. But this is more like a hobby, so if your will is strong enough, you can quit. She's like, I can stop sucking titty anytime I want. If you want delicious blood, it is easy to obtain some. Really, Shiki and I just need the blood of one person. Am I entranced? Just looking at Akia sipping the blood, I can't even breathe. Pain. If it hurts so much, I might mistakenly kill to be free of this pain. Just the blood of one person? Yes, for Shiki it may have been mine. That is why he never came here. If he did that, the fun game would have been over. Yes, over completely. If you drink that would be best for you. Wait, if you drink what would for you be the best blood, there would be nothing left afterwards. I would kill the one I love the most and drink up even their life. After that, the only thing left would be emptiness. Akia tightens her fingers around Kohaku's body. Kohaku closes her eyes and endures Akia's actions. That is why I will never go after the thing I want the most. There is a time for me to do that, and that is after finding out that it will never become mine. Akia and Kohaku collapse together. Rustle, rustle. Her red hair fills the room like a waterfall. It's alright, we're good. That one lasted a lot longer than the first time. Fighting back nausea, I escape with bloodshot eyes. The dizziness threatens to overpower me. What was she saying? Sucking blood? Just like Shiki and joking with Kohaku as she sucked her blood. Her red hair, Kohaku, Kohaku, Kohaku-san, disgracefully assaulted by Makihisa. Yeah, we went over this in the last read. It's pretty gross. My head is pounding. My heart is still wild. Akia. I saw Akia drinking Kohaku's blood and I thought it was beautiful. Cheeky, cheeky, cheek. I don't know what that onomatopoeia is supposed to be. Crimson hair, a vermilion spiderweb. Freakishly scarlet like the wings of a poisonous moth, the very color of evil. Excessively beautiful, excessively poisonous. Therefore, I am ruled by this strange feeling. Underneath the brilliant sun, I walk through the woods. Are those supposed to be the cicadas, maybe? Shut up. The incessant racket does not stop. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. The unnatural sounds. I can hear them coming from behind me. Cheeky, 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 cheeky. I think that's supposed to be the cicadas. Insects. Some black insects are crawling around my back. Because Kohaku-san called me a blockhead. These insects think my spine is a tree and crawl around it looking for honey. Cheeky, 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 cheeky. Wow, they're going crazy. It's not as fun to say as kill over and over, though. The insects gathered around my spine crawl into my brain through my neck. Countless insects claw my back, crying out. As the insects enter, a sick impulse almost seizes me. Kill. Oh, there it is. The command to kill Tono Akia fills my brain. There it is. I was waiting for it to come back. Classic. Kill! There can be no mistake. The name of these insects is the urge to kill. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I slapped the back of my neck with my hand. I felt like I'd go crazy if I didn't. Yeah, Steve Harvey is the Naya voice. I don't hate Akia for sucking blood. I only hate myself. I hate being filled with the command to kill her. It's fine, everything's okay now. Shaking off the insects from the back of my neck, I escaped to my room. Ha! Leaning my back against the wall, I catch my breath. I can't control myself. Just what's different between Shiki and the way I am now? No, this isn't really important. Why couldn't I understand her? Kohaku-san. The word in Makihisa's journal. The word synchronizer. Kohaku and Hisui weren't adopted, they were just brought here as tools. The meaning. I didn't know the meaning of what it meant to be by being Makihisa's servant. I didn't even try to understand. Every day without end, Akia said that. I don't have to think too hard about what Makihisa did. If Makihisa was subject to the same violent urges as me, I understand all too clearly what he must have done. Always, that girl was always by the window, not knowing how to leave or even how to beg for help. Makihisa had no sympathy for Kohaku, still being a little girl. It was written in the journal. Makihisa only saw Kohaku as a tool, just like a child, placing all his emotions onto her. That girl would perpetually just stare at us while we played in the garden. I can't condemn Makihisa. You can a little. You can. You can definitely condemn him, I think. I also tortured her more than Makihisa. I really don't know about that one, dude. Hisui said it, that Kohaku-san always wanted to become Hisui. I can't even imagine it. That girl being locked in the mansion ever since childhood, looking down at us playing beyond that clear wall of a window every day. Despite this, she gave me something important to her as I left. After that, for the sake of her younger sister, she began smiling in her own play. A terrible farce. Only, inside the play, even she knows is a lie. All she can do is laugh. What a terrible thing I've done. Thinking that Kohaku-san was Hisui, I've spoke to her about my memories of the past. The day of the welcome party. While cooking with Kohaku-san, I spoke so happily about memories with Hisui. She said she didn't feel pain when she cut her finger. Foolish. My chest constricts. I can't breathe. Myself that wants to kill Akiha. Myself that couldn't even understand what was going on. Sorry, Kohaku-san. My consciousness wavers. My body enters a stupor. For the first time, I want to kill myself using my ability. I think he passed out. Ouch. Akia-sama, won't you call a doctor? That is pointless. He isn't sick. He won't get better unless we take away what's causing it. Akia and Hisui are talking. This is Shiki's room. It looks like I am sleeping on the bed. I try to get out of bed, but I can't move at all. My body is heavy like lead. All I can move freely are my mouth and my eyes. For an instant, I think I am still dreaming. You failed, Hisui. I told you to pay attention to Nissan today, right? I can't even trust you to take care of Nissan like this. I am very sorry. If you want to apologize, apologize to Nissan. Apologizing to me will just make me angry. I don't understand why they're like that, but I understand that Hisui is being scolded because of me. Akia-sama, I cannot help Shiki-sama if he collapses. Please give Nissan my duty. That won't do. I can't let Kohaku near Nissan. You shouldn't either. Be with Kohaku every time she's here and never let her alone with Nissan. But Akia-sama, Shiki-sama's condition is getting worse. If he does not receive medicine from Nissan, he will not even be able to stand. That is true, but that's better for me. Akia murmurs this as she ponders. Hisui, tell Nissan to skip school for a few days when he wakes. He has not been feeling well the past few days, so do not let him out of the room until he gets better. I will contact his school. I can no longer see Akia's figure. A subdued Hisui is the only one in the room. Shiki-sama, are you awake? I'm surprised. Akiya didn't even realize it, but Hisui must have known I was awake. Yeah, I woke up just a little bit ago. Sorry. Because of me, Akiya was mad at you. No, it was only natural for her to be angry. I did not realize that you had collapsed, Shiki-sama. Jeez, I'm used to it. And what's with Akiya wanting me to skip school? I'm fine, so I don't really need intensive care or anything. Shiki-sama, about that, can you not do as she tells you to do? Huh? You mean not going to school anymore? Hisui nods. She looks as if she's not worried about being scolded by Akiya. Rather, she is really concerned over me. Oh, I can't say no to those eyes. I understand. I'll rest for school tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Hisui gives a weak, apologetic smile. Well then, please excuse me. If anything happens, please call for me. Hisui disappears with a bow. The instant I become alone, sleepiness assails me. In all seriousness, there does seem to be something wrong with my body. I'm trying to stay awake, but it's no use. Staring at the pattern on the ceiling, I easily fall asleep. Nine, origami. Why is there this much sadness? I don't understand the reason. Whatever happens to anyone, it is their fate. It's not something that I can receive as a stranger. Neither pain, nor happiness, nor feelings, nor flesh. It's not that I am sad. So why this relentless regret? Even though I never knew about that girl. Even though I only looked at her now. For me, there isn't a connection between the two. So why? After thinking of the past I did not see until now, why does my chest feel like it is tearing apart? Hey, I wonder what is the most miserable. That moonlit night? The killer I happened to meet that one night asked that question. That was just one of the many rambling and meaningless scenes. And how did I respond? Sadness is easy to see, and happiness is hard to understand. To find miserable situations, you have to look way down. If being miserable is living a life so painful and full of suffering that makes you wish that you were dead, then it would mean that it was better if you were never born. As for me, I thought the saddest thing was to never have been born. After I said that, the killer laughed. After laughing so hard, he said something along the lines that I was a really nice guy. What is misery? Not even realizing your misery and mistaking it for happiness, I think. I remember nodding to that. That really can't be helped. Not being able to think that you're miserable. The only thing that is granted to them will be that sympathy is meaningless. Believing the illusion that she's happy, she will live a laughable life. As a stranger that can't feel her pain, I agreed that kind of misery was the worst. I slowly wake up for no apparent reason. The combination of the cool breeze and the sunlight streaming from the window feels great. The weather is simply exquisite. It's not the kind of weather to spend all day in bed. I lift my upper body. Still no good. My arms are still sluggish. It's not like I can't stand up, but I probably won't be able to walk. I hear the gentle rhythm of knocking. Please excuse me, Shiki-sama. How are you feeling? I feel fine. I bet I'll be able to move by evening. I kind of remember saying that last night, but it should be fine this time. Shiki-sama, may I ask you a question? What is it? Shiki-sama, while you were living with the Arima family, did you ever collapse like this before? Hisui's voice is weak. She seems worried that my declining condition is due to me coming back here. You don't need to feel responsible, Hisui. This happened to me while I lived with the Arimas. Well, maybe once a year during middle school, but that stopped once I entered high school. But I was ready thinking that if it was going to come, it should be pretty soon. And did you recover quickly at those times? In a day or two, so it's not a big deal. You act like I have some serious illness or something. I mean, you kinda do. Shiki-sama, I think it is a serious illness. I have heard that you have anemia, but nothing like this. Have you never thought that your body was strange? My doctor always says my body is just totally weird. Come to think of it, collapsing like this and recovering so quickly, I could say my strength is much more amazing than most people's. Ah, I tried to laugh it off and made her angry. Yeah, that didn't help. Shiki-sama, people whose strength is much more amazing do not have many fevers during the night. Do you remember how many times you had a fever last night? Did something happen? It was last night. As soon as you fell asleep, you had a fever. You began to sweat profusely, and I had to come back to check on you every hour. If I do say so myself, that's amazing. I had to get out of my Hisui voice. It is amazing, but I am a bit embarrassed to have been such a burden to her. Huh? Come to think of it, these are different pajamas than I wore last night. Hisui, did Kohaku-san change my clothes? No, Akiya-sama did it herself. Last night, Akiya-sama and I took turns caring for you. After you calmed down this morning, Akiya-sama returned to her room. Akiya did? As I blurt this out, I flash back to what I saw yesterday. Akiya, who was sucking Kohaku-san's blood, and her titty. Akiya, who was yelling at Hisui. Shiki-sama. I vaguely hear Hisui's voice. Maybe I showed my tension on my face. It's nothing. I see. Akiya took care of me, huh? Yes, she would come every hour and take care of you. Since I was unable to contact you physically, it was very fortunate that Akiya-sama came. How stupid of me. Akiya was so worried about me, but what did I think about her? Thanks, Hisui. Please, tell Akiya thanks too. Yes. Well then, Shiki-sama, I will bring you breakfast, so please wait a moment. Hisui leaves the room and I lift myself up. Leaning my back against the wall, I take a deep breath. My body has gotten a little better, and the weather outside is excellent. To add to that, I am truly happy that Hisui and Akiya took care of me last night. Still, I feel down. I haven't seen Kohaku-san since yesterday. I know that if I see her face, I won't be able to talk to her normally. But still, I just want to see her face. It passes noon and the sun starts to dip from the top of the sky. My condition does not improve, but it doesn't get worse either. Not knowing what to do, I just stare out the window. So, he's still having the bone liquefying disease like he did in his Suizuri, but not as bad. Like, his like, body isn't, like, splitting itself apart atom by atom. Even though I try not to think, one person pops into my mind. I know the killer Shiki has to be dealt with, but I'm thinking of Kohaku-san. A solid knock at the door. Nissan, it is me. Can I come in? Akiya's voice. I don't really have any reason to avoid her. Obviously, I'm concerned about yesterday. But it didn't look like she hated Kohaku-san, and it might be something she has to do. Those of the Tono blood need synchronizers. Akiya isn't hurting her like my old man did, so I should keep quiet about it for now. You don't need to ask me. Come on in. Yes, excuse me, Nissan. Akiya enters my room. Akiya, what about school? It's not even 1 o'clock, right? I took off today. If you are suffering, I should not leave, right? With a smile, Akiya comes over to my bed. I will take your temperature, so please put this in your mouth. After that, we need to change your sheets so you can get up for just a moment. She sticks the thermometer in my mouth. It looks like she came in place of Hisui. After checking my temperature, she smartly changes my sheets and gets out a fresh set of pajamas. Come to think of it, Kohaku-san was efficient too, but she didn't have Akiya's air of swiftness. Even though Kohaku-san is relaxed normally, she probably has things ordered so there's nothing unnecessary done. All finished. Nissan, please lay down. Still standing, I steal a glance out the window. Ah, Kohaku-san is gathering the fallen leaves with her broom in the garden. I could probably say hi from here, so Nissan, I have finished putting new sheets on your bed. Huh? Sorry. I spaced out a little. I sluggishly lie back down on my bed. Sitting down on a chair, she starts to peel an apple rather clumsily. With an intense look on her face, she intently works the knife, but sometimes she uses too much strength and the knife almost flies toward my bed. Is she practicing to be a good housewife? I wish she would do such dangerous things in the kitchen. Akiya, you don't have to force yourself. Indirectly, I tell her not to do things she's not good at. Akiya, a little dissatisfied, puts down the apple and the knife on the floor. Seeing her with the plate and fork, it's obvious that she was going to do something she's not good at. Despite the results, I'm happy for Akiya's care, but it's funny, so I start to laugh. Hey, what is so funny, Nissan? I did not do anything to make you laugh. I was just thinking that this was just like back then. When I was sick as a child, you used to clumsily take care of me back then too. Yeah, I remember. When I was still living as an adopted child. When I was playing with Akiya, I caught a fever and collapsed. I was resting in that detached house after that, but Akiya escaped the mansion to come care for me. It sure brings back memories. At first, you just held my hand, but you started to try and take care of me. In the end, you even took some empty syringes and were going to inject me, right? Oh no. I regret it now, but it's the truth I cannot take back. No kidding. If Jinan-san hadn't realized it and stopped you, I probably would have died. Incidentally, Jinan-san was the assistant of the family doctor. After that time, he became my personal physician. Jinan-sensei. Come to think of it, even though you didn't like doctors, you always ended up losing to him. Of course. That person is a mad doctor. If you disobey him, he'll pay you back twice as much. Do you understand how scary that is? Who knows, Akiya says as she smiles. She knows it doesn't concern her, and she isn't being cute at all. Speaking of doctors, when did Kohaku-san get her pharmacist license? She seems to be very close to our age, but doesn't that sort of thing have an age limit? That is true, but it is Father's doing. We don't know the exact date of Kohaku and Hisui's birth, so Father did a little manipulation of the documents and made her older. Whoa. Whoa. As expected of a rich man, his methods are a bit illegal. So true. But I think that Hisui is about your age. Kohaku and Hisui are twins, so that would naturally make her around your age, right? No way. Kohaku and San and I, the same age? Well, it's not like I really gave it much thought, but I always felt she was older. Well, she certainly doesn't act older, but I never thought of her as the same age. I mean, they're twins. Because if that's true, then from when Kohaku-san was 8 or 9, Tonomaki Hisa did. Yeah, let's not think about it too hard. I imagine a crack in my body. Nissan? What is wrong? Are you feeling alright? Nah, it's nothing. No need to worry. After all, this is just a brief pain. There is a need to worry. Sweating like that, you seem like you will collapse any moment now. But compared to Kohaku-san... Compared to that, this pain is nothing. I really want to see Kohaku-san after all. I don't know what I will say after I meet her, but I have to see her and do something. I still haven't fulfilled my promise from 8 years ago. This isn't the time for me to be lazing around here. And just like that, suddenly my dizziness comes to a complete stop. How is that? Have you calmed down? Aki is placing her palm on my forehead. Her cool fingers. It seems the cool sensation has doused away my dizziness like soothing water. Nissan, how are you feeling? Question mark? Didn't I already tell her? Her eyes are dead serious. Her gaze seems to be asking something different. Fine, I'll just have to investigate myself. After saying this, she lowers her hand from my forehead. Her palm smoothly glides down to the top of my shirt. Doesn't seem like there's anything wrong in particular, but your fluctuating temperature might be due to me simply not being used to it. Murmuring to herself, she draws back her hand. Nissan, you have a normally healthy body, but you have anemia like this very often. You ever think that this is strange? Yeah, well, the doctor told me that many times, but what about it? Of course. Doctors cannot know the reason for your anemia. Hey, Nissan, do you want to know what the reason is for it? Huh? My heart skips a beat. What I haven't known for all these years. This unstable body of mine? Akiya knows? It doesn't seem like you're joking. Right. If you want to know, then I will tell you. It is due to the sins of my family, so you have a right to know. For some reason, her words seem very dangerous, but I can't shake my head in denial after all this. I want to know. Please, tell me, Akia. I understand. Then I will tell you. I say that, but you already know most of it. After that accident 8 years ago, you became this way, right? So that has to be the root of all this. 8 years ago, you mean when I was almost killed by Shiki? Exactly. At that time, Shiki stole the majority of your life. After Father carried out sentence on Shiki, he was kept alive in the basement, right? So Shiki is using your life in place of the life he lost to stay alive. That's why, Nissan. That's why you cannot move around freely with your own life. And as a result, you are always teetering on the brink of death. So as long as Shiki is alive, you will always be like this. You can never go back to the way you were before. What, on the edge of death? That's ridiculous. It can't be just anemia. Not being able to move freely and losing consciousness this frequently can't be called anemia. So it's just like she says. There's not much difference between this and drifting into death. Why? But I made it this far. If I lived like this for 8 years, then I can surely... No. Until now, Shiki was locked away, so you were able to live barely. But now Shiki's going outside and is using your life to do as he pleases. The burden for whatever he does is on you, so you will not be able to live like before. My pulse surges. Her words hold nothing back. Since they are the truth, they pierce my heart like a sword even more. Yeah, we kind of learned this in Hisui's route, too. And in Akia's route, we learned she's using her powers to help Shiki stay alive. Which is why she needs to suck all that extra heat out of people and Kohaku and stuff. Nissan, if you want to hate someone, hate Shiki or the one who set him free. Because even if he is alive, if Shiki is quiet, this world will have never happened to you. She bites her lip as she says this. Is she that angry at Shiki for stealing my wife? She bites so hard that blood flows from her lips. Akia, but she isn't looking at me. She is staring into emptiness as if staring at an enemy. But rest assured, I will do anything to protect you, Nissan. So you can always smile. I will kill Shiki, you want to say. I remember my old man's journal. The responsibility of the head of the Tono household is to exterminate all those who stray from a human existence. Ah, that one night, Akia was hugging me, desperately fighting back her tears. That time, I know she said those words. She said she didn't want to kill her brother with her own hands. She was crying, not being able to tell me that. It's fine. You don't have to feel any responsibility. No, I am the head of the Tono family. So all the crimes any members of the Tono family has committed, I will definitely... Hey, you don't have to make such a painful face. It's okay. This has happened before. Whatever Shiki does, I'll recover in a matter of days. So you don't have to worry. Nissan, you are just repeating yourself. I cannot bear you to be like this, not even knowing if you may die any minute. So I told you not to worry. Shiki is my responsibility. You don't have to do anything. Nissan. Yeah, Augie doesn't have to kill her brother. This is just between me and him. The Tono blood is cured, and if the Tono blood is cursed, and I've been forced into this ridiculous dance for 8 years, then I, with my own hands, will end all of this that started 8 years ago. Neither Kohaku-san nor Akia should suffer any longer from that blood. Nissan. Has she relaxed? She finally eases her shoulders. Thank goodness. You are definitely my Nissan. Just like 8 years ago, you only protect me. Her brimming eyes look directly at me. How do you say this? The atmosphere has become incredibly intimate. And, as if to spoil this great mood, Akia's stomach lets out a growl. Oh, she's hungry. Come to think of it, Akia stayed up all night watching over me. She must have been so worried over me that she didn't eat. I think I'm getting hungry. I try to follow her up. Geez, I was so relaxed I let down my guard. Akia gives an embarrassed excuse. Well, maybe it helped me out. I don't know what would have flowed from that mood. Akiya, I'm fine right now, so please rest. You took care of me all night, right? Yes. It was really nothing at all. I could not help you, and I only did the best that I could. That's enough. I heard it all from Hisui. I really am happy to have such a great little sister. Yes, then I suppose I will rest a little bit. I will come here again after dinner, so please rest and relax. Getting up from the chair, Akiya leaves the room. A light knock and the door opens. Thanks for waiting. Shiki-san, time for dinner. Huh? Kawaku-san's arrival takes me completely by surprise. Huh? Kawaku-san? Yes? She tilts her head. I thought Akiya said she wouldn't let you near me. Still off kilter with surprise, I blurt out what I was thinking. Yes, I was ordered the same thing, but Akiya-sama and Hisui-chan do not know how to do an IV. Shiki-san, after dinner, you'll have to get a shot, you know. With her usual smile, she wheels in a cart and shuts the door. On top of the cart, there is food. On the lower shelf, there is a syringe and everything needed for an IV. Kohaku-san? First is dinner, right? Here you go, she says as she presents him the meal on a platter. Kohaku-san's smile is full of contentment. How could I destroy it? Please act like before. I remember Hisui's words. Even I want her to keep smiling like this. I want to see her smile happily, just like this. I can't destroy that. Well, I'll dig in. Itadakimasu. Yes, please chew everything well. Lowering my eyes, I pick up my chopsticks. Kawaku-san stands nearby with that smile. It's all so sad, I just can't look at her. Clink, clank. The sound of my utensils echo through the room. Seeing her so close to me and smiling makes me want to kill myself. That's a little extreme, but okay. Why am I so sad? Kawaku-san is right here. The one I wanted to meet since yesterday is here, so there can't be any reason to be sad. Sadness is easy to see. Happiness is difficult to understand. For example, a girl who was locked away in the mansion since she was very young. The girl giving Tonoshiki her ribbon despite all that. The stupid me that spoke so happily about the past in this mansion. Such things caused me pain. Clink, clank. The sound of my utensils. Bringing my hands together, I thank her for the meal. As if she was so happy that I had seconds, she cheerfully takes the dishes. If that was true happiness, maybe I would be happy as well. That's pretty simple, isn't it? I suddenly find the reason for my sadness. There must be something wrong with me to not have seen it earlier. I just like this person. I love her to a point where I can't even imagine seeing her in pain. It seems I finally realized the simple fact. Well then, a shot before your IV. Shiki-san, can you roll up your sleeve for me? I roll it up to the elbow. This won't be too painful, so just relax. Makihisa-sama would sometimes fall ill too. So I've had a lot of practice, you know. She rubs my arm with a swab of cotton drenched in alcohol. I don't know what to do. Kawaku-san says Tono Makihisa's name as if it was nothing. This perfect act, is there a reason for it? Come to think of it, you are always injuring yourself as a little kid. You would ignore Makihisa-sama's scolding and run around the garden. She speaks so nostalgically. I just can't look at her smile directly. For an instant, her smile changes from its usual form. It isn't her cheerful smile. It is a smile that comes from describing a distant, longed-for dream. But to protect the Kohaku-san of the present, I have to play along with this charade. That's right. But Kohaku-san, you also seem to be having a lot of fun. Yes, running around with you, Shiki-san. Yeah, it really was fun. Playing in the garden until sunset. But after it was all over, you would always get yelled at for being covered in mud. That's another act, too. That smile is just fake. Not being able to stand anymore, I wrap my arms around this girl speaking of her dream. I can't even hold on to her tightly. Shiki-san? Her questioning voice reaches me. I just wordlessly hold her close to me and stroke her hair. I can't let her see my face. I probably have a horrible expression. I can't meet her gaze, her sharp perception. If I did that, she would know that I know everything. But still, I try to hold back and bite my lip. Shiki-san? Does it hurt that much, Shiki-san? Shiki-san? No, it isn't that. All I can do is grip with my fingers. I can't hold her tightly, but I want to embrace her as much as I can. Ah, that's no good, Shiki-san. You're a boy, so you have to endure some pain. Her arm brushes against my hair. She quietly rubs my head. That breaks my limit. It's okay. Shiki-san? Did you say something? Kawaku-san asks. No matter how much my mind screams at me to stop, the words just come out. It's okay. You don't have to smile any longer. Yeah, this is cute. I like this. I sure hope there's no terrible H scene immediately after this. Huh? It's okay. You don't have to force yourself to smile. My voice feelings spurt forth from my clenched lips. Her hands stop moving. Kohaku-san freezes. She doesn't even breathe. Katcha. I hear a noise. Kohaku-san pulls away. Oh no, it looks like the IV spilled. The usual smile. Unfortunately, the next one will not arrive until tomorrow, so we'll stop for today. Well then, Chiki-san, if anything happens, please call me. Kohaku-san pushes the cart as if nothing just happened. She leaves without opening the door. What was I doing? Acting like that and breaking my promise to Hisui? It's no different than Makihisa. I couldn't even control my feelings. The open door flutters at me in ridicule. Wait, Kohaku-san left without opening the door? That's odd. I know Kohaku-san closed it when she came in, so why was the door open? That has to mean that someone was watching when I was hugging Kohaku-san. After dinner I will return, Nissan. That's what Akiya said. Akiya saw it? I ponder aloud. That wasn't really a big deal. So why do I have this whirlpool of uneasiness in my chest like I just did something I can never take back? Uh-oh. She's gonna be mad. Akiya deserves to be cucked, but she's gonna be upset. Night falls. The clear daytime sky turns into a black dome. Dome? Yo, dome? The swarm of clouds carouse across the sky and obscure the moonlight. I take a deep breath and get out of bed. See? I told them I'd be better by evening. I'm pretty much better. There isn't anything to stop me from running about. I take my knife from the drawer. Alright, I place it in my pocket and psych myself up. The problems really have piled up, but I won't mistake what I can do and what must be done. The killer wandering around the streets. Tonight I will have to end Shiki's wanderings once and for all. As her brother, it's the least I can do. I can't allow Akiya to be forced into fighting her real brother. I have to stop Shiki while I can still move my body. Alright, let's get it. Let's get him. I don't see Shiki anywhere under the clouded night streets. Damn, I guess I was thinking too optimistically. I thought I would meet Shiki if I just walked the streets at night. That does seem like a pretty stupid plan, honestly. Even though I've never seen him, I thought I'd be able to meet like two magnets coming together. It's probably better if I just wait somewhere instead of randomly walking about. The alley would probably be a good idea. I witnessed so many murders there in my dreams. That's probably the best bet if I want to find Shiki. Let's see how this works out. Let's see how this plan pans out. Well then. I hide in the darkness and take a deep breath. Ready for an attack at any moment, I grip my knife. My heart is beating furiously. This may be imprudent, but my mind isn't out of control. Soon I will be battling Shiki. This will be extremely close to a fight to the death. I don't intend to kill, but the possibility of ending that way is high. Even still, my mind is calm. Has watching those dreams truly desensitized me towards killing? The only thing that is normal is my heart. It is the only thing that feels the tension of the upcoming killing and beats a warning bell inside of me. Maybe it is the only true normalcy of Nanaya Shiki. I let out a deep breath. My insides are still overheating. Strange. My feelings are completely calm, so why is my blood racing to meet this vampire? Thump thump. Oh, that's a lot of thumps. I didn't mean to click it that fast. Once before, I think I was searching for someone like this. I sense someone and instantly hide myself. The sound of footsteps. My pulse reaches new heights. The one who is coming is the one enemy I know I came here to defeat. The footsteps come closer. Only a few more steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. I dash towards the enemy. The enemy suddenly whirls to face me. The enemy tries to jump back, but I am many times faster. I swing my knife at the enemy's throat without the slightest hesitation. Oh, it's Akia. Oh no, who could have seen this coming? Right before impact, I manage to pull back. The knife breezes through Akia's hair. We both take a deep breath and point at the other at the same time. Nissan, what are you doing here? Akia, what are you doing here? Well, I guess it's pretty obvious we're after the same thing. Akia looks at me with eyes almost brimming with complaints. I think she's still mad at me for hugging Kohaku-san, but I can't worry about that right now. Akia, just what are you doing here at this time of night? Is it not obvious? I'm looking for Shiki so I can fill my duty as the head of the Tono family. Akia answers me. Akia, I told you I'd take care of it, so there's no need for you to put yourself in danger like this. Didn't you agree to that? That may be true, but I changed my mind. Nissan, you seemed a little busy, so I thought I would go in your place. With a humph, Akia looks away. Akia, I won't ask what you're angry about, but isn't that a different matter? This is between me and Shiki. Akia, I won't let you get involved in such a dangerous fight. Give it up. You are very naive if you keep saying that, Nissan. Look, even now your bodies start getting weaker. So I will do whatever it takes to make you better. I will not listen to you if you tell me to stop. Aki looks intently at me. She's dead serious. What you say is right. I really am happy that you worry over me this much. But isn't it tough? Shiki is your, Nissan. You're the only one I call Nissan. Certainly this is a difficult task, but someone has to do it, right? I was raised to fulfill my duty as head of the Tono family, so all of this is under my own resolution. More importantly, Nissan, your current health, what are you doing? Aren't you the only one who is in danger from Shiki? Aki adopts an incredibly commanding pose as she walks toward me with her finger pointed right at my throat. I unconsciously take a few steps back under this attack. See, you're already losing to me mentally. Look, you are just a normal human, so a monster like Shiki is too far above your level. You should go find some slimes to grind against or something. I will escort you this night, but from now on, you have to take care of yourself. Akia grabs my arm and walks off. Wait, Akia, wait up! Oh, quiet. If you make a racket this late at night, you will just attract the police. I lose once again. Oh well. My body still isn't fully well, so I should just go back like she says. Nissan, please go back to your room. I am also done for the night. Akia turns away, still a bit perturbed. Her black hair swishes in the air. For no reason whatsoever, I see her and feel this incredible uneasiness. Akia. Yes? What is it, Nissan? I can trust it, right? I say that without really even knowing what I want to trust in. Akia looks surprised for a moment. Yes, you have not done anything you need to worry about, so please rest. She says this with a completely unclouded smile. Akia walks away. My room is on the second floor in the western part of the mansion. Akia's is in the eastern part. Does living under the same roof but being so far away make me that uneasy? With this lingering uneasiness that I still can't define, I open the door to my room. "10 Locks of Hair, October 30th. I hear the voices of reed warblers. The distant moon. The night is dark. The veil of trees shrouds the entire world. The ground is jagged like the teeth of a saw. There isn't anyone around. All I can hear is the reed warblers. A black field. I instinctually feel homesick. As a child, a small child, I always played in this forest. I always go out in the dead of night. Since my parents and siblings feel uneasy about getting seen by people, we usually don't go out during the day too much. So this is just like any other day. I walk out of the garden alone into that forest and I encounter those people I don't know. The black field is an even darker shade today. It isn't a natural darkness. It's as if it was being radiated from a dull lamp. The fresh carpeting of blood looks like weird wild berries. It is awfully hot. As I take each breath, it feels like I'm bringing fire into my lungs. The heat is as intense as summer. Is that why? I keep hearing those reed warblers in the chilled air. The wild berries are strewn all over the field. In the middle, a single bright red eye. A stranger is standing in the field. It only has one eye. The eye shines with red light. Looking like it's floating in empty air, its very existence screams abnormally. Since there is only one eye, its color doubles. Compared to that eye, the fresh blood seems like the chrome yellow of a far-off mountain. A scarlet deeper than red. A name for that has been passed down in the Nanaya oral tradition. Crimson red vermilion. A name that points to an existence that has awakened to the mountain non-human blood of its ancestors. It describes a person whose ego is subsumed by a transcendental self and loses all sanity. It is said that the red evil eye is a sign of being possessed. Like a mirage, something shimmers behind it, laughing around aimlessly as if insane. It doesn't look like it's having any fun. Oh, so that explains why, when Akio went crazy in her route, she had red eyes, and Koma has a red eye too. I guess Koma can control it better, though. It doesn't look like it's having any fun. With the reed warbler's cry, its body becomes hazy. It disappears as if eaten by the surrounding bush. A voice calls me from the distance. I'm scared to be alone, so I should go towards the forest. Within the veil of trees, I hear sounds like they are having a festival. Crash, crunch, smash, splat. Nanaya Shiki walks toward the back of the forest. After passing through the field, I think back about the redness I saw earlier. How pitiful. When did it become so tired and hazy like that? It seemed incredibly strong, but at the same time, very fragile. After finding out that it doesn't have much longer to live, I continued toward the heart of the forest. That must be referring to Makihisa. I opened my eyes to the morning sun streaming from my window. Hot. My pajamas are drenched with sweat. It seems I had a weird dream. It was like that really old silent comedy film. I'm not too sure, but that one where the actor with a black derby hat and a mustache keeps getting in all sorts of situations. It's a funny comparison. It was a dream where it felt like I was watching a movie. Come to think of it, I never did dream when I stayed at the Arimas. Actually, I never did dream since I was a kid. My doctor said that I sleep so deeply that I can't dream. There's a short story about Shiki's dad and what happens in the prologue. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The content of this visual novel seems to imply it was Makihisa himself who did all that big murder in the intro, but maybe I'm misremembering, but people in like the chat and when I played Melty and stuff told me that's like it's actually Koma, so maybe that's just something that changed later on, like Natsu changed it to Koma. Because the implication here, because they talked about Makihisa being pretty strong physically, like he had similar strength as all cap Shiki. The implication seems to be here that he killed the Nanayas himself, like personally. Whereas when people talk about Koma, they say it's like he got sent to do it, maybe on behalf of Makihisa. I'm not sure. Then, maybe the dreams I see since coming back to this mansion are actually my memories instead. Wait, isn't that what you call a dream? Well, I'll leave these little things for scholars to debate. As a student, I should go to school. Alright, time to get up. I get up from bed. And then he falls immediately, right? Huh? Actually, my body does not move. Makihisa ordered it? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think maybe that was like just a story detail that changed in later material because like the way this VN phrases it really makes it sound like Makihisa did it with his own hands. Though they also reference Koma's last name in this. That's like the only actual reference to Koma as a character that I've heard besides like other, you know, how the family members stole the TV, but that's not like attributed to Koma specifically in this visual novel. They just say like, yeah, they took all the TVs when we kicked them out. Why can't I move? I clench my teeth and summon all of my strength. Yeah, also the one eye, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like... Because he has, like, the hair fringe that blocks his eye, right? As, like, a design. So I'm wondering if it was just one of those, like, half-formed ideas. Because, like, they talk about, like when Shiki was reading the journal earlier, the way it talked about it made it sound like Makihisa did the murders himself, but then other details make it sound like another person. But then again, we don't know what Makihisa looks like in this VN either. Like, they never showed us a picture of Makihisa. So, I feel like it's one of those ideas that was kind of half-formed and formed later into Makihisa ordered Koma to do it. That's just my interpretation of how this is written. The blood rushes to my head, causing dizziness, and I manage to lift my upper body. Hot! My body's on fire. Damn, this is worse than yesterday. Yesterday my body was just heavy, but now just moving my arm is incredibly difficult. I see if I can lift my arm vertically. Gah! I finally lift it up. Just doing this expends all of my energy and takes me about a minute. What's going on? This is like a dead body. He had a whole armed PMC to assault the Nanaya compound. I guess that makes sense, because the Nanayas are like super killers. Like, it would be pretty hard to take them all on, even if you're like a Chad toner like Makihisa. I shouldn't call him a Chad, he was a real fuckhair. He was a real bastard. Like, I don't think there's any redeeming that character. I just referring to the demon blood making him very strong. Or maybe like a robot without any power. Either way, I can't move, but still, my mind is sharp and I don't feel any pain. Kohaku-san, I start to call her, then stop. Yesterday I said those things while I embraced her. I don't know what Kohaku-san thought of that. I don't think she knows that I know about her in Hisui trading places, but it's still difficult for me to face her now. Hisui, Akiya, hey! I try to say come, but I stop. Speaking loudly brings another wave of dizziness crashing into me. Shouting requires muscle use, and that probably puts a strain on the blood in my brain. Ah! I breathe shallowly. All I can do is just wait like this until Hisui comes to wake me. In the end, I take off from school today. When Hisui came to wake me, she immediately turned pale and called for Akiya. As soon as she heard, Akiya came running, and I guess neither Akiya nor Kohaku-san knew what to do because they called the doctor in to perform an examination. As usual, it came up with nothing. As expected, Akiya ordered me to rest in bed afterwards. The sun sinks below the horizon. Lying on my side, I gaze emptily out the window. Damn it. I knew I should have settled things with Shiki last night, especially now that I became like this. While I'm like this, the number of victims will increase. No, even last night, after I came back with Akiya, Shiki may have already sucked another person's blood. Was it the wrong decision? Last night. Maybe I should have stayed in that alley waiting for Shiki no matter what Akiya said. I have to go tonight. I can't cry over the fact that I can't move. I have to stop Shiki as soon as possible. I have to save up all of my strength until tonight so I can do that. Shiki-san, are you awake? Kohaku-san opens the door and walks in. Kohaku-san? Yes, it's been a whole day, hasn't it, Shiki-san? She closes the door with a smile. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I suddenly feel awkward and look away. I can't speak to her directly now. Not only am I worried too much about Shiki, but I also haven't figured out an excuse yet for my stupidity last night. Shiki-san, why do you look so down? You really don't feel well? She looks into my face. No, that's not it, but blushing furiously, I somehow managed a calm response. This is bad. I said it would be difficult to meet her, but just seeing her face uplifts me. Since I could not see her for a whole day, just having her beside me makes me so happy I forgot about Shiki. Kohaku-san, I thought that the IV was already done. All the same, I needed to keep my distance from her. I broke my promise to Hisui and held her. I don't know what she thinks about what happened yesterday, but as for me, I've finally realized how I feel. I have no clue what I'll do now if she's close to me. If there's nothing, please leave. If Akiya sees you, you'll be in trouble. I do have something. I thought that I would ask if you wanted anything special tonight to eat. To eat? Since I'm like this, I think something easily digestible would be best. Hehe, don't worry about such delicate matters, Shiki-san. The doctor said you could eat as you please, so tonight I'll make you whatever you want to eat. I do have foods I like, but I think right now nutrition is more important than taste. I see. Then something really nutritious. I have to get as much power as possible to stop Shiki tonight. Oh, you blurted it out, dude. Come on. You're like barely even trying. Huh? Stop yourself, Shiki-san. Kawaku-san confusedly tilts her head. Ah, crap. I let that slip without even thinking about it. Wait a minute. She has to know about Shiki. I don't know. He didn't let that sort of thing slip in Hisui's route, and like, there his bones were like liquefying by the minute. I think Shiki's just a dumbass. When Akiya was drinking Kohaku-san's blood, they were discussing Shiki. Even Hisui knew I was adopted. And there's no way Kohaku-san does not know about Shiki. I see. You know about it. Do I know what? That I was adopted, and that Akiya has a killer brother called Shiki. Her smile freezes. I see. Shiki-san, you found out about it. But that's just for an instant. Kawaku-san's active Hisui from the past doesn't crumble. But Shiki-sama is no longer in this world. You're the only eldest son of the Tono family now. I think it's best to forget about it. She keeps smiling. The same smile she had when discussing the evening menu. I want to forget it, but I can't. I can't forgive what the Tono blood did. My old man, he turned you into nothing more than a smiling doll. And I can't leave Shiki alone. As long as he's being a vampire, I can't ever be Akiya's brother. I can't give that girl back her ribbon either. This is the only thing I can do. I don't know how to save this person or erase the sin of Tono Makihisa. All I can do right now is stop the killer Shiki and extinguish that Tono blood. I want to do this with my own hands. I can't leave him alone, but more than that, I want to help you, Kohaku-san. Idiot. I keep saying these stupid things. Thinking selfishly, thinking that I can save Kohaku by doing that? Such selfish things. What am I saying? But anyway, this is a problem of the Tono family, so I will end it. There is no need for you or Hisui to worry. Kohaku-san doesn't say anything. Her smile also ceases. Kohaku-san? Did I say something wrong? No. Do you really mean that? Question mark? What does she mean? Shiki-san, you know that Akiya-sama leaves the mansion every night. Yeah, it's her responsibility as head of the Tono family to look for Shiki. I told her to stop, but she doesn't listen. I don't believe it. You didn't hear from Akiya-sama? Wait, Kohaku-san, hear what? Kohaku-san doesn't answer, but she isn't acting normal. Even someone thick-headed like me can tell. Thump. My pulse starts to increase. Akiya-sama is lying to you, Shiki-san. Shiki-sama was not exactly a blood-sucking demon. It's the body warmth of others. Not the blood, but the heat. Thump thump. My pulse goes crazy. We already figured this out like 2 routes ago, but you know. Dramatic irony and all that. The combination of those facts and her serious eyes make me imagine something bad. Wait. Please, just wait. That is, unconsciously, something I avoided thinking about. Please wait. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. Shiki-san, the one known as Tono Shiki is no longer in this world. Certainly, Shiki-sama was a blood-sucking demon and killed people on the streets. But that is all over. 5 days ago, by Akiya-sama's hand, Shiki-sama was exterminated. That dream, the dream of the killer being killed by Akiya, that wasn't what I saw. It's what Shiki was watching in his final moments. Uh-oh. I was suspicious about that. The Shiki that killed people and drank their blood is no longer alive. So that means that all the recent incidents, they all are... Shiki is no longer alive. And specifically that the last couple of victims were just left alive. Like they were drained of blood, but they were still alive. Uh-oh. Long gone. The only one that is left, leaving every night to walk the streets, the blood-sucking demon named Tono Akiha. Shiki-san! Ignoring her voice, I fly out of the room. Running. My body is engulfed in pain, but that doesn't matter. I don't think about anything. I don't want to think about anything. It would be so... It'll actually be hilarious if this isn't a ruse, and like all caps Shiki just isn't in this route. That would actually be really funny. Until I hear the truth from Akiya's mouth, nothing else. Running toward her room at the east end of the mansion. Breathing wildly, I open her heavy double doors without knocking. I look around the room. Akiya elegantly gets up from her chair as soon as she sees me. What is it, Nissan? Entering without knocking is pretty rude, you know. I catch my breath as I stare at her. No, I'm definitely glaring at her without realizing it. Akiya senses the emotion in my look. Nissan? Did something happen? I take one more deep breath and calm my breathing. Suppressing the pulse in my chest, I glare as I speak. Akiya, what is the meaning of this? Her face tightens. With just those words, she probably figured out what I was going to say. After staring at me wordlessly, she walks casually over to the windowsill. The deep sky. The red rays of sun glaring through the sky and into the room. Like 3 days ago, she turns her back to the crimson sky. I'm not sure what you mean, Nissan. Could you be a little more specific? Dizziness assails me. Is it just a trick of the eyes? I thought I saw something hazy around her. Danger fills the air. It must be the fault of that glowing sky behind her. Akiya's hair looks crimson and my whole body creaks. Nissan, if you don't say anything, I can't help. Or will you go back to your room and pretend nothing happened? Akiya giggles. With that, I understand she was really deceiving me all along. Akiya, why? You already know why I killed Shiki. I am the head of the Tono family. It is my responsibility to exterminate those that become controlled by the Tono blood. What I did was by consensus of the family, and even you wanted to kill him. The hairs on my body stand on end. What is this? Who is this person in front of me? Who is this that takes away my breath through sheer pressure? Kono pressure. No, that's not what I meant. Oh? Well then, there's no problem. Killing someone who isn't human isn't a sin, right? It is just like killing a dog that attacks people. It is on the same level. I mean, that's still kind of fucked up. Like, I think, sometimes you gotta put down an animal, but I don't think anybody's, like, happy about it. I said that it's not about that. What I want to say is, why did you hide it from me? Ah, that. It's boring asking me such an obvious question. Hey, Nissan, asking something you know the answer to is not a question, but a confirmation. If that's the case, I can only nod. The air around her shimmers. The curtains waver like a mirage, her long hair illuminated red by the setting sun. Creak, my body screams at me to kill her. You killed Shiki 5 days ago. Yes, Akiya nods. 5 days ago, that night when she collapsed. Hugging me while she was crying, trying to hold something back. Then the recent vampire incidents aren't the work of Shiki, they are all your doing. Yes, Akiya nods. the detached building in the forest, where Akiya was sucking Kohaku-san's blood. At that time, Shiki was already gone, and Akiya was still committing those acts. Kohaku-san even asked why Akiya wasn't satisfied with just her blood. Why? Shiki was, but you don't seem strange. Yes, I am not like Shiki. It's obvious because I'm drinking Kohaku's blood, so I don't become like him. Then, why aren't you satisfied with just her blood? You said it yourself, so why are you doing the same things as Shiki? It is the influence of Shiki. This is my failure, Nissan. My power is not something that excludes anything or destroys. It is the power to plunder. I stole Shiki's life from him, but at the same time, it seems I also took in something not good. Oh, I see. Okay, this makes sense, actually. She gave him the suck. Something not good? Yeah, she's definitely been acting like weird since those days. Yes. I like keyed on that, like Aki was like way happier than usual. It was weird. Yeah. Yeah. Like she had like the emotional swings just like Shiki did in Seal's route. You're right. After killing Roa, yeah. Something that wasn't in her before, something that's in her now. That's, how do I put this? Ever since I killed Shiki, I became unable to suppress my emotions any longer. I became unusually strong-minded and my lust takes shape when I normally would have just kept it inside. So I guess I just became honest with the desires I held back for so long. I needed Kohaku-san's blood to maintain my body, but I was getting bored of that taste since I had been drinking it for a few years. Yes, you probably will not understand, but the first time I tasted the blood of someone other than Kohaku, it was simply amazing. It was so delicious I thought I would go insane. She smiles from the bottom of her heart. The wavering mirage. The only time I sensed this danger was when No, that was Shiki. When Shiki was killed in that dream. Akiya, you... Don't look at me like that. I only stole their blood. Shiki took their lives as well, so you should not look at me like that, Nissan. Only their blood? Aki is neither defiant nor remorseful. She just smiles as she looks at me and speaks as if it was a matter of course. I can hardly breathe. Akiya is enjoying this. I came to confront her, but it seems like it's just killing her boredom. What is this? This is like a killer truly enjoying insanity. Stop messing around. Why... that? Why, Akiya? There's something wrong with you. Somehow warding off her gaze, I take a step closer. It must have worked because she swallows her words. You must know, too. What you're saying isn't right. I take another step. After looking away peevishly, she bites her lip and glares at me. There's nothing wrong. I drink the blood of other people only for your sake. Huh? My legs stop. After she strongly bites her lip, she relaxes. I already told you. You were killed by a Shiki 8 years ago. You are not of the mixed blood of the Tono family, but you are just a normal person. You did not have any power to live after Shiki stole your life from you. But I could not allow that. You were killed protecting me, so I was the one that should have died. I was saved by your bloody body. You were already dead, but you still protected me. I do not remember everything that happened afterwards clearly, but I just remember thinking only that it would have been better if I died instead of you. That wish was granted. See, it's like what happens in a fairy tale. Like giving your blood to dead birds and dogs so they can live again. My power is really the opposite, but I guess I put that curse on you. You miraculously recovered, and ever since that day I've carried a load. Come to think of it, it was only natural. It is because I shared half of my life with you, Nissan. Everything goes black. So I'm alive because of Akiya, and at the same time, because of that, Akiya has to live with that terminal illness? Akiya, that time you had that fit, it was all my fault? Yes. As long as I keep you alive, I have to use the powers of the Tono blood. If I do that, my human blood becomes thinned. If it becomes too weak, I will become something less than human, just like Shiki. To prevent that, I have to only use the minimum of my powers. But if I do that, I can only maintain your life, and I can't support my own body. As a result, those fits occur. Sensing the danger, my body tells me to stop providing you with energy or just become one with the Tono blood. It is only thanks to Kohaku that I have been able to resist it this long. As a synchronizer, she can strengthen one's will. I regularly drink her blood to strengthen the human part of Tono Akiha. Before I realize it, my whole body staggers. Akiha sucking of blood, it's completely my fault. As long as I'm alive, Akiha has to live as the Tono. But I thought if I killed Shiki, it would be solved. If Shiki died, then he would no longer be able to steal your life. Ah, that's right. If Shiki is no longer alive, then I could have my life to myself, so I wouldn't have to be anemic anymore. But it really is funny. If anyone other than me had killed Shiki, then you would have been back to normal. Didn't I tell you? I stole everything from Shiki. I do not have the power to synchronize like Kohaku. Oh, that makes sense, because in Aki and Hisui's route, he's the one who killed Shiki, not her. What I stole, I cannot give to anyone else. She strangely gives a heartfelt smile and pure self-deprecation. After killing Shiki, I felt a weight lifted from me. Those spasms I had every evening did not occur, and I felt great. I do not need to say why, do I? Because in place of Shiki, I am now stealing your life. But I just took it, and I can't give it back to you, Nissan. Unlike Shiki, I do not have the ability to fuse. Yes, you were fused with Shiki. Certainly, Shiki took away life from you, but it returned to you when he slept. But that is no longer the case. That is why you have trouble moving now. That is why I have to continue supplying you with energy more than before. For that reason, I need to accumulate energy from people's blood. After saying this, Akiha walks away from the glowing red window. That is problematic. Wow, so Shiki is actually just dead. Nissan, maybe I am just a blood-sucking demon, but it is all for your sake. Will you still not allow it? Not as Tono Shiki, but will you kill me as Nanaya Shiki? I don't know what to say. Whatever she says, I'm Tono Shiki. I won't become what I don't even remember as Nanaya. But my body is different. Just seeing Akiha causes all the strength in my body to coil like a spring. It's like it's trying to do something to the non-human Tono Akiha. No, it isn't about Tono or Nanaya. I just don't want you, as Akiha, to have to drink blood. I don't want you to be like Shiki. Nissan, I'm doing this for your sake. Don't you understand that? Even that time, I told you how I felt and you didn't even say anything. I told you that I loved you, so why do you look at another woman? But love, that's like brother and sister. Well, I'm glad Shiki's being normal about it this time. Even if we're not connected by blood, we're still siblings. Don't say such stupid things. It is not stupid. Because we are siblings. I can't love you? Her voice echoes through the room. That may be the first time she's yelled at me like that. Yeah, all cap Shiki really just gets the shit beat out of him. He doesn't really get any good hits in. Akiha's shoulders rise and fall as she pants heavily and bites her lip regretfully. Akiha? Nissan, I don't care if I become no longer human. That means you can live, then I do not care what happens. So please, look only at me. I was always waiting for you. Now that you come back, do not betray me. Her fingers tremble as she says this. She closes her mouth and awaits my response. She wants me only to look at her. I didn't think Akiha with her pride would even actually say that. But that's wrong, Akiha. Without a doubt, she is dear to me. Aki has saved me up until now, so I want to grant her wishes as much as I can. But still, she is my sister. I can't love her in any other way. Well, I'm glad we have a route where we can be normal. Because the one I think of the most isn't her. Akia, I can't return your feelings. My special person is someone else. Akia is calm, as if she knew from the start. She closes her eyes quietly and distances herself. Into the cockshed with you. Her footsteps. She walks to the window. Then the wind blows her long hair freely. Oh, but Nissan, you do not have a choice. Her eyes become glaciers. In that instant, my body collapses to the floor loudly. Oh, this is bad. I didn't expect Akia to become the villain of this fruit. I thought it would be Shiki again. Gah. Breathe. I can't breathe. This is worse than anything before. I really can't breathe. My arms and legs won't move. How is it, Nissan? Returning to how it was 8 years ago. I can hear her laughter. Akiha? I somehow manage to look up. Her eyes are filled with pleasure as she looks at my deteriorating, fragile situation. I told you your body is alive only because of me. Do you understand? I just have to think it and you will die. That is the life of Tonoshiki, Nissan. Her voice reaches my ear like a whisper. My heat cools down. I feel like I'm rapidly tumbling towards death. My senses start to drain away, and I'm scared that if I let my guard down, I will totally disappear. What she is saying is the truth. Akia clutches my very heart in her hands right now. You're pretty strong-willed. I took enough energy away to cause you to pass out already. Her finger lures. Her finger traces on my back. Ouch. Her nail finds the scars on my back. Beautiful. The cuts I gave you are still here. That night, those marks she gave me when she was holding me and crying. So I will have to ask once more, Nissan. I am the most important person to you, right? Her whispering voice next to my ear. My senses are just about completely gone. If I don't answer, I might die. She's a little yandere now, I guess. Answer? I will not be gentle forever, you know. You've got to be kidding me. I know that's how I feel about this. Using her power like this on me, I won't cave in. Jeez, you really are strong-willed, Nissan. Her finger pulls away. I understand. I will give you until tomorrow to think about it calmly. Akia walks away from me and picks up something that looks like a receiver. Kohaku, come to my room. There is something I need you to carry. Her voice sounds happy. I can't think well. All I can understand is that Kohaku-san will be here soon. The door opens and Kohaku-san arrives. Shiki-san? I think she realizes I'm on the floor. She runs to me. Shiki-san! Hang in there, Shiki-san. My mind must be really messed up. Kohaku-san, she sounds so tense. I don't believe it. Akia-sama, what have you done? Nothing. I just showed Nissan how things stand. It seemed he would not understand unless I told his body. But I can't just let him lie here all night. So can you take him to his room? He will be in that state at least until tomorrow night. Well, this is bad. Akia turns away. It seems like she's going to her bedroom. That fiery aura swirls behind her back like a mirage. Shiki-san, can you stand? I can. That's what I meant to say, but I can't even do that. Kohaku-san lends me her shoulder. I hardly feel like I am alive, let alone able to walk. The cable that lets the human Tonoshiki move about seems to have been cut. It's pretty close, but not the same. Looking at my vision in pieces, it seems I have gone out into the hallway. Night falls. Tonoshiki is lying in bed. My wheezing drowns out the ticking of the clock. My body feels like every joint is bursting like a firecracker. Consciousness comes in shards. I am probably alternating between waking and fainting in between each second. It's because of that, I suppose. I don't know how long it's been. It feels like a week since I came back to my room. The clock pointed at the number 8 tells me that it is just an illusion. My breathing almost stops. When I had a terrible fever, it wasn't this bad. My body doesn't move, but my heart is racing. Thump, 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 thump. Akio probably did this on purpose. I can't even move. My arms and legs feel crucified to the bed with iron nails. But still, if I want to, I should be able to move them a bit. Thump. 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 My wildly beating heart seems to overpower Akia's curse. My limbs are nailed down, then it feels like my heart will burst out of this nailed down body. Thump. 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 What is so exciting? Akio with her red hair. Just thinking of that makes those immobile limbs somehow convulse. Probably my body would move to do one thing. Thump, 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 thump. What's in my head right now? Akio horribly filled with pleasure earlier? That was certainly strange. Certainly she has that in her character, but that was just too much. It's like something that she doesn't even notice is controlling her. Thump, 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 thump. Did she absorb Shiki's madness? There had to be a reason for his insanity, and maybe Akio consumed it without knowing it. If that is the case, it's just the same as Tonomaki Hisa, just kill, 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 kill. Oh, hang on. Yes! Very important. Very important. Shut up. I try to suppress my raging heart. Geez, what am I being so excited about? If I keep going through this cycle, won't I actually start to feel that way? Kill, 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 kill. My throat hurts. My body creaks. Don't you get it? I can't oppose her with this body. If you want to kill that, then shut up for a second. If you do, I will certainly destroy that demon without you telling me so. And I always team kills on purpose. He does. We do a little bit of trolling. No. No. What? Like I would ever. Thump, 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 thump. The mad pounding continues. I faintly cycle between blankness and awareness, dream and reality. I can't last until tomorrow. If this keeps up, I'll go insane first. What's going on now? The sweat fades from my drenched body. My roasting flesh begins to cool. The feeling of a soaked towel is on my forehead. My body is lifted and a cup is placed against my lips. Gulp. Gulp, 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 gulp. The sensation of cool water flowing down my throat. I sense someone nearby. I realize that someone is taking care of me. Good evening. How are you feeling, Shiki-san? She speaks with her usual smile. Kohaku-san. Somehow managed to speak through my tattered breathing. You do not have to speak. I probably understand your condition better than you do. She removes the towel from my forehead, still smiling. Was that thing before just an illusion? Kohaku-san is acting normal. She keeps smiling and continuing her portrayal of Hisui. Am I going to die here without being able to take off that mask? Akiya-sama told me everything. She said that she would wait until tomorrow, but that may be too long. Akiya-sama seems to have lost her ability to think clearly. I don't think you'll be able to make it through the night like that, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san's words are unmercifully true. Wheeze. Shiki-san, you told me before. You said that you were numb to death. Is that still true? Are you still going to act against Akiya-sama hopelessly with a body like that? Kohaku-san? I'm surprised. Kohaku-san's voice is completely different from before. No way. I told you that I am more attuned to death than most people, so I think I understand the situation I'm in. Without you telling me, I knew that surviving the night will be extremely difficult. Then you are not scared of death? If you accept Akiya-sama, then you will recover quickly, but you still do not. There's something wrong with you. Maybe, but I think it's okay. I like the me that acts like this, and I like Akiya for liking me as I am. Yes, and, well, I enjoy small things like just being able to talk with you, Kohaku-san. But I feel like if I lie to myself, all those small things would lose their enjoyment, and I'm scared of that. I cough violently, probably because I'm forcing myself to talk to Kohaku-san, but my body doesn't even allow me to do that properly. She looks like a kicked puppy with that spray. Shiki-san, why don't you tell Akiya-sama that you love her? She asks the same thing again. This time it's a little different. Kohaku-san's voice seems somewhat sad. If you do as Akiya-sama says, then you'll live. Even if it's just lip service, you will die unless you do so. Gaslight her as she has gaslit you. Turnabout is fair play. I don't know what you're thinking, but isn't it better just to return her feelings? Such a thing. If I could do that, I would have already done it. Maybe in some other timeline. No, I do love Akiya, but only as my sister and nothing more. The one I like isn't Akiya, Kohaku-san. I don't want to lie to the one I love the most. I force the words through my ragged breathing. Tick. The second hand of the clock ticks in the short silence. Oh, Shiki-san, that's no good. You can't even do it just this once? Nope. If my body's not free, I'd like to at least let my heart be free. If I lie just this once, then I'll have to continue lying. If I surround the lies with more lies, then it will all end up just being empty. If that happens, that girl that had nowhere to run, never be able to help the one I like the most. And I just look at Kohaku-san. She looks away without donning her smile again. That is pointless. Don't you pity Akiya-sama? Pity Akiya? Yes, every night she walks the streets and drinks someone's blood. Akiya-sama is unable to make those from whom she sucks blood like herself in the manner Shiki-sama was, but she has the ability to steal from others. Akiya-sama knows this. She knows that sucking blood is making her less human, but she doesn't stop. She's only doing it to keep you alive. So even though she knows it's transforming her into a blood-sucking demon, she continues it for your sake. Ah. Do you still refuse her when she does all that for you? These past 8 years, Akiya-sama has waited only for you. I can't answer that. In the first place, I'm dying because of Akiya. But I've only lived until now because of her efforts. I have a debt to her that is too large for me to ever repay. I can't say what is right and what is wrong, but I still have something that I can't give up and I can't permit, so I know what I have to do. I see. Akiya will go out and drink blood tonight again. I raise myself up. The pain runs through me like an electric shock. I manage to stand up while resisting the volume of pain. What? Shiki-san, what are you? No, I can't let Tono Akiya drink any more blood. I laboriously take a single step. Even though I may collapse at any moment, I continue forward. I can, at least, make it to Akiya's room. Please wait. Standing in my way, Kohaku-san appears before me. You say you'll stop, Akiya-sama. Is that the blood of Nanaya speaking? That has nothing to do with it. I just want Akiya to be Akiha. That is what I, as Tonoshiki, really feel. You mustn't. Akiya-sama will not have any mercy on you. You realize it already. The Akiya-sama from before no longer exists. I know that. That shimmering mirage behind her, that thing is driving her away from being Akiya. The way Akiya is now, she will see me as completely useless if I don't accept her. Even still, I must stop her. I'm her brother, after all. Kohaku-san doesn't say anything. I push my way through to the desk. Inside is what I brought from the Arimas, only a few things. I take my knife out of the drawer, and I see that which I haven't yet returned. Kohaku-san. Gripping the final remnants, I walk. Kohaku-san just stands there. This might be the end, so here. I hold out the white ribbon in my hand. It's a little late, but I'm giving it back. Sorry. You went through such trouble to give it to me, and I never even used it. I don't know if my feelings were able to come out through my words, and as gentle as I can, I place the ribbon of promise into her hand. The sound of gasping. She stands stock still like a doll, just staring in amazement at the ribbon in her hand. You knew, Shiki-san? Not right away. It was only just recently. I really should have realized it as soon as I came back. Probably. You probably should have, yes. It was a little obvious. Yeah, I should have realized it after I returned to the mansion and Kohaku-san said welcome back. Even still, she smiled when I asked if she was one of the children who was here back then. I don't have the right, but thanks. I really was happy that you waited here for me. For 8 years. Those were the words I always wanted to say as Tono Shiki. Tears. Her face is neither happy nor sad, but a single line flows down. I don't know what it means, but naturally, I hold her body close to mine. I can feel her warmth. My raging heart seems to become strangely calm from it. That's true, yes, he did get hypnotized, so it's... I mean, as stupid as the hypnosis is, it's not his fault, really. Kohaku-san, I'll stop, Akiha, so you get away with Hisui. And you don't have to come back. You've been locked in this mansion for 10 years. You can be free, and you don't have to force yourself to smile. Shiki-san, everything you... Her lips mouthed the word new. I didn't want her to say those words, so I closed her mouth with my own. It was really just an instant. Just a touch, a fleeting kiss, but unforgettable. I raise my head. I release her. In place of the doll-like Kohaku-san, I smile with all of my heart. Well, it was really short, but living here with you was a lot of fun. Yeah, I really like you the best, Kohaku-san. So true. Let's do this. The only thing left is to stop Akiha. No, stop. As I move to open the door, her voice rings out to me. No, Shiki-san. You can't stop Akiha-sama like that. Huh? I turn around. Shiki-san, you have to stop Akiha-sama. Kohaku-san stands there, not with a smile, but with a truly sad face. Kohaku-san, why? Why does she look like she's about to burst into tears? Shiki-san, did you really mean that? She looks directly at me. Her eyes implore me to confirm what I said about liking her. I nod. Kohaku-san shuffles over to me and holds my hand. How long were we like this? Kohaku-san doesn't say anything. After holding my hand like a child, she smiles once more and places my hand against her chest. If that's the case, then please make love to... Oh, okay. Here I was like, okay, maybe we're gonna escape this route without one terrible H scene. But no. What a fool I was. If you do that, then you should be fine without Akiha-sama's help. Oh, right, the synchronizing, right. Okay. Right, dumb lore excuses for terrible H scenes. What? Make love? What are you? It will help you regain your strength. Hisui-chan and I were both brought to this mansion for that purpose, you know. Kohaku-san says such a thing with her usual smile as if discussing the weather. But that... It's too sudden, my voice comes out weird. Yes, you may not know this, but we are called synchronizers. Simply speaking, we can project ourselves to someone else and increase their powers. But it only works if the person is of the opposite gender. Akiha-sama is a woman, so we could not synchronize. That's why she had to drink my blood to form a fake bond. How convenient and how so dumb. I hate this part of this. Thump. My body heat rises. It isn't the wildness of my heart earlier, it is the true feelings of Tonoshiki coming to light. But that is...
It's such like a dumb, like porny concept. Like I know this is a porn game, but it's such like a dumb concept of like I always hate stuff that's like we have to fuck for like magic reasons. You can't win the fight if we don't fuck first. I'm like, you can just say you want to fuck each other. Come on. You're unable to return her feelings, right? So there's no other way. Please, have me. If we exchange our bodily fluids, then I'll be able to help your condition. If you do so, you can return to normal without Akiya-sama's help. I really can't ask for anything more. I want to be a burden to Akiya. She won't have to drink any more blood. And really, I want Kohaku-san too. But I still feel there's something wrong about this. You're right, there is. There really is. Shiki-san, were you lying when you said you liked me? Kohaku-san saying that with a smile, I start to lose control. It wasn't a lie. I always wanted you. Then please let me give you strength. If you don't, you'll die and be unable to stop Akiya-sama. I understand. Kohaku-san is just continuing her act. I understand that she's just using me, but still, that's something important to me. Is this alright? Are you really okay with this, Kohaku-san? Yes, because I love you too, Shiki-san. I know that smile is fake, but I believe the words. I want to believe in those words. No. Still, I cannot use her like that. Shiki-san, what is it? Isn't it obvious? Something like that couldn't be called making love. I don't want to do it like that. I don't get it. I think that is the best method for exchanging bodily fluids. Don't you want to recover? I said that's not it. When you said what we had to do, I was incredibly happy. I was so happy that I even forgot all about Akiya. I like you so much that I couldn't care about anything else. I don't care about synchronizing or anything like that. I just wanted to hold you. That's why I can't just use you. I just want to show you how much I like you. This has nothing to do with synchronizing. I just want to be with you. I grip her hand tighter. She looks up at me in surprise. When you say it like that, there's a problem. I've never done that. Her face turns bright red as she says this. Her previously dry hand suddenly becomes wet. As close as I am, I can hear her heart pounding. I finally realize something. Until now, she's never slept with anyone out of love. Totomaki Hisa looked at her only as a tool. Kohaku simply accepted that role too. I can't believe it. She was forced to do this almost every day, but she really didn't know the real meaning behind two people sleeping together. I draw her close to me, and then I kiss her. It's violent, passionate, stealing kiss, completely different than before. Cool, we're out of that zone. I'm glad. Probably the last one we have to deal with. My body presses down against her. She lies unmoving as if sleeping. Aren't I the same? I'm exhausted. My body still hasn't fully received all its energy, and the experience was so immense. I ran my body past its limits, and I lay there, collapsed. I'm sleepy. I catch my breath next to her. My consciousness gets hazy. It's really funny how they're doing this when Aki is like a floor away from them. Kohaku's profile moves in rhythm with her breathing. And with just that, I feel relaxed. I lie on my back and stare at the ceiling blankly. I can't let myself fall asleep now as it'll be a waste. I want to keep feeling her soft breath, and I resist the urge to sleep. So much for that. 11. Nanaya. I blankly stare at the ceiling as I continue lying in bed. Kohaku is nestled beside me. I can only hear her breathing softly. She's probably asleep. I reach out and clench my hand into a fist. Alright. I don't feel any more pain or dullness. Feels like her warmth is still around me. It hasn't gone through me completely, but I can feel my energy gradually increasing. Soon, I'll be able to move as I wish. It's no use hurrying to Akiya's room, so until then, I want to quietly linger here with Kohaku-san.
Shiki-san, close nearby, I hear Kohaku-san's voice. Please don't answer. I just want to say something. It's just my spoken thoughts, so please just listen. Her voice is strangely calm. I nod quietly and continue to stare at the ceiling. I can feel her gaze shift towards me. I'm not the girl that you think I am. I don't have a sense of self of my own. Even now may simply just be another act. A long time ago, I was always quiet. I never understood why people smiled or frowned or could never discover the meaning behind it. But I think that I did have a self. Until I was brought to this mansion, I really was alive. After coming here, I was forced to know unbearable pain. I think that is what destroyed my true self. I just became this doll that was just there. It was more bearable, and it was the only way I could survive. But even though I did that, I didn't solve anything. So I searched for a purpose and started to act to fulfill my purpose. I was a doll without any identity, so if I wore the right clothes, I could become anyone. But even if I had become someone else, it was just an act. I could laugh or cry, but I could not understand if I was really happy or really sad. Isn't it funny? In order to protect myself, I cast away my identity and became just a doll. But the more of that I do, the more broken I become. I became good at acting and expert at lying and could deceive anyone with my smile. But as I try to fulfill my purpose like that, I keep losing myself that I wanted to protect. Just what is happiness? What is this thing called sadness? I became unable to even remember the meaning of pain itself. But then I would remember one thing, my heart would become agitated. When I would remember that boy who disappeared 8 years ago, I would get this feeling I could not understand. That boy who was always playing in the garden, who knew nothing about me yet invited me with his eyes. I didn't like him or hate him, I was just scared. After trying so hard and becoming a doll that could endure the pain, I felt like I would realize it was all an illusion when I watched that boy. When that boy lost his life in the garden, I was watching by the window. He died saving a girl that was not even related to him by blood. I couldn't pull my eyes away from that scene. The reflection of my face in the mirror was terrifying. That was the first time I ever hated anyone, because I really was frustrated. I hated him and only him. I hated him to the point of tears. I don't hate Makihisa-sama. I really didn't feel anything at all towards him. Towards Shiki-sama who killed that boy, or Akiya-sama who was saved by that boy, I didn't feel anything at all. I guess I was just taking it out on someone, because I couldn't understand why he did that. I just kept watching his discarded, bloody body. Did he value someone more precious than his own life? Otherwise, he would never have protected Akiya-sama like that. But if he could do that, why didn't he ever help me? Why were the people around me not as kind as he was? I don't know what that feeling was, but in my emotionless days, only that boy was shining. Slowly, Kohaku lifts herself up. But that's it. I don't understand this feeling right now. I am very happy right now, but that just might be another charade, right? Hey, is it alright, Shiki-san? Believing in me, someone who doesn't know if she loves you like you do me? Didn't I say it before? I don't even know what kind of person I am. Since I'm just a doll, I can become any Kohaku that I wish. So this Kohaku that you say you love, it isn't me, it just might be another pretend Kohaku. She speaks with a satisfied smile and a wavering voice. But that can never be true. That's not true. Acting, faking, that doesn't have anything to do with it. You are you. A truly mean-hearted person can't pretend to be truly kind. No matter how you act, you are still the same inside Kohaku-san. That's right. Even if it is just an act, Kohaku-san seems like she's having so much fun. That means she's enjoying the role. It was her dream that could become real if she really wished for it. Yeah, even if everything was just a lie. I would still like another new Kohaku-san. Definitely. Kohaku-san nods happily. That's true. I thought you'd say that. Her lips draw close. She launches a surprise attack and kisses me. Her tongue slides into my mouth. I feel something hard. Mm. Something descends into my throat. Oh. I see what she's doing. Hey, Kawaku-san, what did you make me swallow? Huh? Something feels so good. The ever-present pain in my body fades and drowsiness floods over me. Hey, Shiki-san, I just have one last question for you. Which Kohaku do you like the best? Her close yet so distant voice. I feel faint. Even still, I have to answer her. I don't know, but I like this Kohaku. I speak as if in a dream. She looks at me in total surprise. Yes, I like this Kohaku the best too. With an unmatchable smile, she quietly stands up. Time to be sad, I think. The sound of a kimono being changed into. She must be out of bed and putting it on. Well then, Shiki-san, I have to take responsibility for what I have done. With a smile, one completely different than up until now, her true smile, she leaves the room. What are you doing, Kohaku? My consciousness flickers off and on. What's going on? My body has finally healed, but this time my mind is fading. What am I doing? I rouse myself awake. Kohaku, what did she say to me when she left? I have to take responsibility for what I have done. You've got to be kidding me. Why did she try to do everything herself? There isn't any need to continue acting or hiding anything. I would do anything for her, so why is she still trying to go alone? Forcing me to sleep? Was she just worrying about me? It's really beginning to piss me off. I get up from bed. The desk is so far away. Damn it, what kind of drug did she give me? I have to go to her room once, and I have to clean out her room and take all her medicine away. I somehow walk and collapse onto the desk. On top is my knife. I must have put it there after taking it out of the drawer. Crap. I fell asleep again. What is this strong drowsiness? No matter how hard I try to fight it, it won't help. Damn it, Kawaku-san, I'll pay you back for this. I grab the knife. Ka-chink. It flies open. I take it and, man, this is gonna be extremely painful. Thinking that, I slice into the... Oh! You could have chosen anywhere else? I slice into the nail of my middle finger. Yeah. Gah! The acute slicing pain drives straight into my brain. Ha! Take that. I pull the knife back out from my nail. Ugh. Every time my finger feels pain, the sleepiness goes away. Wrapping my finger with a handkerchief, I stop the bleeding. Well, if it's like this, it won't stop me from gripping my knife. All I really need to do is hold it anyway. I don't even need the physical strength required to cleave through things. Damn it, don't do anything foolish, Kohaku. I jam the knife in my pocket and fly out of the room. I can't let Kohaku-san and Akiya face each other. If I can't prevent that, then something that can never be taken back will happen. I mean, how long was he asleep? I burst through the door. Kohaku-san! There isn't anyone in the room. Neither Kohaku-san nor Akiya. Are they next door? I run to the bedroom, but they aren't there either. Where did they go? I run my gaze to the clock. It says past midnight. It's already tomorrow. No way. When did that happen? I knew that I lost track of time when I was making love to Kohaku-san, but I didn't think it was this late already. By this time, Akiya has gone out on the streets to drink blood. I leave the mansion. There is no time to waste. Kohaku-san left to stop Akiya, but I don't think Akiya will listen to anything Kohaku-san has to say. Akiya isn't normal right now. If worse comes to worse, she'll see Kohaku-san as an obstacle that needs to be removed. It can't be. The school? It's always the school. That dream of drinking someone's blood I once had after Shiki was killed by Akiya. I don't know how it happened, but if that was what Akiya was watching, that means Akiya has made the school grounds her feeding place just like Shiki. Then, at this time, Akiya, who's a blood-sucking demon, won't be anywhere else but there. Yeah, the school is always the final stage. The boss level. And I return to the place. It's quiet. The giant building bathed in moonlight does not look like a building that holds hundreds of students. For a long time, It looks just like a monolithic tombstone abandoned long ago, forgotten by memory, forgotten by time. My head starts to throb lightly. I ignore it and go through the gates. My headache multiplies in intensity the instant I step inside. My whole world wavers. My heart wakens. My fingers shiver in anticipation of battle. She's here. Excuse me. How vile. Only the smell of blood sticks to the air. The air is full of heat and burns on my skin. The wind is dead. The stagnant air transforms into a red cage of decay. I see countless red strands of hair when I look past my glasses. The red hair permeates the school grounds and the buildings like the web of a 1,000-year-old spider, not a hole anywhere to let its prey escape. Akiha, you... This place is already a different world. It's not a world any human should enter. Have you gone that far? My headache does not go away. The sharp pain of my cut fingernail. My heart lifts up a rhythm of delighted sobs. I take off my glasses and grip my knife. How long has it been since I faced these lines? I never thought that I would take off the glasses I received from Sensei of my own free will. I didn't think even in my dream that I'd be using them to face my little sister. I don't have time to complain. Everything is set. All that's left is for me to cut through this red lock of hair. That's pretty raw. That's a good line. That's a pretty strong line. I like that. Burning. Entering inside, the temperature is even hotter. Burning. I know what this heat is. I saw it in the dream. The vampire that attacked a young woman entered the school grounds, and then... Burning. Dragging that body, went into that place. That room that the killer Shiki was once using. The silver moon looks down like a snake at the accused. Burning. In this classroom. Akiha. Nausea fills me as soon as I enter. In between the desks lie the collapsed bodies of girls. 1, 2, 3. All of them have completely lost consciousness. On their necks are trails of blood. In the middle of it all, that red-haired monster is laughing. Yeah, she doesn't look too good. Oh, Nissan. You couldn't wait until tomorrow? She greets me without a trace of malevolence. Thump. That impulse assails me as soon as I see her. I desperately suppress the urge with all my strength. The moonlight streaming through the window illuminates her. Thump. I haven't moved a step since I entered the room. My instincts scream at me that this is bad. That this thing is something beyond what I expected. The Akiha that exterminated Shiki pales in comparison to this. I'm surprised. You aren't supposed to be able to walk, yet you forced yourself to come see me. I'm happy. I guess you finally understood my feelings. Her voice is full of happiness. Thump. My reason cries out. Tono Shiki cannot win against that thing. So you can't make it angry. Don't let it be your enemy. If you do that, you will surely be annihilated. Thump. Even still, I can't run away now. Akiha, where is Kohaku-san? The air itself stiffens from her overpowering presence. She grinds her teeth in displeasure. She's over there. I don't know what she was thinking, but she's now receiving her punishment for raising a hand against me. She looks at the wall beside me. Question mark? I follow her gaze. On the wall is the crucified form of Kohaku-san. What? Her body is floating in midair. No, it would look like that for someone else. But... my eyes can see what is tying her. Her body is pinned against the wall by something like red hair. The hair creakingly tightens around her arms and legs. Has she passed out? Her head is hanging down. She really looks like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. Don't you find it strange? Suspending herself to the wall like that is quite a feat, don't you think? Akiha giggles. But don't you worry, Nissan. I don't kill cats that bite me once. After she receives her punishment, I will forgive her. What? Thump. Everything goes hazy. Kohaku's anguished figure and Akiha's red figure match up and all rational thought is disappearing. But let me warn you, I don't care for pets that bite me. I guess it doesn't belong to me anymore in my heart. So there won't be a second time. I have no need for those that aren't mine. Hey, Nissan, I can be very cruel to those who betray me. The sound of tightening reaches my ears. The red hair binding Kohaku-san's arms and legs tightens even further, as if to rip her limbs off. Akiya, you... I run towards the wall. The hair binding Kohaku-san cannot be touched. This is just an extension of her hair, only what Akiya is imagining. By putting Kohaku-san in her sight, Akiya is trapping Kohaku-san to the wall with her willpower. Thump. The flowing power looks like red hair. That is something she can't even see. I think suddenly, weren't my eyes designed specifically for this sort of thing from the beginning? And by facing death so many times, haven't they discerned the very concept of death? Shh, whatever, that doesn't matter right now. If I can see it, then there isn't anything I can't cut. I can't let this red hair do what it wants to Kohaku-san. I swing my knife. Maybe it's because my heart is beating so fast. My knife swings out with a speed that surprises even me. It doesn't feel like I'm cutting through something. My knife glides through the red hair with speed and accuracy as if I was merely reaping the air for harvest. Before I realize it, I have sliced through all of the hair binding Kohaku-san in one breath. Her body falls. I catch her and touch her cheeks. She's still warm. Her breathing is weak, but it isn't stopped. I can only see a few lines on her body. I let out a sigh of relief. I place her down on the floor. Thank goodness. If anything happened, thank goodness she is safe. Nissan, what was that just now? Her voice is shaking. I spin to face her, still gripping my knife in one hand. She's angry. She looks at me and gasps. Bringing her hand to her mouth in disbelief, she looks at my eyes. What beautiful blue eyes. How come you shouldn't have any strength like that left? Amazement permeates her voice. Did you... Akiya trembles. Nissan, you made a contract with Kohaku? Her voice quivers. It isn't full of hatred, but more like sorrow. This can't be. Then that means you chose not me, but... She staggers. She leans against the window with eyes full of stunned surprise. Her face is pale and she looks like she will vomit. No, she does. Ew, gross. Gah. She vomits as if crying. Her red hair fluttering, she hides her anguished face as she continues vomiting. Wow, that's a lot. She must have had a big dinner. It's almost as if she was letting out her screams. Thief cat! I should have killed you. That's right, she says as she stares at Kohaku-san's collapsed figure. She then laughs strangely from the bottom of her heart. Is this what you plan on doing, Nissan? You come here to betray me and then come after me. Incredible. You weren't satisfied with betraying me once, but you asked for help from Kohaku and came to kill me again. How thorough you are. Her laughing voice fills the room. The temperature of the room rises with it. Thump. On one hand, my heart is raging forth, and on the other hand, my reason is screaming warnings at me. The commands of kill and escape clash together. Stupid. That isn't it. I didn't come here to kill you. Liar. You slept with Kohaku, didn't you? Then you don't need my help anymore, do you? So isn't that why you came here? What did I just say? I said I didn't come here to kill you, only to stop you from drinking any more blood. I'm afraid one might require the other. You were doing this to help me, right? So you don't have to do anymore. My body is fine again. As long as Kohaku-san is near, You intend just to cast me off now? Huh, I really must look stupid. I thought of you so dearly. I loved you this much, but you don't even think of me. Cast you off? Don't say stupid things like that. You are very dear to me. Whatever you want, I can't say the words will do them. I know what it is she wants. But I can't do that. I can't betray Kohaku-san again. Liar. I have no need for someone like you. The entire room screams. The air is burning. Her red hair expands without limit. This is overwhelming power. Ah! I start to stagger. Unconsciously, my legs move back. Thump. I told you, Nissan. I have no need for pets that bite me once. Thump, thump. Nissan, for me, you really were the most important person in the world. But that is all over. Because however much I yearn for you, if I can never have you, then aren't you just an eyesore? I know she is going for the loops. Look out. This version of Akiya was another character, like a separate character. Actress again, right? Like she was a separate character from regular Akiya. Thump, thump, thump. So, I will kill you, Nissan. You are the most important... Yeah, Vermilion Akiya. That's the title, that's right. You are the most important thing to me, so I will not let anyone else have you. I thought it was like the crazy wild Akiya from the end of her route, but I was like, wait, that's not quite right. So it's this one. Thump, 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 thump. Akiha, I can't breathe. The air in the room is like a furnace, burning the inside of my lungs. All around, Akiya is that shimmering mirage. My heart, even now, the impulse is still fight between escaping and killing. Geez, what's the matter, Nissan? I'm being generous here. If I became serious, then it would be all over, so I have to let you do at least a little bit, right? Here, won't you come slash at me like you did when you saved Kohaku? Tss. Her smile doesn't fade. The murderous feeling in the air almost makes me want to puke. Akiya is completely... I see, you're pretty weak, Nissan. You can't even bring yourself to kill me. But I'm different. I can't help but want to kill you. Because I've been holding back for so long. Your blood, your flesh, your warmth, your shape, everything. I'll always dreamed about making them completely mine and mine only. While she shakes, her body shakes with each word. She smiles with pleasure. My heart feels like it has gone crazy. This thing before me, it's already no longer the Tono Akiya from before. Vermilion Aki's the Akuma of Actress Again current code. But lowest HP. Oh, that makes sense. She's the glass cannon. I get a headache. It feels like it will split apart. The pain drives any thoughts out of my head. I'm about to go crazy. Sicko mode. My head. If my head hurts this much, I will go crazy and feel like fighting Akiya to the death. Well then, let's fight to the death, Nissan. The Tono and Nanaya families have always had that connection. There's no need to hold back, right? She takes a step closer. Her red hair around the floor shakes. I don't care if you can't even do that. A spew of lies like you should just die here. She spits these last words. Like the time she killed Shiki, she stares at me. The ground jumps up at me. That which cannot be seen, the red thing that looks like a fiery aura, tries to engulf me. The sound of something striking the ground echoes through the hallway. Huh? There's something wrong. The instant before I was to be enveloped by that fiery aura, my body instinctively sensed the danger and jumped back. I took a giant leap backwards and jumped again once I landed. With that, I made it this far. Ah! My breathing goes wild. This speed isn't natural. I was so fast that I disappeared from Aki's vision in an instant. He's got the Nanaya install. He's gonna do all the slashes. If I didn't do that, there was no way I could have escaped that fiery aura. In that dream, Akiya plundered Shiki's body with just her stare. I am in the same position Shiki was. Akiya only needs to look while I need to close in. There's too much difference in our abilities. No, I said I didn't want to fight you. Throb. My headache increases. It feels like my head's going to split in two and grow wings. The burning red aura flows out from the classroom door. She is transforming the entire air into pure vermilion and comes out into the hallway after me. About a classroom's length lies between me and her. Amazing. Just what kind of body do you have, Nissan? Her hair waves around. The air in the hallway starts to increase without limit. Even if it is night, disappearing from my view like that is strange. Your legs really are amazingly fast. It isn't that you are hiding your body or anything. You're just moving faster than my eyes can track. My forehead throbs. My headache multiplies in intensity. But that is over as well. I won't make the same mistake, and you can't escape my vision here. Certainly this is worse than the classroom. The stairs are a long way behind me. No matter how fast I run, Akia will simply seize my back with her fiery aura. But if I run into another classroom, I'll just be a caged rat. She'll probably destroy my arms and legs one by one, like pulling the legs off a bug. First, that's right, I'll destroy those wonderful running legs of yours. Her eyes fixate on my legs. The air itself smells of burning. Burning! I jump back. The air around me turns to that fiery aura and wraps around my arms and legs. I swing my knife. What I see is satisfactory. This headache tears at my right brain. Slice. I slice apart the red hair with the air around it. Yeah, he can at least... Because it's not like she just has invisible powers. It's like invisible hair that he can cut. With his eyes, I guess. Akia moans and stares at me full of hatred. But I am also in pain. Even though I slice it apart quickly, my arms and legs feel a lingering burning sensation. My headache gets worse, and it feels like it really will split apart. Again, why can you do such things? She walks over towards me, staggering. She must think that it doesn't work because she cannot focus on my distant figure. Well, that's probably right. Her power works proportionally to the clearness of her vision. Man, imagine if she was, like, nearsighted. That would really suck for her. Because we're in a building in the middle of the night, her fiery aura is slow in catching me. If it was daytime, her vision and the fiery aura would probably be the same speed. If that was the case, I wouldn't be able to kill that aura fast enough. Gah. I pull back with the burning still in my legs. Akia follows. Since we are cautious of each other, we keep our distance as we shift down the hallway. And then, a figure emerges from the classroom we were just in. My mind freezes. My headache and my heartbeat disappear. This can't be happening. Why did you come out? Why couldn't you stay passed out in the classroom? Akia-sama. Akia turns to face the voice behind her. I feel despair creeping all around me. Please stop. If you do this, you will only hurt yourself, Akia-sama. Even if you keep drinking blood and go insane like Shiki-sama, you will still suffer. Swaying, wavering, like she will collapse at any moment, Kawaku-san walks towards Akia. Stop! My outcry can't reach her. To get to Kawaku-san, I have to go past Akia. How can I do that? You can still make it, Akia-sama. But if you kill Shiki-san, you really will turn into a Tono demon. Akia looks at me and Kohaku-san, and then... It's too late. I already am a blood-sucking demon. I won't listen to what you have to say anymore. Suffer? You don't know anything about what I'm feeling, so don't try and lecture me about it, Kohaku. This feels wonderful. I can understand what Shiki was feeling. This is the first time I've ever felt this kind of freedom. So I can't go back now. You're wrong. That is only what you're telling yourself. Isn't it just that you killed Shiki-sama and Shiki-san found out about everything, so you want to make everything like it never happened? But that is something you cannot do. No matter how crazy you may act, you're really... Silence! Don't try and act like a good person after setting us up to kill each other. Aga's hair dance. It's true, she actually was planning that. As we know, in Hisui's rear, Akia's hair dances in the air. This is entirely different than the amount of power she directed against me. You must be satisfied. Just like you planned, Nissan and I are fighting to the death. Your revenge is now complete, right? Okaku-san's words are cut off. See, I see. Nissan doesn't know that Kohaku is merely manipulating you so that you won't be confident in yourself, Nissan. Akia directs her gaze towards me as if she was winning a debate. Debate me, debate me, debate me. Owned with facts and logic. Didn't you think it was strange? Going to sleep early every night, having your memories obscured? That was all Kohaku's doing. She prepared you drugs instead of medicine. And then all she had to do was whisper in your ear while you were high. You are the killer stalking the streets, was all she had to say. And after making you a killer, she tried to get you to kill me. No, even if you didn't become the killer, you just had to walk the streets at night. While she made this elaborate play pitting you and I against each other, Kohaku prepared everything with a smile. In order to carry out her revenge against the Tono family, Kohaku deceived even you, who had no connection to this, and completed the situation we are in right now. Yeah, it seems so clear now. That's why Kohaku-san would always appear at the right time, always telling me what I wanted to know, always giving me medicine when I couldn't sleep. But still, for Kohaku, you and I were just pieces to complete her play. Don't you understand? To Kohaku, you are nothing more than a tool. But still, you choose her over me? Yes. Get owned. Get owned, cuck. Agia says this tearfully. But still, I knew. All of that, I already knew it, Agia. Uh-huh. A questioning voice. I wonder which of them said it. About Kohaku using me, I knew that a long time ago. But that doesn't matter. I love Kohaku-san, so no matter what she does, I just believe in her. A gasp. She really is surprised. With distant, longing, unreaching eyes, she looks at me. Huh. Akia's dry, doll-like laugh. Then I'm just some sort of clown? Hang on, hang on. Just need to screenshot that. There we go. Rejected by the one I love the most, who's being used as a tool by the one he loves instead? Still, you still want me to steal him from me. Don't be ridiculous, Kohaku. Akia. Her hair starts to flow. I run. Even if Akia ends up killing me, even if I can't make it, I don't care. I run and I reach out my hand. But I knew the cruel reality. The instant she walked out of that classroom, that my hand will never make it to her. Ah, rip. I kind of expected this one, honestly. A sickening sound. Akia's hair pierces Kohaku's chest like a spear. Shocked, no, as if she was accepting it, she didn't even try to dodge. She collapses. Her kimono wavers in the air as if it was all in slow motion. My brain doesn't want to confirm it and lags behind the flow of time. I was just taking it out on someone. I remember those words. I couldn't understand why he did that. Did he value someone more precious than his own life? She always wanted to become that precious someone. But that did not happen, so she lived alone. And as if saying this is the only result that she could end up in. If he could do that, why didn't he ever help me? That sin, not just 8 years ago, but it returns even in this instant. I thought I was so strange. Why were the people around me not as kind as he was? Her falling body, in that instant, even with her eyes clouding over, I see Kohaku smiling at me, or so I think. My legs stop. I can't speak. I can't breathe. My piercing headache is the only thing that continues. A fitting end for a thief cat. Akia laughs. This piercing headache. I can't go back. I killed Shiki. Even Nissan rejected me. Then I have nowhere else to go. I'm free now, so there shouldn't be any pain. She faces me. The air burns again. Her hair coils around her like a snake. It seems like every one of them has a mind of its own. This piercing headache. Headache. Didn't you want to kill me? This headache. 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 Not Kohaku-san. Wasn't I the one you wanted to kill, Akia? Oh, sorry, that was Shiki speaking, not Akia. Headache. 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 I'm angry. I'm angry. I'm angry. At myself who could not save her. At myself who's still living right now. At Akia who could not save her. At Akia who is still living right now. What, did you want to die quickly, Nissan? Well, I wouldn't forgive her even if she apologized. I would have killed her sooner or later. But it's not like she had any reason to live. She was broken a long time ago, so isn't it doing her a favor to throw her away? I see. If someone breaks, then it's a favor for them if you throw them away. So, you aren't Akiha. She isn't the Akiha that I know. I was just refusing to acknowledge that she was already possessed by the mirage so long ago. Fine, Akiha, as you wish. 8 years ago, like when we ran in the garden. Come on, let's begin our fight to the death. My headache stops. Tono Shiki dies. Nanaya Shiki saunters out of the dark night. It's a funny description. I visually gauge the distance between me and my enemy. It is about 10 meters. I need 2 steps to get into knife range. To ensure a kill, I need to take 3 steps. There isn't any cover in the hallway, and it's not big enough to hide myself by moving around. Even if I use the walls or the ceiling, I will have difficulty avoiding her gaze. Even if I take 2 steps, Akiha can easily fix her eyes on me in one motion. That is the situation. From this distance, I will die faster since she will be slightly faster. I see. You're finally in the mood, Nissan. Akiha takes a step forward. Even though it's dark, with this distance, she can see me clearly. Another step. If she takes another step, that will be my signal. Do I kill her now or pull back? If I make a mistake, I will end engulfed in Akiha's hair like Shiki in that dream. Another footstep. What is it? Pull back for now is what I should do. It's too early. To absolutely ensure my kill, the enemy needs to be defenseless. You made a mistake, Nissan. That was your last chance to kill me. The enemy stops. Her breathing and stare are full of confidence. Not coincidence. That means this distance right now is her maximum range in this dark hallway. You were so quick earlier. I thought I would still lose sight of you even in this narrow hallway with your speed. That won't happen with this distance. I am close enough to see the color of your eyes so I can easily track you. No matter how fast I dash, she is saying she will kill me before I get close. That's only if I dash toward her. She narrows her eyes. Is she bothered by the fact that she has my life in the palm of her hand, or that I am so calm? Or does that cause her to hesitate? Whichever one it is, just like Shiki thought, she really doesn't understand what a battle to the death means. You look like you're planning something, Nissan. She says the obvious. There's no need to answer. Is she stupid? I mutter and switch my knife to the other hand. I take it from my dominant hand and place it in my left. I have figured out her range. All that's left. Ridiculous. You're getting scared now. I'm not scared. You're the one being scared and not able to move. Okay, you can kill me, right? Then you should do so. If you do nothing, I'll kill you the next time you blink. I'm about sick and tired of seeing your face. The air around her swirls. Her desire to kill starts to embody itself in her red hair. Her gaze and the surrounding air that turns crimson and tries to wrap around my arms at the same time. I leap back. More than anything, I slice the red hair coming to wrap my dominant hand. Ah! Akiha's clipped voice. I then switch the knife to my free dominant hand. I slice the hair around my left arm. It took a bit to free myself on this hand. Feh! I can't feel my left arm. I can't see any wounds, but there isn't any sense or feeling. Oh, did she like fry the nerve endings? I see now. That's what it does. I jump back even more. The red hair chases me. It isn't as quick as before, but still wraps around my limbs. No, chasing isn't the right word to use. There is no way to escape this red hair. When she sees me, it is already wrapped around me. It is wrong to imagine dodging it or avoiding it. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. Like the air touching my skin, the red hair is already wrapped around me. Therefore, there was no way to escape from that attack. If there's anything I can do, it is, before Akiha steals something from me, I have to cut that pipeline, the red hair of hers. The interval between her seeing something and stealing from it is only an instant. But if the target isn't clear in her vision, there is a small time before she actually steals from me. Before she can steal too much from me, I cut the hair to avoid a fatal wound. That's all I'm doing. Even though I can see her image of red hair, it doesn't make a difference that her ability is overpowering. Maybe she's taking it easy, but she follows me without running. I cut the hair that comes to bind my arms, legs, and body continuously. The left arm that I sacrificed to confirm her power doesn't move at all. There's no pain, there's no blood. But despite my clothes, I can tell that a big part of the flesh is taken away by burn wounds. Shh! What's making me uneasy is that the open flesh sends sickening cold air into me. Ew. Thanks to that, I can't concentrate fully on escaping. My efforts to escape Akia's gaze gradually become slower and I soon stop. And it now becomes Akia's range. Oh, what's this? All you can do is run away. I told you, my prey will only end up burning. She must be confident that I've been driven into a corner. She stops walking and glares at me. It's over, Nissan. Isn't it going to be fun? You're going to be killed by me without leaving a trace. I told you. Talking like that is a useless excess, Akia. Crash. I jump back to the stairs and jump down them without using the steps. What? I hear her voice coming from above. I was only jumping straight back this whole time, so she could not react to me moving sideways. Well, I planned to reach the stairs while moving back, so it's no coincidence. Why, you! Stand still! Akia looks down the stairs to try to see me. Now, before she can do that, I jump down one more time. Flying down the stairs a second time caused my knees to protest in agony. I ignore it and run to the hallway. I hear the dry sound of Akia's footsteps rushing down the stairs. Window. This is the second floor. I can jump outside and still be okay. But then I'll end up like Shiki. I've repeated what happened in that dream this much, so I shouldn't have to copy what Shiki did to every detail. I enter the hallway. Even on the second floor, the red hair fills the air. They're like live blood vessels. The feeling in my leg disappears and I collapse to the ground. Crap. My left leg is wrapped in hair. Did she see my leg as I went down the stairs? I'm outside her visual range, so this won't be fatal, but shit, she's more wicked than I thought. I cut the hair. My left leg, it's now just like my left arm. The sound of footsteps comes closer. Before she enters the hallway, I dash into a classroom. Holding my breath, I lean against the wall between us. I don't believe it. Half of my body might as well be dead. I was aware of it, but I didn't think I'd end up copying that dream this much. The footsteps draw nearer and nearer. In my dream, Shiki was killed right after this. Shiki's decision wasn't incorrect. He just didn't have a full understanding of Akia's ability. The burnt smell of the air, the temperature's scorching resemblance of deep summer, and the body parts that disintegrate with burning pain. All of these facts made Shiki think that Aki's power was burning the enemy. But the truth is just the opposite. Aki entangles her target with her red hair and completely steals their heat. This causes instant freezing followed by vaporization, making it look like it disintegrated. Okay. Sure, I'll roll with it. If it truly was burning, then matters would be hopeless once the flame was lit. No matter how many times the red hair is sliced, it's not possible to cut off your own body. But that is just stealing and taking in. Therefore, even if I get completely wrapped up by the red hair, as long as I can cut off the hair before I'm completely drained and kill Akia herself, then there's no problem. While she lives, she can turn her target into an inferno. But that illusion of fire will die when Akia dies. I was already prepared to have my left arm burned when I stuck it out. I was prepared to cut it off from my shoulder once it lit up. There was no need for that. Akia's ability will not kill me if I can stop Akia herself. Since Akia is not a true flame user, a surprise attack cannot end up in mutual death if she dies before me. I hear a sound. I hear her footstep right behind my back. Without a doubt, Akia is about to pass the classroom without even noticing I am here. Flob's magic is a similar concept. Huh, neat. I guess that makes sense. Kill her before she notices me. This is it. I don't plan on ending up like Shiki in that dream. I will dismantle Tono Akia right here and now. I focus on the lines running along the wall. On that other side, I can hear her footsteps. More intently, I stare hard at the wall as if my brain would fry. The footsteps are right in front of me. Across this thin wall, Aki is walking, completely defenseless. If I do this well, I don't even have to do it myself. Tono Aki will die being crushed by the wall. No, the wall is too thin. That won't kill her. So then, cutting that long hair and dismembering her body is my role. Kill Akiha, the no longer human Akiha. She is someone I can kill. She is no longer human, but still. But Akiha is Tonoshiki's younger sister. Do that. Just because she isn't human anymore? Throb. Headache. I thought the headache was gone, so why? Throb, throb, throb. This headache. The pain feels like my eyes will burst from my head. It's because I tried to see the lines on the wall. My head, it hurts. If it hurts this much, my recent self feels like it will go away. Throb, throb, throb. Don't think. Ignore the headache. I think right now I will definitely recognize my mistake. Before that happens, before I return to Tonoshiki, I have to kill Akiha before she kills me. I swing my knife with all of my strength. A dry sound. With one giant swing, I draw a circle in the wall with my knife that cuts cleanly through the wall like butter. And then, facing the hallway, I kick down the cut wall. Akiha's voice almost sounds comical. That's only natural. Having a large circle suddenly appear in the wall and burst out against her, she should be surprised. And it's all over. I jump through the opening in the wall and into the hallway. Over here, my figure is completely hidden from Akiha's view by the wall. The collapsing wall rushes towards Akiha. The red hair wraps around it. It even steals heat from inorganic things. The wall starts to break apart, but before she can break it down, my knife dismantles it. Pieces. The wall falls into clumps of varying sizes. It all happens in an instant. This scene, it lasts for 1 instant. Her hair races back up. It wraps around my body, but it is too late. I slice through both the wall and the fiery aura around her. She won't be able to instantly put out more heat, not that it matters. Because my knife is far faster than her hair as I push down and get on top of her. Akiha's voice. My knife is raised. All I have to do is pass through the line running from her left collarbone to her right lung. But Akiha's hair is wrapping around my arm. It flows around my neck, around my body. I know that if I wait, in an instant my body will be vaporized. Throb. But this headache does not go away. My head hurts, Akiha. Even though the command to kill repeated itself so many times in my head, and I hated you so much, but still. Why? Why did I wake up? Why did Akiha suddenly look like her old self? If it wasn't for that, I would have brought this knife down. But still. My skin is burning. The hair that wraps around my body steals my heat. My vision starts to fade. I can't force Akiha down. With a breath, my body is so light now that it feels like Akiha could blow me over with one breath. But my arms are still alive. I can still make it. If I don't die, victory is mine. As long as I can kill her now, she can't steal any of more of my heat. But still, for some reason, I can't bring down my knife. How incredibly naive. Akiha will kill me without hesitation. I already know that. Because Akiha, she's not the Akiha from before. But still. Sore demo. But still, such a thing. I just can't do it. Throb, headache. It has bothered me many times, but I have to think it this time. I was wrong, thinking that just because she isn't human, she isn't like the old Akiha, it's acceptable to kill her. No matter how much she changes, Akiha is Akiha. Always helping me, always waiting for me, my dear sister. Why did I think I could hurt her? Throb, my headache disappears. The strength in my body also disappears. As my mind dims, I put all of my strength into my arms so my knife will not descend into Akiha. Why won't you kill me? Akiha's voice. I am a vampire, right? A monster that feeds on human blood at night. I'm trying to kill you right now, and I even killed Kohaku. So why Why do you have that sad look on your face? My heat is still being stolen. Unlike me, Akio really has no mercy. Already, my body feels cold as if I already died. Stop it. It's not fair to die looking like that. I'm the one to blame here, so you should hate me to the end. Can't you even say that you hate me for killing Kohaku? Kohaku had to hate me too. I'm the daughter of Tono Makihisa, and I kept her bound to the mansion while I knew her feelings. That's why I thought it would be okay if it was Kohaku. If she wanted revenge on the Tono family, then I would play along. Even if drinking her blood made me less than human because she hated me, I thought it couldn't be helped. I see. Akio was the same as me. She knew. She knew from the beginning that that Kohaku-san plotted on her downfall, but still. But it couldn't be helped, right? I had no way of making it up to her. She wanted it, and the most I could do as a member of the Tono blood was to support her. That's wrong. I surprised myself as I voiced my thoughts. I'm still alive, it seems. What? Nissan, I can't hear you well. That's wrong, Akiha. Kohaku-san doesn't hate anyone. She didn't wish for all this because she wanted to. That's right. It's just that she couldn't find any other purpose, so she only desperately acted out that plan. That was all she could do. All she could do was try with all of her might to deceive herself into thinking that she had a purpose to live. Akiha, I think I led a happier life compared to you or Kohaku-san, so I'm sorry. I don't know. Neither your pain from being bound to the Tono family, nor Kohaku-san's pain where this was all she could do. How ironic. No one is to blame. Not me, not you, not Shiki, not Kohaku-san. No one is to blame. So why? Why did we end up choosing to kill each other? Nissan, maybe you can still make it. Agia-san still being pinned, she looks at up at me aimlessly as she says this. You'll die soon, Nissan. If you kill me, I think you can make it. Well, Kohaku-san is no longer alive, so I can't say that for sure. Her eyes turn serious as she looks up at me. Right? So please hurry up and swing down your knife. That will save you. Akiya sulkily says these ridiculous words. Geez, I'm saying that if I could do that, I would have already done it a long time ago. Fine, if you can't do that, then I will be the one who survives, okay? Starting tomorrow, I will turn these streets into a painting of pure hell. Not just Hisui, but I'll make people like your dear friends suffer. I can tell she's pretty serious. Idiot. If you did that, a scary person from somewhere would come and make things difficult. I bet there's a skilled vampire hunter out there that would fight you both day and night. I bet. Yeah. I bet there's at least one. So don't think about painting a scene of pure hell. If at all possible, I want her to resist sucking blood even though it might be hard and just live like she did before all of this. Why? Why do you look at me like that, Nissan? I'm no longer the Akiya from before. Even now, I want to bite into your neck. Just like Shiki, I'm a crazed, possessed monster, right? Then you should return to how you were like before and kill me once and for all. She pouts and looks as if it was all my fault. She says I should kill her. They're certainly my own words from before. But that isn't good. I can't do it. I can't kill you, Akiha. You're thinking about me from before? But I'm different. I'm not the Tono Akiha you knew. No, that has nothing to do with it. Even if you were possessed and it was to destroy that as Tono Shiki, I can't harm Tono Akiha. I love this black-haired girl who forgave me so much these past 8 years, even if I love her as a sister different from the way she feels. Akiha, you're my dear sister. I can't ever hurt you. Akiha opens her eyes. Her shoulders fall as she lets out a deep breath. What are you saying? You have always hurt me, Nissan. If you can't even realize that, then you really are dense, aren't you? Her whispered voice is very gentle. And then she brings both her hands on my stopped hand. With just that, I can see her intentions. I try to pull back, but I have no strength. Just like she said, I lost the freedom to control my body a long time ago. Stop it, Akiha! I frantically raise my voice. Akiha pretends not to hear me and smiles. Jeez, that's why I have to do it all myself, even now. Her smile seems happy, but also full of sadness. She puts power into her hands. The knife descends, but that's not where the line is. Just her heart. If that is pierced, it will be fatal and painful. Aki, huh? I can't stop my arm. I can't prevent Akiya from doing this. How can this happen? In the end, I tried to save 2 people important to me, yet I'm about to lose them before my very eyes. No! What is it? My arm is stopped. Akiya's 2 hands pressing down on my hand as if embracing them. Someone drapes over them as well. Akiya looks disbelievingly at that figure. I, just like Akiya, stare blankly. Kohaku? Yes. Akiya-sama, it is me. It is me, so please, please let go. With the face close to tears, Kohaku-san pulls the knife away from Akiya. Kohaku? Akiya is in a daze. Oh, who could have seen this coming? As if the demon that caught a hold of her has completely left, she stares at Kohaku-san in surprise. I see. You are alive, Kohaku. Yes. Akiya-sama, you only made me lose consciousness. The last instant you held back from killing me. Her eyes flicker with sadness. Even while possessed by fury, there was still humanity deep within them. Deep within Akiya. That was what saved Kohaku-san and Akiya. Akiya sighs. She closes her eyes as she lets out that breath. Goodness, I guess this means you've won everything. You're alive, and this is the end of the Tono bloodline. But maybe it's for the best. To be honest, I was thinking of resting too. Her arms drop to her sides. Go ahead, Kohaku. Nissan wasn't able to, but you can kill me, right? I tried to kill you, and I am the daughter of the hated Tono Makihisa. Kohaku-san holds the knife and stares at Akiya, and she shakes her head. It is terribly quiet. Like melting ice, time flows by calmly. That's strange. I wonder why even Kohaku can't kill me. With her eyes still closed, she speaks softly as if she was sleeping. Of course. It is because I like you, Akiya-sama. Clang. The knife Kohaku-san was holding clatters to the ground. No matter how much you hate me, I want to always serve you. So Akiya-sama, if you feel sorry for me at all, please do not die. If you die like this, I will go back to being the Kohaku from before. You're asking something pretty difficult. A deep sigh. Akiya averts her gaze as if she was pouting. But I guess it can't be helped. I owe you from before, so I won't do anything for now. Same for you, Nissan. I will think that it's good enough for you to love me as your sister. Her hair flows. The binding around my body disappears and I collapse to the floor. Oh, my throat. At some point, the sky became deep and clear. The silver moon. The pale hallway now shows no trace of the fiery aura. Akiya's hair is still red, but the mirage that burdened her is long gone. Now, with Kohaku-san here, Akiya should be okay. Yeah, she got stuck on that titty some more. My mind starts to recede. My cold body starts to drift towards sleep. But before that, I watch the peaceful moonlight and think. After a while, I've gotten used to living in the mansion. I think selfishly that we'll be living happily like right now. Oof. Dreams of Sunshine, an epilogue. We're about done. Shiki-sama, please wake up. Shiki-sama. I hear a voice. Hisui's voice that I have heard so many times. It is past time. I do not think it is a good idea to keep sleeping like this. Hisui's reserved voice. But with that, it's impossible to wake me up since I was so excited last night I couldn't get to sleep. Shiki-sama, please wake up or I think Akiya-sama will be mad at you again. That instant, my mind snaps from its dozing. I jump up from bed. Hisui stares at me from the side as I panic. I can hear the voices of cicadas from outside. It's still morning, but the sun is streaming in pretty strong and my sweat drenches my pajamas. Well, that is, it's a pretty typical summer morning. Morning, Hisui. Good morning, Shiki-sama. Hisui gives a succinct bow. She acts very calm, but I get a bad feeling about all this. Hisui, don't tell me Akiya hasn't left yet. Yes, Akiya-sama is waiting in the sitting room until she sees your face, Shiki-sama. That's right. I think she has been waiting for about an hour now.
Ugh. I look at the clock.
It tells me it is around 10 in the morning. Damn, why is she waiting around so late today of all days? Because it is the morning that you leave for your trip, Shiki-sama. I think it is only natural for Akiya-sama to see you off. Ah, her gaze is painful for some reason. She does look angry. That is supposed to be a secret, but maybe Hisui and Aki already know about it. Got it. Anyway, I'll go to the sitting room right away. Please go there ahead of me. As you wish. Then, excuse me. Hisui courteously exits the room. After changing into the clothes I got ready yesterday, I sling a bag over my shoulder and leave my room. I see Akiya in the sitting room, and she really doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Hey, good morning, Akiya. Good morning, Nissan. You're taking things slow for the morning of a trip, aren't you? She looks at me with a sharp glance. Sorry, I couldn't sleep last night and was awake till early in the morning. This is still getting up early for me. Oh, looking forward to a trip so much you couldn't sleep? How cute. Nissan, are you looking forward to playing with Inui-san so much? Why do you sound like that? Of course a trip is fun. I see. You seem almost drunk with happiness. You've been waiting for this day since the start of summer, right? I don't know where you are going with that Inui-san, but there has to be something really good waiting for you there, right? Akiya-sama, I do not think that is quite right. Something good is something that is there, not something that is waiting. Ah, that's right. You would have to be a person to be waiting. There must be something wrong with me. I guess I was just waiting for Nissan too long. These two, they seem to be in harmony all of a sudden. We have a fun little time here. Well then, Nissan, how long will you be gone? 7 days. Why do you ask? Lythero, rating me with a party of 304 viewers. That's right, we're reading. I know, reading? Terrifying. Holy shit. It's kind of late. I didn't expect the rate of 304 viewers for a Tsukihime reading stream. I guess I should... Well, I don't know. We're at the very end of this route, so, I mean... There is a slight warning about some content in this game. It's kind of... But it shouldn't come up at the end here. Darkflame99, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. You serve me now, not Lythero. I know, you're also scared of reading. It is scary, isn't it, reading? That's why I'm doing it. All you have to do is listen to my wonderful voice. Keeters, thank you for the follow as well. Where was I? Let me adjust my glasses here. Thank you for the raid, Lythero. Seriously, I appreciate it. It's rare that it can happen because you're on those European hours. Oh, really? That's pretty short. So, for those, I guess for all the viewers who just came in, I've been reading some visual novels. I read visual novels sometimes, and I've been reading Tsukihime, so it's just, I basically read it out loud, and I do funny voices for all the characters when voice acting isn't available. So I've done it for, like, Ace Attorney, and now I've been doing it for Tsukihime for a few months. So if you're a Type Moon fan, maybe stick around for a little bit while I finish up Kohaku's route here. It's getting late, and I did all of Kohaku's route in one sitting, so I think we're gonna save the epilogue for next time. But, yeah, stick around for a little bit. Enjoy the sultry tones of my cute voice. Oh really? That's pretty short, since you can only see her once in a while. I thought that you would spend your whole summer break there. Nissan, don't you feel sorry for Kohaku like that? What are you saying? I'm just going on a random trip with Inui. I'm not going to see Kohaku-san at all. Anyway, I see her all the time. She's still coming here every weekend, so there's really no need for me to go see her. Those are some good faces. There's really no need, but she probably is lonely, and... I stared down at the floor. Damn it, what's wrong with it? It is summer vacation after all, so they should pretend not to notice that I'm going to see Kohaku-san. Oh, it's already late. I can't let her wait any longer, so I'll I'll let you go for today, Nissan. Akiya sounds like she's having fun as she rises from the sofa. I'll leave it up to you, Hisui. I'll be back in the evening so we can maliciously gossip about Nissan then. She's gotta dish the goss. Yes, let's. So, what's with all these shifts in Akiya personality, even Hisui's? I will be going. Nissan, you should be going as well. I'm not hoping for any souvenirs, so please relax. Sorry, it's late. I've been reading for 7 hours, so I'm not on my ball here as much as some of you might like. Akiya disappears towards the lobby, and then, man, I want to find a good man too. She leaves her last complaint loudly. She seems to be getting more cheerful each day. I really didn't think things would end up this way. It's been about a year since then. There's been a lot that has changed, but the biggest changes were in Akiya and Kohaku-san. Simply put, Akiya is still like back then. Her hair is still red, but she dyes it black. No, it's not like she uses any chemicals, but it seems she can change it with her will. We didn't want to recolor all those sprites. She still has the urge to drink blood, so every once in a while she will suck on a blood pack used for transfusions. This is a really mundane, answer to that problem. I'm surprised she didn't just think of that first, instead of stalking people at night. Aki absorbed some sort of evil spirit from Shiki. That's why she originally went on a rampage, but since then, I guess she has control over it. Oh, okay, everything's wrapped up nicely. Simply put, it weakened when it transferred to Akiya, and its only influence is making Akiya strong-willed. Well, she's more like a bully than strong-willed, but if I tell her that, she will get angry, so I'm not going to. Not only did it make her a bit more honest, but it also increased her power. That's right, her girl boss spirit conquered Shiki's evil. Not only did it make her a bit more honest, but it also increased her power. Thanks to that, Akiya can exert better control over her Tono blood. That's probably why she can hide the color of her hair. To say the results, she's pretty much invincible. Fucking invincible! Hello, Jeremy Siege, probably from Light Arrow Stream. Yeah, Tsukihime. I have been reading the visual novel for the past couple months. Actually, I guess it's like 4 now, because it started in October. That was like my October gag, you know, because vampires. Halloween. And I've been reading it since then, on and off. To say the results, she's pretty much invincible, and as her dear Oni-chan, it's pretty troubling to keep her under control. With regards to Kohaku-san, she became independent after the new year started. Because Aki is now fine by herself, and maybe because she is planning something, Kohaku-san left to work in a mansion of a branch of the Tono family in the mountain recesses of Nagano. But at the end of the week, she comes back here and the 4 of us pass the time together like always. Before I asked her why she decided to do that, and she answered that there was something she wanted to investigate and that I should wait patiently until she is done. Because I love her, I couldn't refuse, so all I can do now is wait. Since then, even though Kohaku-san and I can meet at the end of every week, being alone together is difficult because of Akiya and Hisui. Also, Kohaku-san and Akiya are on very good terms. Kohaku-san likes Akiya, and Akiya cares for Kohaku-san. About me and Kohaku-san, Akiya has acknowledged it openly. She did, but that's fine. If you're going to do as you please, Nissan, then I will just do as I please. She added that random exclamation which can really mean anything. Huh. That's how it was. In the midst of all that complexity, I received a letter from Kohaku-san. The letter said that there was something she wanted to show me, so she wants me to go to Nagano during summer break. After seeing that, I planned this insane trip immediately. I'm supposed to be spending the week with Arihiko, but Aki and Hisui doubt me. Geez, those two, what do they think of me? Yeah, it's Boys Week. Boys Week with Arihiko. Where's the Arihiko route, Nasu, you hack? Shiki-sama. Blah! My heart skipped a beat. I wish Hisui would stop sneaking up on me and suddenly speak like that. Shiki-sama, if you do not hurry, you'll not miss the train? Crap, this isn't the time to be spacing out. Always want to be prepared. Kohaku-san arranged transportation for me out to Nagano. I have a reserved seat on the train, so if I miss it, I'll have to pay out of pocket to ride. For a poor student without a job, that would be like suicide. Sorry, I'll be off. Sorry for being in a rush this morning. Carrying my bag, I exit the sitting room. From behind me, Yes, please send my best regards to Nason. Hisui's soft voice reaches my ears. Oh, we've got a new background. It's this blurred photo of a train. The train continues forward. Bathed in the fragile white sunlight, it runs past the mountain countryside. Maybe it's because this is a really rural area, but I'm the only one in this car. Sitting by the window, I stare at the flowing scenery. The radiant sun illuminates my vision while the wind wafts comfortably on my cheeks. I glance down at the letter. There is a picture included in the letter and the address of where we're meeting. I say address, but there really isn't one. It's more of a take a left here or right there and down this path sort of place without an address. This picture has to be of that place. A place to return to, huh? Where it is, I do have a feeling without it being said. Kohaku-san probably remembered where it was. These trivial words that Tono Makihisa said. Just working off that information, she must have found that forest. That black forest, hidden from sight, the old mansion in the heart of the mountains. Long ago, the place where Nanaya Shiki spent his childhood. Gonna go fight Koma there, watch out for the command grabs. It'll still be a while until I reach my destination. Is it because the sunshine is unusually strong? Closing my eyes, I lean back against the seat. I like that. I fall into a dream. The sunshine that is so white, the smell of the air untainted by the touch of civilization, the endlessly pure sky, the shimmering summer air that rides on the wind, the wild grass of spring, the starry sky of autumn, the cold ground during winter of my home. In summer it was the bright flowers that steal your breath away. There she is waiting. In front of a sea of flowers, the overwhelming scent of summer, a radiant smile that outshines even those sunflowers. In the midst of the burning heat, she greets me. Welcome back! This time it is for real, as if fulfilling that childhood promise at last. Well, isn't that sweet? I like Kohaku a lot. Yes, I'm glad she got a happier ending in this route. It's very sweet. I think she's probably the relationship with Shiki I like the most, compared next to Arkwood. I think Arkwood is still my favorite, but now that I have experienced all the routes besides this last epilogue, I definitely rank both Arkwood and Kohaku the highest. I really like this route a lot. I'm glad it like kind of, I like how it combos with Hisui's, like you kind of get to see, like it's not like a bad ending, because you get a lot of development for Hisui, but you get like a kind of better ending for everybody in this one, so they're like paired together. It's very sweet. It's interesting because I feel like after going through it all, the near side routes of Arkwood and Seal almost feel like they were attached onto the far side routes. Like the far side routes feel like the real meat of the themes and story. It's interesting. It's interesting how I kind of came into this expecting, like, because Arkwood and Seal feel like the poster children to me. Let's see if Seal has anything unique to say this time. Sensei Seal. You have reached Kohaku's true ending. Well done. There is only one ending for Kohaku-san. If you've come this far, you should understand that Kohaku-san's story is the prop man of Tsukihime, the story to tie up all the remaining events. Thank you so much for all your hard work. For a long time, their stories have ended. But please wait. There is still one person remaining. Yes, that is this story's main character. His story is not over yet. In the heavens is the cold, round moon. But even that moon cannot be eternally the same. After the end of all stories, the story of Tono Shiki is waiting to be finished there. So I think I have to do something else to unlock the epilogue. I have to see all the normal endings too. So I'm gonna have to save that for next time, because I only got a couple good endings. So I have to get the other good endings. I have to unlock every ending to get the finale. So we'll do that next time we read Tsukihime. It shouldn't take too long. It definitely won't be a 7-hour reading stream. But I want to thank everybody for joining. I'm definitely super happy for the raid at the end by Lythero. Thank you, Lythero. You are a true ally to the Rose Rabbit army, and I always appreciate when you give up your viewers to me, and now they're rightfully where they belong, in my arms, in my welcoming embrace. You've all been conscripted. Congratulations. And now I think, who am I? I'm gonna send you to Gigaboots. I'm gonna pass on the love, though remember, that's not me giving you up like Lythero gave you up. You still belong to me forever. But yeah, Gigaboots is cool. What are they playing? They're playing Gran Turismo 7 launch night. That's a brand new game, so check that out if you like. It'll be fun. And yeah, thank you everybody for showing up. And if you liked what you watched, consider, following, joining the Discord, following on YouTube for all the VODs and such. You can check out the links below. And yeah, on Sunday, I'll be doing a live build of Gunpla. So if you like Gunpla, I'll be building the Pliobot Lazengon from Gurren Lagann. So check that out. See you then.